Amos. Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Jeremy, you around? Hey, Jeremy, you see what these guys are writing about you in the text? You're the next flat earther to flip, apparently.
They've been saying that shit for 3 years now.
uh,
They've been around because they said that. They were saying that before Babs flipped.
that long, huh?
Yeah, bro. They've been saying that shit way before Babs. Before Ranty.
Extremis seems to be sure of it.
Actually, I said you are the one that I can think of, Jeremy, that is, as much on the fence as any. And I also said because you actually seem to think about the consequences of some of the flat earthers, whereas most of the other flat earthers just repeat them as a particular rebuttal. You actually realize that while it may be a rebuttal to that statement, if you actually extend it to the consequences of what it has, of that, what the flat earth reply has, what it means, overall, it causes more problems than it solves.
Yeah, but you guys have no argument. What's your argument for the globe, Extremis?
Well, I mean, specifically in regards to what I just said, I'm thinking of something like gas pressure without a container. I mean, that can be an argument for, I guess, space being fake. But if you really take that to its logical conclusion, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't solve any problem, and it creates more problems than it solves.
First of all, space is not fake. Let's get that straight. Only one idiot says that, Nathan Oakley. Space is not fake. There's something there. Yeah.
I mean, I've heard a lot of flat earthers say that. That's not a Nathan Oakleyism specific. There are some that don't, but there are more than just him that do.
Now, what you guys think is space, that's a whole different thing. But saying space is fake is like moronic. It's like saying the ocean is fake or the sky is fake. That's totally moronic statement right there. Now, what you guys think is space, a vacuum next to gas pressure, now that's ridiculous. But saying space is fake, that is a nonsensical statement. I think, anyway. So really, that's your best evidence of gas pressure relates to shape somehow in your mind, Extremis? Can you please elaborate, explain that?
No. My whole thing about that was it may be a rebuttal or some sort of reply to a particular globe claim, but the logical extension of what it means really it fails more than it serves to explain anything. But
yeah,
I mean,
Dan the Waterman is onto something as well. Space expanding into more space. It's pretty funny. Yeah, it's pretty fucking funny. It's ridiculous.
Statement by itself doesn't really mean anything in terms of shape, but I'm just saying, used as a rebuttal, I mean, maybe you can use it as a rebuttal, but like I said, for that particular assertion, it might work, but If you flesh it out and you have to explain everything else that would entail, and then it opens up a whole bunch of other problems that you have to explain a whole bunch of other stuff. And then you're basically going against your own statement. And that's what I was trying to say.
How so? Like, what do you mean going against your own statement?
Well, there's a lot of, it counters your own statement. In other words, you can't say this and then say something else because that disagrees with what you said earlier. That they're mutually exclusive. You can't say this is true and this is true because only one or the other can be true and not both at the same time.
Okay, so which is it? Do you have a vacuum next to gas? Is this gas expanding? And if so, what is it expanding into? I mean, the space, excuse me. Is the space expanding? And if so, what is it expanding into? You got two problems here. You got gas next to a vacuum, which we know unquestionably cannot happen. That is a fact. There's no disputing that. You cannot have a gas next to a vacuum ever, 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 ever.
You can demonstrate that. Literally, you can demonstrate.
Where?
I mean, a gas centrifuge will do exactly that. If you put a gas in a spinning container and spin it fast enough, all of the gas will be on the outside walls of the container. The middle will be a vacuum.
Okay, now how does this relate to your ball? Where is the container and is it spinning?
My point is you can have gas next to a vacuum. If there is a strong enough force in the centrifuge case, the centrifugal force, then you can have that will overcome, the gas. Basically, gas wants to expand evenly, but if there is a force strong enough to overcome that expansion, then it will not expand evenly, and you can have gas in a vacuum or gas next to a vacuum.
Don't you realize the example you gave me is in a closed system with a container? You said it yourself, and it's spinning. So you think that the Earth has a container and it's spinning?
My point is you can have gas, whether there's a container or not, you can have gas next to a vacuum. There can be pressure next to less pressure. I mean, obviously that's true, but there can be a place where, and that's exactly what this gas centrifuge does, is there's a little bit of pressure on the walls. Well, actually, there's a high pressure on the wall. There's a little bit less as you move away from the wall. And in the middle, there's a vacuum where there's zero pressure or effectively zero.
Maybe so, I'll grant you that. But don't you realize, and I'm not saying I believe you, but I'll give you that as a present. But don't you realize that in your example, you're using walls and spinning? Do you not see that?
I mean, you can make this, I mean, if you want to use the term walls or a container, if you have the technology, you can make this container arbitrarily large. However big you want to make it, if you have the technology, you could make, I mean, if the technology existed, I could make a container the size of the galaxy, spin it, and I will have more gas at the edge of the galaxy than the middle. And you can extend that all the way to the universe. I mean, the container is kind of irrelevant in this whole thing because it can be arbitrarily as big or as small as you want it. So the container part is really not relevant to the discussion.
Well, you brought it up, and I'll beg to disagree because that's the essential part of your example that you gave me. A spinning centrifuge with walls, causing the gas to go to the walls and having a vacuum in the middle. You said that, not me. So now you realize that can work. Now you're expanding the walls to the edge of the universe.
I'm saying that it can be arbitrarily large, and the focal point is not the spinning, it's the force, whatever causes that force. So in this case, it's centrifugal force. There are other possible forces that might explain or do this.
So really, you have nothing but what you think may be.
Is that what you took from the explanation I just gave you?
Yeah, bro, because you're telling me a centrifugal force with walls makes the gas expand. And when I told you where's the walls and how does it extrapolate to Earth, you told me, well, the walls are not really that important. They could be at the edge of the universe. What kind of, I mean, what is that?
My answer, let's make sure we're on the same conversation. My answer was yes, I did say the walls are not important. What I also said was the walls are not important because it's not about the walls, it's about the force. So just so we're clear, because apparently you didn't hear everything that I said. Maybe my mic is bad. So I'll repeat it again. It's not about the walls, it's about the force. Okay? Did you hear it that time? The force is important.
Gotcha, the force. Which force may that be? That's keeping your gas.
In the case of the gas centrifuge, it's the centrifugal force, whatever.
Yeah, but you said that. So you're telling me that you can remove the walls of that centrifuge and it'll still operate the way you're saying?
I'm saying I can make the walls as big as I want, all the way out to the universe. If I had the technology, I could literally make a universe-sized gas centrifuge, and it would behave the same way.
So this is what you think. This is what you envision.
I'm saying that because the size of the container is arbitrary, it's not the container that's important. It's not the walls, it's the force.
So you're saying there's some sort of force that's arbitrary, that's keeping
No. You're not listening again. You've got to do better at this, SE. You've got to listen better. The walls are arbitrary, not the force. The force is centrifugal. That is not arbitrary, okay? The walls are arbitrary. The size is arbitrary, not the force. Do a better job listening.
Okay, this centrifugal force, which direction is it pushing the gas?
That would be outward, I guess. Is that a trick question?
No. So you're saying the force that's responsible for pushing things outwards is what's keeping the gas intact. Is that what you're saying?
In this centrifuge, yes.
Yes. You realize what you just said right now, right?
The force is what's pushing them to the outer wall.
The wall that's not there, that's arbitrary.
The wall that is wherever the wall is. I mean, again, it can be anywhere. Again, my point is not that the universe is a giant centrifuge. That is not my point. I mean, if that was the case, there would be nothing in the middle and everything would be on the outside. My whole point here is that there are forces that act and can overcome the gas wanting to expand in all directions. That is my entire point. And by the way, just so we're clear, another example of this would be the electric force, or I should say magnetism, because that's actually how they contain plasma, which is basically a gas, high temperature gas, but a gas. That's how they contain plasma in some of these fusion reactors. They don't spin them because the temperatures are so high that comes into the contact with the walls and just melt the wall. So instead, they actually contain the gases with electric currents, magnetic currents, actually. And so, but there are places in these chambers, again, walls, yes, I agree, where there is some plasma next to some other areas where there is no plasma.
So now you're saying magnetism is involved. So you're saying now the centrifugal force pushes the gas outwards, and now magnetism is responsible for keeping the gas here on Earth. Now you're gonna
I'm
tell
not-
me I didn't listen, right? Right? Are you gonna tell me I didn't listen?
You didn't listen. You're not listening. I
knew it.
said magnetism is another separate force that can also affect gases separately. Not, I mean, I guess it could in conjunction, but this is two different examples. You have a gas centrifuge, which uses centrifugal force. You have a fusion reactor, basically, that uses magnetism to separate the gases, and you can have a vacuum next to the gas plasma with electric currents, magnetic fields. Two
You're all
different
over the
experiments,
place.
not one.
Am I the only one confused here, guys, or is he making sense?
I don't know anybody else is here. It's just you and me. You're stuck with me.
Yeah, your centrifuge example doesn't relate to reality because on Earth you have it on the surface would be on the inside.
He doesn't seem to get that.
Hey, what's up, Jeremy?
Is that Matthew? You're pretty low, bro.
I don't know who that was.
That's good, White.
Jeremy.
Oh God, flat D. I stopped arguing this a long time ago, honestly.
Well, now you're on to the
For
whole
sure without
celestial
it.
navigation thing, right? Or something, stars or something.
I just don't make the gas pressure that container argument anymore.
Have you made your visit yet, Jeremy? Or not yet?
What's up?
Have you made your visit yet? Or you're still
Oh yeah,
working
the
on
shit
your
went well. Shit went well. I was screaming.
Oh,
at
you went
George a
over?
little. Yeah, I was screaming at George a little bit before Oakley got on, but other than that, it went well. I didn't pitch anything to him. I just wanted to make sure that I could get distances and get angles. He just kept telling me over and over again, you need a horizontal baseline. I'm like, yo, bro, I don't get it, man. I'm like, I don't know how that possibly tells you Earth is flat, but I don't get it.
And what did they say?
He just kept trying to explain it to me over and over again. I'm like, how do you know the ground is following that straight line? He's like, you have to have the ground. I'm like, yeah, but you can do this on a hill. He's like, yeah, but then you take the dip angle. I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. This feels like I was like, I told him, I was like, I'm just gonna get the distances, and then this will all be over with.
Yeah, if you're arguing with George, I'll bet he brought up you need a flat plane for that.
That was with Oakley just there.
Well, he did too, I'm sure, because it's like he's programmed for that. It's literally
That's
all
the
his
whole argument.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, it doesn't, to me, that doesn't say anything. You made a straight line, and now that somehow tells you Earth is flat.
It's ridiculous.
Did you measure down from the line? If they were like, yo, we measured down from the line and the ground's staying with the line, I'd be like, oh, you fucking got something now. That's something. You know what I mean? You make a straight line, measure down to the water or something, and it's staying with it the whole way. Now you're really onto something there. But just making a straight line saying that because you did an elevation angle, Earth is, I don't know.
So, do you agree with them, or you just don't know?
What's up?
Do you agree with what Nathan Oakley says, or do you just don't know?
They just make claims. They have no proof of it. There's no. What are you going to tell me? A baseline and that's it? I'm supposed to believe that?
This could be one of the times where somebody legit doesn't understand in this arena, but I personally don't think that it shows that the Earth is flat.
Bro, for years, haven't we been making fun of the ballers when they point to the lights in the sky and they say the shape of the Earth? Now we have them doing it? I mean, come on, man. Seriously?
Hey, we're not doing this. Nathan Oakley is.
Yeah.
But I'm still confused.
Where does Nathan Oakley run his show? It's not on Discord anymore, right?
It's back on Discord now.
Oh, okay.
The thing is, go ahead.
Hold on. So I'm still confused. Do you agree that you need a flat plane, and because you need a flat plane, that shows the Earth is flat?
You're not confused. He just specifically said that he doesn't think that 4 times.
Yeah, I don't. This
Yeah.
could be a case where you can say legitimately say somebody doesn't understand. However, I don't think from what I've heard, I don't think that this shows anything about the shape of Earth.
Either way, my argument is either way.
But it's gonna
Celestial
though.
navigation does not prove flat or globe. Either way, that's my argument.
This is gonna show something as soon as I get these distances, and we put a x and a square, then we're gonna be good after this. We're gonna really see what this celestial navigation argument boils down to.
So
Because you can't get away, you can't run away from the distances. Like it's a simple formula with a square. If all the distances are equal length apart, we're good.
you can get away from that because I've heard a bunch of flat earthers say we don't know the distances on the globe. I've heard them say that.
Yeah, but with the
No, you
celestial
don't know the
navigation,
distances.
See, there you go.
with the celestial navigation, what's up with it? With the celestial navigation argument, they're claiming that they do know the distance now. So we got the distance.
Right. So the question is, do we or don't we know the distance?
We objectively don't. Provably, we don't.
I'm honestly with Witsit on this. I don't think we know the distances, but these guys are saying we do. So now we're going to see if their distances work.
So if we don't know, what's the point? I mean, if it shows
Just show that he's wrong.
well, hold on.
Because there's people that think we do know.
But my point is, if we say we do this experiment, it shows the correct distances that match up to what we say they are. But you're saying we don't know the distances anyway. What's the point?
Experiment says the reason it matches up is you made your model from the sky. Do you seriously not know that yet? Have you not put that together yet? That the globe was literally engineered from the sky?
That's fine. That doesn't really change what I just said. Our model says, hold on. Our model says the distances are correct.
Okay.
If this experiment, I don't know what the result's going to be. If this celestial navigation thing that Jeremy says matches up to the distances that we say it should, and it matches what we say they are, and that matches the globe, but you say the distances we don't know, what's the point of doing the whole thing anyway if you're still going to deny if it still shows the globe?
He already answered that. He already answered it. You're just trying to be antagonistic. That's literally all you're doing. As soon as I jumped in, you're being antagonistic. I heard Jeremy explain something. I heard you jump in and ask as if he didn't explain it. Then he explained it again. Then you asked it again. Then he explained it again. Then you asked it again. Now you've changed the question. Now you've changed the question. Now you've changed the question to the distances. He explained it. Now you asked it again. He explained it. Now you asked it again. Then I jumped in to explain to you that the model was actually made from the sky. So for you to be like, if it matches the distances, of course it does. That's how the model was made. And he explained to you he doesn't believe that. He's just coming up with the argument or he's trying to figure it out because of the people that do. And then you respond again saying, so what's the point in doing it? When he literally answered you over and over.
I don't believe this whole celestial navigation shows us anything as the flat or globe. So I mean, I'm just doing this for the people that think on my side, honestly, that think it. If the numbers come out to be flat, awesome. Numbers come out to be a globe, they better shut this fucking celestial navigation shit the fuck down.
So that's what your point is. Because again, you did answer it right there. If this whole argument shows the Earth to be the sphere, this whole celestial navigation thing that you're doing, then the flat Earth side can no longer use celestial navigation to show that the Earth is flat.
Well, they should. I bet you they won't. I bet you they won't stop though.
Oh yes, I agree with that statement. Yes, but that right there, Witsit, he did answer it. That was the answer I was looking for.
He already answered it, dude. So it's
he did not tell me that. That was the first time I answered.
Either way.
You're weird, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I think that the way you're acting is weird.
Yeah, you're weird. You're fucking weirdo, Extremistus.
Well, I appreciate your answer, Jeremy. You answered it in a way that I was expecting and accepted. So thank you.
Well, he just doesn't understand the concept that we don't all agree.
I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree with this celestial navigation thing. I don't think it shows us flat or globe. I don't I mean, if this comes out, if this shit comes out and shows flat, awesome, sweet. We'll keep pushing forward with the argument. I don't know how you can move forward though if it shows that it doesn't work on a flat plane. The distances, that'd be weird, like real weird.
Oh, I'm pretty sure if it does, presupposing the results here, if it does show a globe and the flat earthers still push it as showing a flat earth, because I guarantee
That's what's happening.
100%, if you do this, Jeremy, if it shows a globe, yeah, I can guarantee you Nathan Oakley and all of his minions will keep pushing it. And others too, not just his people, but there will be others that will keep pushing it as a flat earth proof.
Okay, cool. You know what the Glovers are going to keep pushing? The Glovers are going to keep pushing every single story you were told. So
I mean, that's fine. That's not where I mean, the whole point
no,
of
that's
it
what I'm
was
talking about.
just
That's what I'm talking
on
about.
this one subject. And
Well,
This
we're
is the
gonna
subject
see.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about how it's ironic that you sit in this high horse position, right? Where like, oh, and you look down on the flat earth, but you have no choice. You see how Jeremy has all this freedom? Jeremy's like, you know what? I don't agree with that argument. I'm not going to make that argument. You know what? Actually, I'm going to attack that argument the flat earthers are making because I don't agree with it. You see all that freedom Jeremy has to like think for himself, think critically, and not agree? You don't have that freedom. You have to agree with whatever Google says. It doesn't matter what you think about it. You're actually not allowed to think for yourself.
No, yeah, we disagree with each other here many times.
No, actually, you can only disagree if the model doesn't make a specific claim, right? So when I bring up, oh, there is slowing down, speeding up, the model doesn't have an answer for it yet, you guys can disagree about that because the model doesn't have an answer yet. But once it does, nope, that's what you now believe.
That's actually not true. We disagreed on many things that are not up to debate.
Name one thing that the globe, the official mainstream model of the Earth, claims that you disagree with.
I disagreed
I will
with
give
his.
an example.
I'm saying disagreeing with each other.
I will give an example.
Wait, did you not hear what I just said? If the mainstream model makes a claim, you guys have to all agree with it. So you acted like you had some type of
Well,
rebuttal
model
for this.
doesn't make claims. It's
So
hard to know what
you're
exactly. Well,
strong-arming
I'm trying to make a counterpoint. The hard thing is to, yeah, the model is complicated, and the consequences or the things that follow because of the model might be, people might get to the consequences differently. So some people might think that this should happen, and some other persons might will think that should happen. And when that's the case, they're going to disagree, and there might not be like an authority solving that question, right? In those cases, yeah, sure, but I'm not saying that. I don't think you can say the model says this or the model says that. It's not just how it works.
I mean, there are things.
Hey,
Where,
hold on, Bacon. Hey, Bacon, and hey, Witsid, you asked a question, right, for Bacon? But why do you always point fingers at the globe? Why can't we focus on your flat Earth? And I know what you're going to do right now. You're going to obfuscate. You're going to hand wave, cherry pick, all your little logical fallacies that you like to blame others for. You have no model, no working model, and you're gonna dodge this obviously because you always do. So let's talk about your flat Earth, dude.
Wow, dude, did
Ford,
you
hold
get
on.
out of your hype here
Yeah,
to say
dude.
that?
Let's talk about
That's
your true
crazy.
Earth.
1 minute.
You get out-
Give me-
Exactly. He has
Don't let me
nothing,
respond. Make sure none
Let
of
him
the
dude.
Glovers let me
respond.
respond. There you
let
go.
Witsit respond, please.
God, you guys are fucking psychos, dude. Okay, so actually, neither side has a quote-unquote working model. Okay, so I don't know if you're aware. I don't know if you're
I'm gonna ask you
aware.
a direct
I think you're
question.
accidentally interrupting me, though. I don't know if you're aware, but the entire world was told that the Earth is a specific thing. Okay, we were all told that the Earth is a specific thing. We are questioning that assertion. We have went and tested
I don't
that
want
assertion.
questions. I asked you a direct question. Show me your flat Earth, your true Earth. that you and Jaren and you guys are naming your true Earth. It's not flat Earth anymore because that's already been debunked. So let's see your true Earth. What is it?
Who is the little gamma talking? I can't find him. What's the dude's name that's talking?
You don't have any comebacks.
That's Harry
What's the
Johnson.
dude's name that's
aka
talking?
Good White.
What's the dude's name that's
Good
talking?
White. Harry
Harry
Johnson.
Johnson, aka Good White.
Okay. Here, listen carefully, buddy. If I begin to speak and you interrupt me, I'm going to mute you, okay? Okay. So, I don't claim a model, okay?
There it is. Game over. I'm done. He
Okay,
doesn't
so
claim a model.
so you're a mental midget then. If you think that if you don't have
He
a
left.
model, therefore whatever you claim is true, then you don't understand how logic works. That definitely is a game over other than you don't understand logic, okay? I'm sorry you don't understand things. But the fact of the matter
Isn't
is,
here.
okay, see what I'm saying? And dude, Bacon, why do you not call people like that out? Why do the ballers not call that out? Why do
Call
the
what
ballers
out?
not say, whenever I say, actually, you guys don't have a working model, why do you guys skip past that? You guys keep pretending you have
Oh,
a
he
working
didn't.
model.
Actually, he said he tried to address it.
I didn't
No, he
skip
didn't.
past it because you weren't done talking.
He literally didn't address that. He said, see, I'm not talking about that. We're talking about your model. That's what he actually said.
Right. Well, okay. I can ask them then. What's the issue with what's wrong with the glow model that doesn't work?
Hold on. Before you answer that, I keep wanting to say this, that one specific example that we don't necessarily agree with, but that Neil deGrasse Tyson said was that you cannot see curvature from whatever he said, 200,000 feet or whatever. I think everybody here disagrees with that statement. Most
Yeah,
people.
but you guys just say that because you have to say that. None of you actually took the Earth model and then did the math and
I
showed us
did.
where you should see it.
I did.
Oh, so what height should we see left to right curvature, Bacon?
Depends on how much.
See what height should we see left to right curvature, Bacon?
Yes. How much?
Okay, so no longer engaging with you. Now, to make my actual
What the
point,
hell? Like, if you okay, no, let me expand
all right,
on
so
that.
I'm gonna end up it. All right.
Well, you're not
This
addressing
is
it. You're
why
not
I'm gonna stop
addressing it.
coming to this place because it just wastes my time. It
Well,
wastes my
you're just
time because
pretending.
you
You're just pretending I didn't
think flat
answer
Earth
it.
is stupid. You people think flat Earth is stupid, but you're obsessed with it, and you're in here every day, and you're only in here because
You're
you're
obfuscating.
contrarian. You're only in here because you're contrarians. You
No,
enjoy
no.
doing stuff like
You
this. You
avoided.
enjoy doing
You
stuff like this.
avoided.
You knew that no, extremists just jumped in and said, wait, before you do that, before you make the point that you're making, let me please bring up something else so that you can't make that point. And then what does Bacon do? Bacon's like, yeah, let's talk about that point. And then there's going to be another point. Yeah, let's talk about that point. Because you guys don't like the actual truth being said out loud, which is that you don't have a working model. They told us all a specific model. Falsification is independent of replacement. I don't need a model. Models are not reality. There are 57 models within your model. There are 1,000 models within your model. I don't have.
Can I respond to you?
Okay, hold on. Before you respond, I want
Guess
some
not.
time. But what I was responding to, and the reason I said that is because we were talking about you. You made the claim that we cannot disagree with whatever the mainstream model is. We have to believe that. And
Yeah.
my example was, this is what at least Neil deGrasse Tyson says, and we don't agree with that. And by the way, it's not at least I don't think he meant left to right curvature. I think he meant, front to back curvature. So
No,
he
he didn't.
talk about that.
No, he
Well,
didn't. He meant left to right curvature. And the point is that is a non sequitur, which means it's non sequential, which means it doesn't follow what I said, right? Because I said the mainstream model. You guys are arguing that he misunderstands the mainstream model, that he made a claim that isn't true based on the model. Then Bacon jumps in and says, look, I take the model. This is what he should have actually said. This is what the model actually says. So you are just strengthening my point, which is you have no choice but to agree with the mainstream model. The only little gray area you have is to try to interpret what the model says differently, okay? You have to agree with the baseline of the model. All you did was strengthen my point. And you can't rebut my point. My point isn't something that can be rebutted. It's just a fact.
If we are globers, then of course we believe the globe model, so we're not going to disagree with it's obvious about the globe model. But not everything
Cool, now
is
let's
obvious.
get back to the point. Now let's get back to my point. Let's get back to my point now. Your
wasn't
model
done.
doesn't work. You don't have a model. There isn't a working
I
model.
wasn't done.
Okay, so this
Yeah, not a, right. So claims like the ones of Neil deGrasse Tyson are it's just he's trying to derive implication of the globe model, like where would you notice curvature, left to right, and we might disagree on that. And what's going to solve that disagreement is just logic, which is just math, and I've done the math for that. And
logic
your questions,
is not math. How is logic math?
math is completely derived logically.
Oh, math is logic. Well, that goes to show your problem. You don't know what logic is. So, wait, can I make my actual point? And can you guys actually respond to my point? You guys don't have a working model. Inside your model, there are thousands of models. There are competing models within your model. You people are stupid, though. You jump on the internet and you ridicule other people saying you don't even have a model. We have a model and you don't even have a model. Game over. You don't have a model, though. We can go to the core of the earth. See, the reason I'm a quote unquote true earther is because I researched this. You still haven't. I went to the core of the earth. Let's start at the very beginning. We're going to go to the core and work our way out. You say we live on a ball. Let's go to the very middle of the model. You have like 20 different models for the core. You don't even have an agreed upon working model for the core of the earth. Okay? So you don't have a model. You objectively don't have a working model. So can you please concede and admit you don't actually have a working model?
No, I'll disagree with that, because saying that there are many models, well, if you're talking about a 100% complete model, then surely we don't have a 100% complete model. But there are things that specifically change, like how you treat gravity, for example. You have Newtonian, you have Einsteinian. Those are not those are different models of gravity, but they're not different models for, let's say, heliocentrism. Heliocentrism wouldn't change if it turns out Newton's correct instead of Einstein, or vice versa.
That's incorrect.
So each model of gravity you pick doesn't change if the model is heliocentric or not. So everyone would agree that it's heliocentric. Everyone would agree that Earth is overall spherical, but we might disagree on the specifics. I don't think that means we don't have a model. It's just not 100%.
Why is everything that you say wrong, Bacon? Like, no, actually, the motions of the planets, and specifically Mercury, specifically do change relative to Einsteinian and Newtonian physics. And I'm not debating you about that. I'm asking you to concede. Now, you've muddied the waters by saying 100%. You just say 100%. Of course, it's not 100%. No, you don't even have a model. You don't have a model.
Yes, we do. I mean,
can you name one single core Earth model, a model of the core of the Earth that actually works? Can you name one?
Of the core of the Earth? No. But I don't think we're talking about model of the core of the Earth. We're talking about model of the shape of the Earth. And the celestial...
so the core has nothing to do with the
model?
shape plane?
I didn't say that. And the model that explains also the celestial bodies. I don't think anyone disagrees that the Earth is orbiting the sun, for example. So that's part of the model. That's some part of the model that is not up to debate. It's not something that is specific and people might disagree with. That is definitely part of the model, and that's definitely something we would all agree with. All globals.
So, Bacon, can we do the same thing then? Whenever that guy jumped in and asked me for a flat Earth model, I can say, well, we don't have a full model, and there are things we don't know, but we do all agree on one part of the model. And then the Glober would say, oh, well then okay. Never mind then. I'll stop saying it. Of course not, because you guys have double standards, because you guys are dishonest. So if I'd say, no, all flat earthers agree on this. All flat earthers agree that the oceans are level and that sea level means level. And the way we get elevation is a certain amount of distance above the horizontal baseline, and that's adjacent to land masses. And we extend the horizontal out. All flat earthers agree that sea level means horizontal. So we do have a model then. Because if we can all agree on one thing and no one disputes it within the flat Earth, then we do have a model. That was your argument. So thank you for your concession. Now you should go talk to Goodwhite and tell them actually they do have a model. They have a model just like we do. We just pick and choose certain things we think no one disagrees with, and then we say, oh, well, we have a model for that. So then they can do the same thing, and they do that with sea level. So thank you. Thank you for your concession. So we're on level footing.
Yeah, you could say you have a model if the only claim about your model is that the Earth is flat. That's you could say that's a model, but it's a model that only has like one claim and there's nothing specific. So it's it's a pretty weak and small model. It makes no claims. It doesn't specify almost anything. So you wouldn't be able to explain almost anything only from that claim. But I could agree that might be called a model. But I think that what Good Y was asking for is just something a little bit more than that. So, for example, a map. Like a map is a flat Earth map would be a more complete model than just claiming it's flat. It would have more information about the Earth, so it would be easier to falsify it. The globe model has a bunch of more things than just saying Earth is spherical. We have maps, we have position and distances to celestial bodies, speeds, all that. We have a bunch of information about the model. And if you're just saying flat Earth is a model, the only information you have is that the Earth is flat, and that's not what Good Y was asking for.
No, first of all, that's not the okay. You have a problem, right? What it is you're a sophist, okay, Bacon? You're a sophist. This is why I find you people
Can you
frustrating.
address what I'm saying?
I'm going to. Yeah, it's sophistry.
Oh, go straight to addressing what I'm saying instead of starting with a personal attack.
Bacon, I'm talking. I just specifically outlined how you guys were having a double standard. And then you went to go into this apologist sophistry mode where no, what he really meant was, no, we know what he really meant. He can't think for himself. He repeats the talking point that all the Globers say. They just say it because they want to pretend they're smart. Okay, that's what actually happened. Now, I made a very specific point that all flat earthers say that sea level is horizontal. We get elevations based on distance above horizontal, which the horizontal baseline extends adjacent to land masses. You just said, oh, if you just say the Earth's flat, that's just a bit. No, I just made a specific claim. The sea level is horizontal. We get elevations from a distance above the horizontal, and it extends out infinitely from an adjacent landmass. Okay, you wanted to then divert to maps, divert to celestial claims, and then you say we make specific claims about the stars and the distance of celestial bodies, even though you constantly change those claims. Your model constantly changes those claims. Everything you've said is sophistry, right? Which is the use of fallacious arguments with the intention to deceive, right? That's what you're doing. That's objectively what you're doing. You want to pretend that you have like these definitive distances to stars and things in the sky? No, you're changing them. They change every couple weeks. You literally don't have a distance to the stars. Objectively, you don't actually have a definitive distance to the stars. So now you're not going to say that anymore, right?
Okay, so let me start addressing your straw man. I didn't say I knew what he thinks when he made that. I specifically said I think he wasn't saying that. I don't think that's what he meant. I wasn't pretending to know what he thinks. I was just obviously trying to clarify what his argument appears to be. And if you're talking about like how you're measuring elevation as something that complements our model, it's not just saying Earth is flat. Oh, that's just an implication of Earth being flat. You're not telling me any information that would help test the model. So again, something like a map would actually do it. You're actually giving me more information about the Earth than just saying it's flat would give me, right? And just because we don't have, and just because we don't have, just because we don't have definitive.
You'll never be able to accept flat Earth because if
I'm
you
very
think
surprised.
Yeah, I know. Go take your booster, bro. If you think that you
I
need
wasn't
to know a map,
finished.
hey, let me ask you this,
I was
Bacon.
still addressing the last point.
I know, but I
you
have
made.
stuff to do. I have a life, Bacon.
Well, you made 3 points. I'm trying to address all
fine,
three.
then I'm just gonna stop talking to you. I hope you pretend that you won, Bacon. If you think they lied about the Earth, would we know exactly what the map of the Earth is? Yes or no? If they lied about the Earth, would we know exactly what the map of the Earth is? Yes or no?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. Thank you for your stupid, disingenuous argument. Then, wow, let's all pack it up.
Well, you don't have to make any personal attack.
Your argument.
Okay, so
anyway,
last point I wanted to address was about the distance to stars. Yeah, we don't have definitive distance to the stars, but not having definitive distance to stars doesn't mean there's no acclaimed distances on about the stars on the model. And I wasn't just talking about stars.
That's actually what I was trying to bring up just now. Bob, the science guy, was in here yesterday saying he personally did the measurement to this Polaris using parallax, and I was like, yeah, but nobody would really do that in the mainstream scientific community. He goes, yeah, they do.
Yeah, well, I don't know much about it, but that wasn't what I'm claiming.
For Whitsitt, because Whitsitt told me they don't do that shit. Bob said they do. You guys got beef.
All right. Well, but we can definitely get the distance to the moon with parallax, for example.
Hey,
No,
Bacon,
you can't.
does a sphere require a specific radius?
To be a sphere,
Yes,
like you have to know the radius to know it's a sphere.
correct.
No, I can know something is a sphere without knowing the radius.
No. Does every sphere have a radius?
Yes.
Okay. What is the radius of the celestial sphere?
There is no
Infinite.
radius in the celestial sphere. It's
And is it
a
a straight line? Is it a straight
yeah.
line?
So
It's
how
only
can you have a sphere with no radius?
well, because it's like different than you. Yeah, that's actually a good question.
It is a good question.
Let me
Think
a
about it,
little.
ponder it.
No,
Get
yeah,
back with.
yeah.
Don't
I don't think
forget the
there's any
second part.
problem. That's just yeah, it's just a good question because
Bacon.
when
That
we're
is a
talking
good
about.
question. Don't forget the
Okay,
second
I think
part.
I think I know how to explain that.
It's an idiomatic abuse, my friend.
Yeah, I think I can explain it. So, if you're, let's say you take a 360 photograph, right? You have a pixel for each direction all around you. So, if you want to plot all those pixels in the same direction you took the picture of, you end up with a spherical picture. And if you put yourself in the center of that spherical picture, you have the exact same view that that camera had. But there's no set radius of that sphere because all the information about the sphere is simply coming from directions. It's not in distance. But when you ask me if a sphere has radius, I'm picturing like a physical object. It's spherical that definitely has a radius, but something like a spherical picture doesn't have a radius because all that surface is only representing directions around a point. And so does the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere also only represents the directions of celestial bodies around the center of the Earth or the observer. Does that make sense?
Do you picture the radius as a straight line or curve?
Can I just get Naples' feedback on my response?
Yeah, but answer mine after if you don't mind.
Sure. So does that make sense, Naples?
Yeah, if you never move, right? So within your 3D picture, I wouldn't say that it's a sphere, right? You're talking about a 360 camera picture. Is that a sphere?
That's a spherical picture.
So
The only way
nothing changes as you move around. So you could be outside of this sphere or inside of this sphere, and all of the things that are being represented within the sphere do not change, meaning they keep the same coordinate.
No. The coordinates
So then
come
if
from
everything's
the
constantly
perspective
changing
of the
within
camera.
it, then it's not a sphere. So I wouldn't agree with that.
No, the picture itself is a spherical picture. That's what I'm saying. So if you want to plot that picture without distorting the angular sizes or about the picture, you have to plot that
Okay.
on a sphere.
So I like your example. So you would say that this 360 camera gives you the impression of a sphere that might not be there due to the perspective view of the camera. Would you agree?
Oh, it's not that it might not be there. Like it's not a physical sphere. It's just a snapshot.
Right. The sphere is only created by the perspective of the lens.
Of the camera.
Correct.
Yep. Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
I mean, the celestial sphere is just like a spherical picture of the sky, centered. If you replace the Earth by a camera and you take a picture of the sky, that would be the celestial sphere you get in the almanac, for example.
So the celestial sphere is based on your perspective as you view it, right?
No, it's the celestial sphere you get from the almanac is based on the center of the Earth. It's centered at the Earth.
No.
Not at the observer.
The celestial sphere is centered at the observer. If you take the celestial sphere to the observer and it changes with perspective, what would be the difference?
it does change. Like
Correct.
the elevation of the moon, for example, changes if you move from the center of the Earth to the observers. But what I said specifically is that the one you get from the almanac is centered at the Earth. But celestial sphere doesn't have to be centered at the almanac. For example,
Can
the
you show
celestial
me
sphere.
a picture of the almanac's celestial sphere?
No, it's not an image. The information is
Then how do you
in
get the sphere from the almanac? You said if you take the celestial sphere from the almanac, so the almanac contains a celestial sphere.
Yes, it contains the information on the celestial sphere. Yes.
Is the information on the celestial sphere a complete picture?
No, it contains only 59 stars, the moon, and the sun, and the planets.
Is the celestial sphere dependent on your location?
Not the one in the almanac.
So can you give me a model of the celestial sphere that's contained within the almanac?
I already coded it. I'll link you.
So
that's for the almanac in.
You can't have a physical sphere based on the almanac, because the almanac is based on an infinite radius. How can you provide to me a sphere with an infinite radius? You can't.
No, it doesn't have to be an infinite radius. If you have spherical coordinates, you don't need a radius to know how to model that. You just, like, any size will do it, as long as it's centered. It has the same center. None of the coordinates are going to change if you make the Earth bigger or smaller.
Yo, did you actually answer SE's question?
Oh, I forgot what the question. What was that, SE?
Hold on, Pete.
Yeah. I was wondering, this radius of yours that you say, right? Is it a straight line? No. Your celestial thing that you're talking about, you mentioned the radius. Is that a straight line?
No, yeah, a radius of a sphere is a straight line, but yeah, I don't think
I didn't ask you that.
Mic check.
I asked you your celestial sphere that you were talking about, right? You mentioned the radius.
Yeah, I don't think it has a radius. That's what I said to Napalm, that it doesn't have a radius.
So this sphere, this circle sphere of yours, doesn't have a radius?
No.
It's
How is
all
that
stars.
possible?
All the stars are viewed to be at an indeterminable distance away, and treated as if it's an infinite distance away. So it's a radius of infinity if it's anything.
Like if you go to a software,
you can't have a radius of infinity. That's a contradiction in terms.
I didn't say that.
That's what they say, though. That's the only way they can say it, to have the nearest star, which is our own sun, and then the 2.6 light years on the same plane as the furthest star, which is many, 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 many times.
So you figured you come in supporting the ballers. My God, man.
What do you mean, Mike? What did I say now? Did I say something wrong?
The sun isn't on the same
I was
plane
asking a baller a question, Pete, and you came in to answer the baller question. You couldn't have waited for another time?
Why? He answered the question. He had difficulty with it, and then I made a comment. What the heck is wrong with this place?
Nothing is wrong with the place,
We're nutcases, Pete. We're nutcases.
Yeah, but Jeremy, I came in with, I answered your question also, SC Montreal, but you weren't paying attention. They deem all of the skylights to be on an infinite plane, right? An indeterminable distance away, or otherwise a radius of infinity.
I know that, Pete. I was leading somewhere. I know that. I was talking to a baller, Pete.
Go ahead.
But
anyway, you go ahead.
By our own people. I mean, dude, you think this happens to me 10 times a day, dude? It happens to Witsit all the time. Like, that's just how we get it. Like, we get sabotaged.
I know, it's
by our own people.
frustrating a bit. Nothing against Pete. I mean,
if anyone wants 5 minutes with somebody with a one-on-one, let me know. We'll set it up. 5 minutes with you want 5 minutes with Bacon?
We can talk.
All I want to know is the answer to the radius from a baller. That's all I want. The answer to the radius.
The answer. He already answered you.
I said there was.
No, he said there isn't a radius, is what he said. And I was trying to, continue with him, but then you popped in, Pete.
I came in and told you the answer, for God's sake.
All right. Stop picking on Pete.
That's your boy, I know.
He just got unmuted, man. Just give him a chance. He's got to get it out.
I told him the answer, and he's giving out of me interrupt him while he was looking for an answer. Fucking dickhead.
Hey, hold on, Pete. Hey, real quick. I have a little proposition for you guys. If for 1 week we can dismiss all the globe arguments, all the flat Earth questioning the globe, and let's just focus on the flat Earth for about a week. Let's see if that's even possible. Let's see what you guys got, because you guys
Not
keep
with you guys
pointing.
here because it's too hard to talk about anything with you guys here.
No, let's hear your claims, man. Because
I'll tell you
all
what
I
it is.
see
The Earth is not flat. How's that? Let's start with that.
well, there we go.
There you go. There's a claim.
How do you
Right
like that
on.
one?
I love it, dude. At least
There
we're
it
getting
is.
a confession. Right
Yo,
on,
the real
man.
There's
question
hills and
is
valleys.
Why
There's hills and
stop
valleys.
there,
the
though?
real
Exactly.
Let's
question
keep
is
going.
why do you guys keep saying horizontal isn't flat? I mean, nuts,
See, there
Essie.
you
That's
go
weird.
again. You're just an anti-glober, dude. You're not
Back in SE, shut up, man.
proposing anything else. You don't have anything
SE,
else.
can you hear me?
I hear you, bro. I hear
Can
you.
you let me attack SE? I don't know why you jumped in on that, good white. I hear about
Go ahead,
flat Earth.
SE.
This is it. This is it right here.
Go ahead, SE, if Bacon wants to.
On flat Earth, there's guys saying that. Why do you guys keep saying horizontal isn't flat?
Horizontal can be flat, but flat is being, I told you that before, Jeremy. Flat is being tossed around as an orientation.
Okay, give me an example of a time where horizontal is not flat. How about that?
You can say horizontal is flat all day long. Doesn't bother me.
What is flat then? Tell me what the word means to you, flat.
What is
Jeremy,
flat?
mute Pete, please. Come on, man.
So, a quick
I'm
definition of
serious, guys.
horizontal that is interesting, right? The first definition that pops up for horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. So, if
Hey,
the
Look up the definition of flat.
horizon is a
Hold on.
plane, what?
Look up the definition of flat. They use the word horizontal in it.
Yes, they do. Yes.
Is Earth flat, Bessie Montreal? Is Earth a horizontal plane or not? What's your problem with the word flat?
Not. It's definitely not flat.
And we
It's
all know
definitely
the
not flat,
intricacies,
Pete.
though, Jeremy.
Earth is
We all know the
definitely not flat.
intricacies.
That's 100% true statement. Listen, Pete.
That's
The
totally
Earth
provable.
is not flat. Now, I don't care who
but-
gets triggered by that. It's too damn bad.
See, Montreal is not actually saying anything. Every flat earther knows the Earth isn't flat, but in relation to a ball Earth, you have curvature. The only way we can describe or picture the Earth is as a horizontal en masse surface, right? A flat surface en masse. That's all.
No, incorrect. Once you use the word flat, you are incorrect. The Earth is provably not flat. Just look out the window.
So I say the flat
Hey,
Earth is a
guys,
psyop,
can
and
I-
the term itself is given as a psyop. So I agree with you there. Earth is not flat, but is it not just the best way to describe it in relation to a ball Earth?
No. It's not an accurate term.
What's an accurate term then? What's a more accurate dichotomous term?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. How could I give it a term? I'm just telling
There
you,
we go,
the
man.
Earth is not flat. People get
Once we
triggered by
get
that.
This is like going back 7 years.
Hold on,
This is
Pete.
like before 7 years. You learn nothing from what you're saying, man.
Yo, SE, would you say it's more accurate to say it's planar in nature?
I would
I
go
like
with that.
that. I like
You'd,
that.
you'd
Yeah.
go with that, yeah?
Good.
So if you would go with that, then is a plane only, strictly
He's
speaking,
hot, he's
two-dimensional to you?
A plane, the explanation of a plane is 2D. So
Right, but
we're getting into semantics here, you know?
I've just explained
Nice one,
the nature of the Earth as being planar in nature, and you agreed.
I said, I'm not disagreeing with that because look, if you the only thing I can say about the Earth, okay, me myself, is that it looks level, right?
It's planar in nature.
If that wasn't
the
the case,
nature of the Earth is planar. Yes.
Listen to me. This is the statement I'm gonna make. To me, the only thing that I can say about the stuff that I'm stepping on right now is it appears to be level. That's it. That's
How
the
did you
only
determine
Yeah,
that?
statement I'm
appears to be level. If
prepared
you're
to
walking
make.
up a hill, it appears to be level. If you're walking up a hill.
What kind of a stupid question is that?
Well, you said the stuff you're stepping on appears to be level. Not me. I didn't say that. That was your statement, SE.
That's in general, in a general statement. As to the shape of the earth, you're never going to hear me make a claim about the shape
Nobody's
of the
asked
earth.
you what the shape of the earth is, SE. Nobody's asked you.
What's your point,
I've said.
DP? What's your
All
point?
I've said that the nature of Earth is planar. The Earth is planar in nature. You agreed.
Yeah, and then I clarified myself because you seem to be wanting to go somewhere with that. So
No,
I'm not prepared to go anywhere except to say to me, the Earth appears to be level.
The point I was making, SE, is that a plane, definitionally, is two-dimensional. And yet you've agreed with me that the surface of Earth is planar in nature. And indeed, most of the surface, or the surface of the Earth underwater, is described as abyssal plains. Now, you take the definition of a plane to be two-dimensional, and yet you've agreed with me that the nature of the Earth is planar, and as I've just said, there's the expanses of the Earth underneath the sea that are described as abyssal plains. These aren't
So are you
two-dimensional.
saying the Earth is 2D? DP, is that what you're saying?
That's a bit of a stupid question, SE.
Exactly. So where are you going with this?
Where did I ever say that the Earth is 2D?
So
Where did I
what's your
say
point?
that?
What is your point?
All I'm saying is that you have one strict definition of plane, that it's two-dimensional, and yet you've agreed. Yeah, is a plane not two-dimensional? Is a plane not two-dimensional?
Blah blah
Is
blah blah.
a
Listen
plane
up.
not
Listen up.
two-dimensional?
You
Then
asked me
SE.
if it was planar. I said yes. Then I went on to clarify because I knew you
planar
were going to
in
pull some
nature.
stupid shit.
Right.
Right.
So
now,
a plane is definitionally 2D, and yet you've agreed with me that it's planar in nature.
Are you done?
I see. I'm just pointing out your contradiction and your, what is it you call it? Dialetheism. You are a plain candidate and a victim of your own dialetheism.
Let it out, lover boy. Let it out. Tell it. You
grow the fuck up.
You fucking little bitch.
Grow the fuck up, SE.
Your hatred of me.
Come on, guys.
I don't hate you, SE. Why would I hate you?
So
I
now
don't hate
listen
you.
up.
I don't hate you, SE. You've made a statement. You've made a pathetic statement that I hate you. Why would I hate you, SE?
I'll tell you why. Because you're a little bitch. You were a next level.
Come on, dude.
Jeremy, why
3 years arguing
why isn't he getting muted for this? There's no point. There's no point in listening to him going through his little tirade and stamping his little pathetic foot.
Let me know when you're done. Let me explain to everybody what's going on here. DP was in next level for 3 years.
You don't need to go through this. Jeremy, he doesn't need to go through this. Nobody needs to hear this. This is his sob story, not mine. So please mute him because nobody here wants to hear this. Nobody here wants to hear SE's sob story.
I think these two are having trouble talking over each other, and it's not good for
No,
the
I want to
channel.
explain to everybody what's going on here. This man that just came to accuse
Jeremy,
me of planar.
There's no need for this. Nobody needs to hear this.
Because he's afraid of what I'm gonna say.
I'm not afraid of anything you could ever do, SE.
I could hear you trembling, dude.
Guys,
of course you can. Of course you can, SE. You're a pathetic little girl that's got to take it to a personal level.
All you guys are doing is talking crap about
focus all this energy on something better.
So this is what he's been preaching for 3 years now.
That doesn't mean to continue to
3 years. So he had a fight with a girl, and now he's doing this.
Fight
He's
with a
been
girl.
preaching this for 3 years on Next Level. I want everybody to know this. Level
Can
versus
I-
horizontal was
Nah,
being preached by
SC.
DP for 3 years now. He had a fight with a girl, and this is what's happening.
That is
Pathetic.
the narrative. All right, now can I have a response to that, please? This is the narrative that SE has been fed for the last 6 months, and he's sucking it up. He loves it because it's a bit of drama that he can take back to the Drama Llama and the Drama Llama Farmer over on that sad little server. Now, SE, my problem wasn't with Emma. I stood up to Bev, and Bev didn't fucking like it. All right, and it wasn't only me that stood up to Bev. It was you, it was Rakia, and it was Cleary as well. Okay, but Bev had a problem with me and Cleary. He didn't have a problem with Rakia because Rakia had just sponsored him for a fucking computer that he went on gaming. How fucking sad that server just became focused on the gaming. How fucking sad. Everybody hated it, and I stood up to Bev. That's why I'm no longer in that server, SE. Now, if you want to, yeah, all right, SE, all right, SE, I'm lying. Now, if you want to go with the narrative that you've been fed, you fill your boots, because I don't fucking care. All right? Now, SE, go back to your little playmates.
Hey, my
Because you
playmates
don't
are
make any
all over.
fucking
My playmates are
sense.
here, there. I go everywhere, DP.
Yeah,
Suck
yeah,
it up,
yeah.
Buttercup. Suck
Yeah,
it up.
yeah, SE.
Okay, come on, guys. Let's just all relax.
But he had to get it out. This was built in him for a while, so let him get it out.
Fuck off, SE.
Come on, DP. Let it all out, buddy. Come on.
Can I ask a question? A quick question.
Go on,
Does
Hey,
anybody
Gods, is
know?
that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Oh,
not much. I just come to ask one question. I just want to ask one question
Go for
about
it.
how all this started. Does anybody in this server know one person in the entire world where they hear someone say flat Earth that they assume that person that said flat Earth, their claim is that there is no elevation?
No,
you guys right.
No
Do you guys
one-
understand
no one
my question? So there's nobody in the entire world that if they hear the term flat Earth, they think in their mind someone's claiming that there's no elevation on the Earth.
2D paper flat. Yeah, no one fucking thinks that.
There's not one person in the world that thinks that. So why would anybody go around making this issue that there's no such thing, the Earth isn't flat? Because that's
I'll tell you.
It's
I'll
a
tell you why.
proverbial. It's a proverbial saying, and there's
I'll
lots
tell you
of them
why.
in the world.
I'll tell you why, bro. Very good question. 2 things. Number 1, it's not flat. The most important question.
Well, no fucking shit.
Oh,
I just
wait, let
made
me
that
finish.
fucking point very clear.
Let me finish, dude. Words
Let
have
me finish.
meaning. That's number 1. Number 2, flat Earth is a psyop. Flat Earth was made for people to take that label, and so people could think you're stupid.
Oh,
That's
so
like-
you think because if you
Hold on, I'm not finished,
relabel
bro.
it, it's somehow not a psyop all of a sudden because you decided to call it fucking horizontal Earth instead of flat, which means basically the same fucking thing anyhow. All of a sudden
No,
the
dude, you're
psyop's
not
over.
listening.
Oh, I'm
You're not-
listening. I've been listening long enough, dude.
Okay,
It's-
let me
I'm-
finish
I'm
what I
taking
know
over
you're triggered. Let me
No,
finish
I'm
what
not
I'm
triggered
saying.
at all. What I'm thinking is funny as fuck because I've taken over 6 months, literally 6 months, where I've basically not come on to Discord at all. And
We
I come
missed ya.
back, and it's
We
the
missed ya.
same fucking conversation as it was when I left, the exact same fucking shit. And you're going on
Where you
about a
been?
psyop. That's the funniest fucking shit I've heard in my life. You think
Well,
somehow or another that the name is the psyop.
You know where he's picked that up from? He's
Are you
picked that
done?
up
Are you done?
from
Let me
Emma, isn't he?
respond.
Emma's the one that thinks that everybody's involved in a psyop. Her and Bev are so paranoid about this what is it they call it? Flat Earth Society psyop that's going on. They're both fucking paranoid. Neither one of them have got any proof of anything they say about it, but they're both fucking paranoid about it.
Yeah,
It's
I'm not
pathetic.
saying
See
anything
where his
either
mind's
way
at?
about that shit. Listen, I'm not saying anything either way about that shit. I just find it funny that anybody thinks if they change the name of the topic they're talking about, all of us, but they think one name is a psyop, but under a different name it's not. Somehow or another, they think it's not a psyop anymore. Is the fucking funniest thing I've heard. Like, I should come on here more often because I missed the comedy.
Yeah, hell
You
yeah,
should,
man. Where
because
you
you don't
been?
know
We
what the
missed you.
fuck's going on. Let me finish what
Oh,
I was
really?
saying.
I don't know
Yeah,
what's
really.
going on now.
Yeah,
That's what you do, SE. You just every time I hear you talk, when you get triggered, you start attacking people. That you don't know.
dude, you didn't let me
I don't
finish
know if
my
you're
sentence,
I
bro.
know.
well. Then
Let
You
stop
SC
fucking
didn't
attacking me, dude.
let me
fine.
finish my fucking sentence. That's
He's
how
triggered
triggered
every
you
time
are.
he talks to me. Then Gods. All he
Yeah, I'm
does is
triggered.
attack
I'm
me.
triggered, and
let
I
him
don't know what
respond.
I'm talking about. But I'm supposed to shut up and let SE fucking
No,
say shit about.
SE's triggered every time he talks to me because he's always fucking attacking me.
First
No,
of all,
you're a
guys,
lover boy, bro. Me
welcome
and
back.
you used to
Yeah,
be friends, but then you turned lover boy. That's what happened with
Jeremy.
you.
whatever, SE.
He's fighting
Thanks,
to get
Jeremy.
in to respond though. He's
You're
fighting
just
to
a
respond.
lover
Yeah,
boy.
Go ahead,
okay.
Ed.
I'll let him.
You got
attack.
done in
I'll
by
let
a
him say his
broad,
point,
bro. I
Jeremy.
feel sorry
Yeah,
for you.
yeah.
I'll go on mute. I think I made my
You
point
just
there
suck
now.
up the narrative you've been fed, SE.
If I may finish with
You
God's, please,
good little
because he
drone.
accused me.
Yeah.
Now, the reason you got triggered with the psyop, I don't know why, but that's not it. I said, number one, the earth is not flat. Like it or not, I don't care. Number two, it's a psyop. Number three, why I know it's a psyop, it was written in presidential speeches, gods. I don't know how you cannot see that. It's a derogatory term. I don't know how you cannot see that, bro. Now, you got something personal against me? Let's do it, bro. I'm here. But
Hey,
don't
dude,
misconstrue my words, man. Okay?
let
After
me
6
know when
months.
you're done. No, I got a couple of things
I'm
to
done.
say for sure. Okay, good. For starters, just because you say I'm triggered does not fucking mean I'm triggered, because I don't fucking get triggered with this shit like zero. I think it's fucking hilarious, some of the shit that's said. I'm fucking passionate when I get excited, but I'm far from fucking triggered. Secondly, you're going around saying to me, if I got a problem with you, let's get it on. Meanwhile, I haven't said anything about your character, but you've been accusing me of, what was it, being triggered, and what was the
You
second
did
thing?
say about
Not
my character.
understanding.
All I've been saying, you just said it, you fucking liar. You
What
just
did I
said it
say?
a few
All right,
minutes
guys.
Oh,
ago.
now I'm a liar.
Yes, you are. Put the
Okay,
Let's
tape
have
so
some
go
on.
on.
You
moderation,
accused my
Jeremy.
character.
Yeah,
This
Jeremy.
is what you do, SC.
So why don't
I
you
got it.
why
I got
don't
it.
you get off
guys,
your
guys,
chest,
here we go.
SC?
Guys, come on. Let's move on. I mean, if you guys want to do this in live stream too or something, we could go down there, but
No,
let's
I got
close
no
that.
problems. I just think it's funny when someone basically starts calling you an asshole and then says, if you got a problem with me, let's talk about it. I never said anything of the such.
You accused me, gods. You accused
Of
me.
what?
You
What
said,
did I
SC, I've
accuse
been
you of?
listening. I'll tell you. You said, SC, I've been listening to you for the past 6 months, and all you do when somebody goes against you is you start attacking them and screaming at them. That's
You do.
exactly
That's
what
what
you
you were
said.
doing to me.
Which is
That's
is
exactly what you were
you did
doing.
to me.
Yeah,
That's
You
exactly
see?
what you did to
that's
me.
exactly what
see?
you were doing to me.
Yeah.
So
You
you
were
accused me of
SC.
something, right?
No, I didn't
Yeah,
accuse you. I was
accused you of something
pointing
that
it
you
out.
actually fucking do.
I was
All right,
pointing.
boys. Let's hate
Twat.
on SC. Go on. Let
Oh
him.
my god!
Now
Oh,
it
here,
now the victim cards. Now
let
SC
me.
plays the
Oh
victim
my
cards. He
god!
fucking
SC.
learned that one from Emma, didn't he?
You
Play the
see,
victim
Emma's
cards.
on his mind. You lover boy. She
Yeah,
fucked your brain,
Guys,
man.
please,
now
let's
she's
get back
fucked
on
your
It's
topic.
brain,
so
SC.
beautiful
She
to watch
has
you
fucked your
squirm
brain.
like a little bitch.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I think
Guys,
I
let's
made
get
my
this back
point
on
about the
topic,
I'm the
whole.
please.
victim
Yeah.
here, having to
Okay.
listen to this.
SE, please.
Yeah. The whole flat Earth thing. I think I made my point. That's all I wanted to make. Nobody thinks that the Earth, when they hear the term flat Earth, that the Earth is like not fucking has zero fucking elevation, and
But
that's
you
the
got
argument that SE is making. That it's got elevation. It's clearly not flat. Look out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
No.
pick.
No.
but you
Let me
got
pick
to
up on that.
you got to
fucking shit.
agree though. You got to agree though that the term flat Earth has been, you know, as soon as you hear those words, it's been embedded in your brain to just make fun of it and laugh.
Okay,
at it.
okay. Let me talk to Jeremy for a second. Me and Jeremy one on one. I want to say, Jeremy, yeah, I can fucking agree with you, like what you're saying.
I agree
but
with your point.
but hold on, Jeremy. Just because you could say that the term has been like hijacked or propagandized or whatever, that's totally fine by me if you want to say that. But here's two things I would say. If that's the case, it's not just the term, it's the complete topic. So if you want to call it true Earth or horizontal Earth or reality Earth, it doesn't matter because the topic has been tainted. It ultimately comes back to your fucking, in quotation marks, flat Earth term. Secondly, I forget my second term. I forget my second point, but whatever. But that's point enough. Like, it doesn't matter. It's the specific topic. You can call it whatever. You can call it unicorn fucking Earth if you want, and it's still got the same stigma around it the minute you start talking about the specific points. So it's a non sequitur, really. Like, that was my second point.
I have on SE's defense.
Is it me or Jeremy that's cutting out?
It's me.
Oh, but okay. Well, I'll just make my second point because I remember it quick. The second point is the main fucking point that SE was making when he says it's not flat. He's like, it's clearly provably not flat. Like he straight up said, look out the fucking window. It's not flat. Well, yeah, no fucking shit. It's not fucking flat. That's nobody's saying it's fucking, when they say flat Earth, nobody's saying there's no fucking elevation. There's no hills. There's no mountains. There's no streets, blah, blah, blah. Nobody's saying that.
In those guys' defense, I have heard. I agree. No one thinks it's actually flat, like flat. But I have heard Globers on several occasions try to use that argument that it's not flat. There's elevation changes. You can go look outside right now and see. Like, I know that's fucking stupid, and I laugh.
Yeah, but they
at
didn't
guys that do
start
that.
making those. Jeremy, would you agree they never started making those arguments until the argument came along on its own that the Earth has elevation, it's not flat? They're just doing it to troll. They're just doing it to continue the fucking people saying it's not flat. Well, yeah, you sound like a fucking idiot when you say, yeah, there's elevation. No shit. There's not a person alive that doesn't know there's elevation.
Yeah, as soon as they
one.
start, as soon as Globers start even making that argument, it's kind of silly. It's very silly.
Mm-hmm. Anyhow, that's my only point. Like, this shit, I've been listening to this shit 6 months ago. I take probably even more than 6 months. It was the middle of last year when I stopped coming on Discord. The exact same fucking conversations. It's like I never left. I came on just to see what's going on. Do you not understand? SE, do you not understand? SE, do you not understand if it's a fucking psyop? You've been talking about the same fucking shit with your thumb up your ass for the last 6 months. What have you been doing with your life?
Oh, that's not an insult, right? So what did you exactly come in here to do, Gods? Tell me, what exactly, what did you add to the conversation,
Honestly, I came in here to see what the fuck was being talked about these days. I come to find out it's the exact same conversation as 6 months ago.
All right, so what did you accomplish? What did you accomplish?
Bunch of new shit. Speaking of new shit, let's move on. So, Matthew, I have a question for you regarding geometry.
Okay.
Does a sphere need to have a radius value?
Yeah, that's how you define a sphere.
Okay.
Dude, why do we keep doing this, dude?
Yeah, that's the same question he asked 10 minutes ago.
To a different person.
Just
okay,
a
then,
different person.
Let's all talk shit about each other
take the
and how it's a
bait,
psyop and you're a bitch and blah blah blah. Let's continue doing that for the next 30 minutes.
That's not.
Well, the funny thing about this whole thing is like, oh, I was here 6 months ago and you guys are still talking about the same thing. It's like, go to any server and that's the same. So go to a football server. They're going to be talking about the same shit they were 6 months. Go to a fucking space server. They're going to be talking about the same shit they were 6 months. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's
the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
It's not the fucking point.
God brought us his wisdom.
It literally is the same fucking
You're still talking about religion
So
on a
stay away
religion
then.
server?
Why'd you
That's
come here
ridiculous.
then? Go away.
No, it's not the topic. I'm not saying, you guys are still talking about the topic.
And what are you saying?
I'm saying it's stuck in fucking, like, I don't know how many people are old enough to know it. I'm fucking getting it out. Don't fucking interrupt me. Old enough to know what a record player is and how it can fucking keep jumping on the same track and repeating the same thing over and over. That's what I'm saying. It's not about the topic. It's about the specific conversation. It's the same fucking conversation.
Well, that's the first time I heard that it's going over and over. Thank you for your brilliant thoughts there, God. Thank you.
You're welcome, Messi. Anytime.
I think what God's Scalpel is trying to say is every time he comes in here, he always has flat earthers questioning the globers on their model. Like,
no,
That's
it's
not
not
what he's
actually.
saying. That's not what he's saying. And I
well,
would agree with you. We are
instead
It's
of
the
instead
stupid.
of
in a
It's the
rut.
napalm
stupid
trying to
argument.
quiz.
You can't
Wait, hold
say
on.
flat Earth
Hold
because
on,
the
let me
Earth isn't
finish.
flat. It's that. It's that.
Instead of napalm trying to
There you go.
quiz Matthew on sphere and a geometry question, why don't we get napalm's like view on the Earth and his scientific findings of what the dimensions of the Earth are?
That's where
happy to
all
answer
this
those
started.
questions,
When
but
I
he didn't.
said, I'll give you one,
I can't
the
give.
Only
earth
asked
is
one
not
question.
flat. That's
Yeah,
where
see,
all
there's
this
SE's
started.
brilliant fucking comment again. It's not
Well,
flat. Is it? Nobody
I
knew
can't give
that.
scientific. I can't give scientific findings about measurements because measurements aren't scientific. You can use measurements within science, but if you're asking me solely based like for a measurement, that's not science. So I can't give you scientific findings about specific measurements.
So you can't give me anything about your flat Earth.
If that's what you take from what I just stated,
Okay, so
I
give us
don't
some
even know
flat
if we
Earth
need to have a
facts.
conversation, buddy. I don't know if you
Let's
have
have
the
a combo,
ability to
dude.
have an intellectual
It
conversation.
doesn't need to
If
end
from what
there.
I just stated, you said I can't give you any information.
Okay, what information do you have for the flat Earth? I'll take anything you got, scientific or not.
What do you mean information?
Oh, whatever you know. Tell me what you know about the flat Earth, dude.
Here's what we know.
I'm tired
Slow.
of talking
What
about
I
the
know
globe,
about
dude.
reality? I don't know.
Let's
I mean,
talk
I
about
look
flat Earth.
outside, my grass is green, the sun's in the sky.
Well, be careful.
It's
God's
bright.
gonna go on you on that. Don't say you looked outside. That's a no-no.
No, I looked outside. Grass is green.
Are you
That's
just
what I
trying to
know
get me
about
to
Earth.
come off mute, SE? You just want to keep the argument going, huh? And I'm the fucking psyop. After I go on mute, you keep calling my name out.
Dude, why
But
do
I'm the
you...
psyop.
Nobody said your name, buddy. And you don't need to keep coming in.
Actually, SE just did, dude. My God, do you not fucking listen?
Can I say something, please? I'm listening the whole time. Just one sentence, please. So, please, guys, be careful with this disruptors. They're only stealing your energy and time. Don't bother with it, okay? Just relax. Let's try to have like human conversation, okay? Let's not
Good point.
Yeah. So please stop this fucking disruption, man. It's just stress, okay?
That's right. Don't be stressed.
Can I just say something? I think the comment about it being the same shit all the time, that's actually wrong.
Well, I don't know.
I've been in and out these servers for years, and the conversations change constantly all the time. And on both sides of the fence, we all learn new things.
Well, maybe it's just certain people are pushing the same shit still. I don't know. All I know is I come in here and I'm hearing the same shit I did 6 months ago. The same particular fucking, oh, the earth isn't flat. Look outside. Well, yeah, no shit, it's not flat. Like, everybody knows that. It's not a fucking epiphany here. Let's move on.
Dude, I literally asked a flat earther to tell me about his flat earth, and he said, yeah, he goes outside and sees his grass green.
Yep.
Then he's talking about
You
a
didn't ask
color.
for specifics. You asked me about the Earth. I asked you what you want to know, and you said, "Tell me about the flat Earth." I said, "The grass is green, homie." What about the globe Earth? What color is the grass?
You know what I
My
mean,
grass
dude.
is brown sometimes. Sometimes it's
I didn't
brown.
ask you about the grass, dude. You're trying to be
Maybe
smart.
I'm fortunate enough
No,
to live
not
in a state
smart.
where it's
You're just
green all year round.
Definitely
always
deep
greener on the other side.
conversation. Definitely deep conversations I've been missing. Definitely. It's
well,
No,
that's
you
all
have.
definitely
he
We've had
wants
some
to
good
talk
ones,
about
guys.
is flat
You
Earth
missed. You
grass.
missed some good
We can't talk
conversations.
about anything else.
I'm sure I
Yeah,
did,
you have
Maybe
no
not
Jeremy.
right
clue,
this.
bro.
I'm
You have
sure
no
I did,
clue.
Jeremy. I'm sure
Maybe
I
not
did
right
miss
this
some good
minute,
ones.
but
Yeah,
Gods,
no,
you
I
have
know.
no clue. Have you heard about ether flow energy? Gods?
Yeah.
Tell me
See,
about it.
that new shit.
he's trying to do it again.
Do
That's all
Tell
what?
you
me
guys
about, no,
do is
I'm trying to
poke
prove
holes at the
gods. It
globe.
just comes in out of nowhere, says we always talk about the comes in, shits on the chessboard. I want to ask him, has he heard about ether flow energy?
Wow, dude. Don't take the
They've
bait,
been
dude. Don't take the bait.
It's
Don't
not
take the
bait.
bait.
It's
Travis
not
has
bait.
been
We have.
talking.
It's
Travis has been
bait. You guys
talking
are
about
baiting
that
these
shit
Globers
for a long time.
Yeah, but there's been a few insights.
Travis, he said Travis. Listen to that.
Yeah, Travis hasn't been talking about the ether forever.
Not this thing. This is some new shit. Nobody even wits it. Die slow. None of these guys ever heard this new ether flow shit.
Oh, really? Who's talking about it?
Well, I mean, SE brought up this thing that Tesla did with a magnet and some electricity, and got this white and blue lights. Tell him about it. Actually, pretty
Hey,
neat. I'm not
just
much of an ether guy myself. So.
Yeah, you can.
I
It sounds like
just want to just point it out though that Napalm had every opportunity to convince us all of his flat Earth, and instead he would rather tell us about his grass and not the shape or dimensions of his flat Earth. Let
So
that
are you?
be
So,
noted.
bro, when you ask this question, are you sure that you are not trying to disrupt, or is this like what are you trying to do with this question? And are you trying to trigger him, or what? Is this fruitful? You know, the way you word it, the way you say it, your intonation. You
I'm
know.
not being deceptive in any way. I just want
Tell us about
clarification
your
on his
globe Earth,
flat Earth.
Harry. Tell us about your globe Earth.
Dude, nobody's talking about that. You guys keep quizzing everybody on the globe Earth.
See,
I'm tired
exactly.
of talking about the globe. Let's talk
Dude, you
about
are
the
like,
flat Earth,
you are
dude.
one of the worst people. You just come in here, you ask some stupid shit, you make no claims, you have no evidence, and all you try to do is just be a disruptor within the conversation. You ask ridiculous open-ended questions that are super vague, and you expect detailed answers, and if you don't get them, then you try to allude to the person answering your questions is either stupid or has no evidence or has no justification for things that they believe or things that they may have seen or things that they know about, and you don't care to take in information.
So blame me, right? It's all my fault. Attack the person, not my actual question, right?
What was your
That's all you
question?
got?
What was your
Exactly. You don't
in-depth,
even know my
detailed
question, dude.
question?
You're just formulating ideas about my person and attacking it, but
Yeah, because you
never
came back and
defending
you
your
said,
model, dude.
oh, Napalm had the floor to prove. Dude, I'm not here to convince you of shit or to prove anything to you.
Then why are you here, bro? You're just a globe basher, dude. You're just a globe denier. You have no
What did
claims
I?
of your own.
What?
You have no
What
ideas,
hey, Harry,
no
what did I
fundamental
say today that
ideas
was
about the
bashing the globe?
nature of your own Earth.
What
of
did
the
I?
true
What did I
Earth you
say today
claim.
that was bashing the globe?
You were asking Matthew a spherical geometry question about his sphere. You even said about your sphere. Like,
Nope,
dude,
I didn't say
aren't
your
you
sphere.
tired
I
of this
said
A
I have a
shit?
sphere.
question
Why do you
about
keep quizzing
geometry.
these
A
globers on
Can you
this
have a
shit and they
sphere?
keep taking the bait? They keep taking the bait and it keeps kicking the can down the road. It's like you're like
So I'll ask you the question,
a
Harry. Can you have a?
QE. Do you know what quantitative easing is? When they keep printing money,
Yes, I know what
you just keep
quantitative easing
printing
is.
dollar bills and not
What are we even talking about? What is this guy
answering the
rambling
direct
about?
question, dude.
This guy's just
The
rambling.
question
So
about
I'll
your
ask you
Earth,
the
dude.
question then. So the question that I asked Matthew, I'll ask you the question. Can you have a sphere without a defined
I'm not
radius?
gonna take your bait. Don't even try, dude.
No, because
So you
all
don't have
shapes,
an answer. So you don't know
all
basic
shapes have a
geometry.
radius.
So you don't know basic geometry, Harry? You don't know what a sphere is?
Dude,
But you
I'm
think you
not
live
gonna
on
take
one?
your bait because you all you do is
Because you can't answer a
question.
simple question. So
But,
just
well,
I already
let
posed the simple
everybody in this
question to
room know
you,
that
and
Harry had the floor
you
to
answered it with
describe
a
what a
smug
sphere is, and
remark
he can't even
of your
describe a
wow, dude. So
sphere
this is your tactic, right?
based
Talk
on
over
basic
people.
geometry. So you don't even know what a
Guys,
radius
one
is,
at a
bud.
time.
So you don't even know what a radius is. You had the perfect opportunity to tell the whole entire room your basic understanding of geometry, and you can't even do that. So what are you doing here, bud?
What is the intention of your question, dude? Is it to poke more holes into the globe theory? But
Can you have a
instead,
sphere
shouldn't we be
without
finding out?
any?
Hold on, I'm not finished, dude. I let you talk.
You asked a
I didn't
question.
interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you, dude. What's your intention for your question, if you don't mind me asking? Because the question that I asked and the answer I got was your grass is green. That's the nature of your earth. I'm not going to do the same thing, dude.
Yeah. Well, in the nature of my earth, the grass is green, but I don't know what happens in your world. But
You
the
know what I
nature of my
want to know, dude.
question and the
I want to
reason I'm
know is
asking
how
the
do you know the
question
earth
is
is
because
flat?
there is a claim about a sphere within the alleged globe model. There is a claim about a sphere that has no defined radius. So how can you have a sphere with no radius?
At the same time, dude, at the same time, you thinking that there's no globe theory? There's also a no flat Earth theory, dude.
Did I
'Cause
say
you don't
that
have
there's no
any
globe
working
theory?
models, dude.
Did I say there's no globe theory? Then why are you straw manning me? I didn't say there's
Not
no globe
strawmanning
theory. I
you,
said
dude.
within the globe model and within the ideas of the globe, there is a sphere that has no radius. How can you have a sphere with no radius?
You can't all shapes have a radius. So even if the Earth is not a sphere, it would still
Dude,
have a
can I
radius
answer,
because
dude?
the
I
Earth
don't
is
think
a
he was
3D
asking you,
shape.
dude.
So then do you want to answer my question, Highlander?
Yeah, but the question is a stupid ass question because anybody that's done any kind of maths or geometry knows that
Dude,
every single
Highlander,
shape
please let
has
me
a
answer,
radius.
bro.
Okay, so what is the radius of the celestial sphere?
What do you mean by the celestial sphere? Are you talking about the celestial
be
sphere
specific. He's
we
gonna
live
make
on,
broad
or the
generalization.
moon, or the sun, or other stars, or other planets? What celestial sphere are you talking about?
The celestial sphere that's used for celestial navigation. What is the radius?
So you're talking about the Earth.
I'm talking about the radius of the celestial sphere that is used within celestial navigation.
He doesn't know what you're talking about, Napalm. This is easy. The answer is easy, Highlander. You don't know.
That's fine if you don't know. I mean, Bacon couldn't answer it. Nobody allowed me to ask Matthew. They started walking all over me as soon as I asked him the question. But it's okay.
And I asked you to determine what you meant by celestial sphere. Do
The
you mean the
celestial
Earth?
sphere that is utilized within celestial navigation. Are you familiar with celestial navigation?
No, I've never done celestial navigation.
Well, neither have I, but I've heard a lot about it. Have you heard about celestial navigation?
Yes, I've heard about celestial navigation, but it's not a subject I talk about because I don't know a lot on the subject and I've never done celestial navigation. Therefore, I keep my mouth shut.
Cool. Fair enough. Just to let you know, there is a...
Since you posed the question and you also stated a positive claim that there is no radius, what's the alternative then? Or what do you think about it? Since nobody else can answer your question.
that there is no such thing as a celestial sphere within celestial navigation unless it has a radius.
Okay, and why is this?
Because all spheres have a radius. Can you name a sphere that doesn't have a radius?
Give him a minute.
Yeah, they
He might
have
figure it out.
radiuses, right? So how did you prove that there is no radius?
What is the radius of the celestial sphere within celestial navigation?
I don't know. Why are you asking a rhetorical question? This you should know.
It's not a rhetorical question. It has a definitive
Absolutely not.
answer. It should.
Okay, so what's the answer since you know it, right?
That's my question. What is the radius of a celestial sphere? There is a claimed celestial sphere within celestial navigation. So what is the radius of that sphere?
Why are you asking a question? Is it something that you don't know?
Do you have the ability to actually answer anything? All you're coming back with is, why are you asking a question? So I ask you a question, and your answer is, why are you asking a question?
Right. You might
There's no point in
find that
having
you
a
would get an answer if you told us what you meant by celestial sphere. Do you mean the Earth? Do you mean the
He's
moon?
not.
Do you mean the
Are you
sun?
fucking
Do you mean
crazy?
one of the
Did he fucking
stars?
say the Earth?
He's not asking clarifying questions at all. He's just avoiding answering the question. He's not asking
And you're
clarifying.
avoiding answering my question. Why can't you define what you mean by celestial sphere? Because in the night sky,
No, he
in
did.
the entire
No, hold
universe,
on,
there are
Highlander. He did.
billions and
The
trillions
celestial
of
sphere they use
celestial
in
spheres.
CellNav. He did. Now, I'm going to clarify more of what I'm trying to get to, because he keeps asking questions, and he also did make a positive claim that there is no radius in the celestial sphere. So I want to know how he made a positive assertion to make that claim. How did you verify that there's no radius in the celestial sphere?
Because the claim of the celestial sphere that the stars reside on is that the stars are at infinite distance. Can you have an infinite radius?
I don't know about celestial navigation, but since you
Oh
already
my
made the
God, man.
assertion
You might
and
want to look
posing the
into it.
question, I'd like to know your findings and why you verified it and how you verified it.
The claim within celestial navigation is that these stars are at an infinite distance and they reside upon a celestial sphere. So how can you have a sphere that has an infinite distance, i.e. an infinite radius and or an infinite diameter?
Why do you keep asking questions? If you've already found them to be falsified, why do you
How's
keep
that
asking
blue dude?
questions? Why are you posing these questions?
I'm going to disengage with this individual because
No,
he
why are
has
you
the
going to
inability
disengage?
to actually have a
Yeah,
conversation.
Some
Why are
people
you
have
asking? Why are you asking
Why?
questions?
Well, the better question would be, why don't you ask someone that knows about celestial navigation? Why don't you ask them these questions?
I did. I asked Bacon. He had no answer.
Hey, why don't you go research it on your own instead of asking people that don't know about it?
Why are
But
you
since
alluding to the fact? Why are you alluding to me not researching this? You think I'm asking the question because I haven't researched this and I just need to do a little bit more research and then I can find the answer? No, that's not why I'm asking the question.
It's a different reason.
Well, you think that asking specific questions to CellNav is going to somehow debunk something, but at the same time, you can never answer any direct questions about your flat Earth. You
That's
simply
called
stated that
projection.
your grass was green, which shows
You're
the
projecting.
amount of
Sounds like a red
knowledge you
herring to
have of
me.
your flat Earth. It's great, but then
You're
what you
projecting
come
and
back
red
with
You
herring.
should conserve
is
your momentum and slow your roll.
posing negatory questions about the globe. That's all you got, man.
What's your positive for the globe? Good white.
See, there you go. Another antithetical innuendo about the globe.
So you have
Those
no
were just
positive
words.
for the globe, but then all you want to do is condemn people if they don't throw positives out towards you. So that would be what's called the pot
No,
calling
dude.
the kettle black. And it's very
No,
disingenuous.
I'm tired of you guys
Oh,
always
you're tired?
praising
Then
globers
if you're tired,
when you
maybe
don't
go to
have
sleep.
any positive proof of your flat Earth.
Cool.
That's all you do.
We have just as much as the globe. So
Okay, well, you just made a positive claim now that you have as much as the globe. So let's start stacking the evidence side to side, and let's see which has the more
You should put
evidence.
your foot up your ass.
Can I say something? He
Oh,
just
an
reversed his whole
asshole.
argument.
An
Hold on a second. I just
insult.
came in here. Hang on. I
That's
just
all he's
came in
doing.
here.
you
Oh, I
should
get
have
it.
been here
What
for all
he's
of it,
done.
Paul.
It's funny. This
It's
is what
like
good
playing
white.
Uno, and all he has is a full deck of reverse cards, and that's all he's doing is just reverse, 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 reverse.
Well, that's all you guys do is
Well, no,
this poor
That's you're doing it
Globers
now.
spend
but here, look,
so
I can
many
actually make.
hours.
I can
Dude.
actually make hold on a second, good white. I can actually, just from my own understanding, make an educated guess of what the radius potentially could be of the celestial sphere. Just from logic and reason.
Infinite.
You can't do that either.
Would that be the logic?
Well, I would say, how far are the stars in your view? And if you got one star that's the farthest, another one on the other side, and you can determine the radius of your view from just knowing the distance of those stars. But yeah, you're
Infinite
right.
at
If it's
least, a little bit.
if it's infinite, if it's an infinite,
Good
but see,
math.
you can't have it.
Science.
You can't have. Hold on a second. You can't have an infinite distance. It's finite. All distances are finite.
I didn't
Infinite
mention it, but
red
I think
herring.
Napalm mentioned something about like stars being an infinite distance. But maybe you can like walk around that one. I don't know.
Okay, how can something have an instant? Okay, if it's this is going back to my argument I've made several times on here. You cannot have an infinite. You cannot have an. Hold on a second. You cannot have an infinite in reality. If that thing is at an infinite distance, how would you ever measure it?
You know, you've got a lot to answer for.
They probably haven't. How have I got a lot to answer for?
They probably haven't thought about that question because it's not science.
Well, I mean, just logic. To have a distance means there's a measurement, and all measurements are finite. They're not infinite. From the logic, it's just logic.
They aren't measured to be.
Is that what you're capable of, logic?
Just
I am. I think I try.
All right.
Hey,
they're
before I
measured to be
leave,
infinite.
hey, real quick, Matthew, can you just give me 2 minutes and then you guys can have the floor. I'm going to pose a question to Napalm that he can provide 10 original flat Earth proofs that he
Dude,
himself.
I'm not here to do anything for you, bud.
Okay, all right. Then I know you can't because you have nothing, bro.
This is what a shitty
cut the
glober you
crap.
are. You're
Yep.
like your fucking years regressed in glober trolling. You need to just like work on it somewhere else
Who
though.
are you talking to?
Your ass.
Talking to you,
Who
douchebag.
is this?
Go away. Go somewhere else. We know the game. We know what you're doing. Just go somewhere else.
Yeah, but day in,
I
day
know.
out,
I know. I know you
guys
want to
just
talk
bash the
and
globe.
yeah. Good luck out there.
I'd like to get back to this person saying I have a lot to answer for. Was you talking to me?
Did you
Were you
guys
talking to me?
guys?
Was I
did
talking to you? You tell me. Yeah, I was talking to you.
Okay, so what do I have? Why do I have? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Why do I have a lot to answer for? Name me one thing that I have to answer for.
Infinity.
What do you mean infinity? What do you mean
You have to
infinity?
answer it. Explain it. The concept, you're throwing it out. Science is going to say that there's some infinite things going on. You know what I mean? Like an infinite regression fallacy. You know, shit like that. However, like, I agree with you that infinite cannot be proven. It can only be guessed at. So I guess
it is a mathematical
you just
concept.
have infinite
Hold on a second.
time to explain away. So go ahead and start explaining the infinity of time, the infinitude of time.
Infinitude of time. See, okay, you're going all over the place. Mathematically, infinite number set. Okay, infinite theory basically talks about infinite
Partner,
sets of
I'm
numbers.
going everywhere. This is infinite. You made it.
Do you want me to say something, or do you want to just continue talking? You tell me. I'll be quiet and just listen.
Yeah, you're not going to give me a satisfactory answer.
Well, you don't want to hear it, so you guys can have at. If you don't want to hear it, that's perfectly fine. Have at. If you don't want to listen, you really don't want to listen or try to understand my point.
Do I
so
want to listen to you
have at.
explain infinity? Maybe I could like find other things to do. Might be more educating to myself. I'm not sure.
Check the you didn't even check the big freezer.
Oh, look, and listen to you now? The fuck?
Wow,
Now, 1 3 you people have an interesting thing to say.
This place is drowning in good vibes today.
Yeah, I was actually coming in trying to have a dialogue, and these guys are just going up for real.
Yeah, Paul, I think we can have a dialogue. So my question is, for the day, has been posed to Bacon. I didn't really get a satisfactory answer. I was asking about the possibility of having a sphere with a radius that is infinite. Like, that's not possible, right? You have to have some sort of definitive radius to a sphere. So my question is regarding celestial navigation. If you have a celestial sphere that you're using for celestial navigation, that would allude to the sphere having some sort of specific radius. Is there a claimed radius for the celestial sphere? That's kind of the big question.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
honestly, from
no.
I would say that I've never heard of anyone make a claim about it. Now, like I said earlier, you can reason to a potential. You know, if you know the distance of the stars you're looking at, celestial means the stars. It doesn't mean the earth. It means the heavens. If you can reasonably measure the distance to a star, then you could potentially figure out a radius. But no one has that. And if it's an infinite distance, which honestly falls apart, but that's why I was trying to make an argument a minute ago. In reality, you can have an infinite distance. Distance implies finite, just from this very word. So you can have an infinite distance. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Napalm, just so you know, they claim the celestial sphere has an infinite radius.
I think that's a mean of explaining it, because
that's what your belief is, dude. Don't make it weird.
yeah, and I used it like so I think it's worth considering.
Hey, Bacon, you know how it looks like we're at the center of everything?
Sorry?
You know how it looks like we're at the center of the universe?
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible we are at the center of the universe?
Everything's possible.
Well, I mean, if it looks exactly like it would if we were at the center, why is it not like the most likely?
Oh, if we only knew that, then maybe that would be the most likely conclusion.
Well, if we're going to look at the universe and everything we can see puts us at the center, how is that not like the default most likely?
I wouldn't necessarily agree that everything puts us on the center. Depends on what exactly you're referring to.
Everything in the universe that we can see.
Even like the motion of planets, the moon, and all celestial bodies. I don't think those if you look at how those motions work, that appears that we are in the center. I don't think so.
All those observations would be the celestial sphere you're talking about, right? So what would be the center of that sphere?
The celestial sphere is only a mapping. So just like let me give an example. Say you take a picture of the stars. So you go outside, you point a camera in the sky, you take a picture of the skies, of the stars. And you print that picture. That picture is going to be a rectangle, and it's going to be flat. That flat picture is a mapping of a portion of the sky. So that's just what the celestial sphere is. It's a snapshot of the sky. And that picture, before you printed it, it has no radius. It has no size. I mean, it has no specific size. You can print it twice as big or half as small. It would still be that same picture. So the size doesn't really matter. Even though you can say, well, every rectangle has an area, but that picture can be printed with twice the area or half the area. It would still work the same. So the celestial sphere is more like that. Yeah, it's a snapshot of the sky, but instead of being just a portion of it, it's all of it. So you need all 360 around you. So you can't use a rectangle for that. You have to use a sphere, because you have on the surface of the sphere you have directions all around you. So it's perfect for that kind of mapping. And it doesn't matter how far they are, the mapping wouldn't change. That's why there's no set radius for the sphere. I don't know how to explain better than that.
Right. So the sphere is a product of your perspective, right?
Your celestial sphere, yes. But celestial sphere
Thank you.
has... but for example, the celestial sphere you get from the almanac isn't centered at any particular observer. It's centered at the Earth. So if you get the right ascension declination of the moon, for example,
There
the
is no
almanac,
celestial sphere in the almanac. Can you provide me the celestial sphere that is in the almanac?
yes, the coordinate of stars are right ascension and declination. Those are spherical coordinates.
Based on a sphere of what size?
Just like I said before, the size doesn't matter. There's no set size of the celestial sphere.
Okay.
You don't need a
So
size to
the
use
size
spherical
of the
coordinates.
celestial sphere does not matter. So when I go outside, I can use a celestial sphere with a radius of 1,000 miles. I can assume the stars are at 1,000-mile difference from me, and it works.
No, because
Okay.
those ones are centered the Earth.
I thought you said it didn't matter though.
Yes, there's no set size. I said it doesn't matter for like if you're taking 360 picture, it doesn't matter how big you print that picture. Size doesn't matter for that snapshot. So the snapshot that you have on the almanac is centered at the center of the Earth. So if you are in the center of the Earth, then it doesn't matter the size of the celestial sphere. But if you are at the surface, so you are 4,000 miles away from the center, and it would matter. The celestial sphere has to be big enough so parallax become negligible. Right? That's why it's said to have an infinitely big radius, not because we believe they are actually infinitely far, just because that removes the parallax. That's not assumed to be like the moon isn't assumed to be infinitely far. Definitely, we have parallax correction for it. Because if you do assume it to be infinitely far, you get off of your position. You have to take into account being closer than the other celestial bodies.
Can I ask Bacon a question? Is a star infinitely distant away from us?
No.
So why do you use the word infinite?
Because it's treated as if it's effectively infinite. It is effectively infinite
But it's not.
for the purpose of navigation.
But it's not.
Oh, there's no parallax taken into consideration for stars, so they're treated as they're infinitely far, or far enough that there's no parallax. That's why it's called infinite.
So are the stars all equidistant to each other, away from in the celestial sphere?
They're all far enough from Earth. All of them are far enough from the Earth to have parallax.
That's not
So
what I
one
asked.
can be.
Not what I
I'm
asked.
trying to clarify that. So it doesn't mean that they are all going to be the same distance. But if you get a distance that, for example, it's the minimum distance to have no parallax, that's the minimum distance. The stars can be much further than that. They can be 10 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times further than that. It won't change anything because they already.
Okay. So let me repeat back what I hear you saying then. So you're really not saying it's infinitely distant. It's just a phrase they use because it's convenient.
Do you know the
because it
distance in which
explains.
parallax? Do you know the distance in which parallax becomes a non-issue? At what distance?
Some
The
millions of
minimum.
miles. I know the sun. I know that you can ignore the parallax of the sun. Well, you can't to the moon, so it's between 400,000 kilometers and 90 million miles, somewhere between that range.
So could we put all the stars at 93 million miles away and the same thing would occur?
Yeah.
Then why do we use infinite
For
distance?
navigation, yes. Because it explains it better than saying they're treated to be 93 million miles away. It's just like a big distance. There's no parallax. So a word they use for big distance with no parallax is infinite or effectively infinite. Just a way to explain this.
Right. So if the measurement of the moon is not necessarily correct as far as distance, but we see parallax from the moon, is it possible that we could have things much closer to us that don't experience parallax? Can you derive the mathematics? I guess you would need the size of the objects as well, wouldn't you?
No.
In order to derive the distance in which parallax would no longer be a thing
you're using
for an observer.
I mean, as long as the objects are spherical, we can just work with their centers. So when you're using the elevation angle of the moon in celestial navigation, you're used to the center of the moon. So if you're measured to the bottom limb, you have to add half the angular size of the moon to your elevation. So
So
if
you
you're
do need to hold on. Let's make no assumptions about any of the distances of anything in the sky, right? So let's not make any assumptions. Can we derive mathematics for when parallax would not be something that we would experience for objects in the distance?
How? I mean, you're asking how far do you have to be not to have parallax?
Right. Like if all these objects are at the same distance, so let's say it's even 10 miles. If everything I'm viewing is 10 miles away, am I going to experience parallax?
Bob said
Are
he did
these?
parallax on Polaris. Bob said he did parallax on Polaris, but I mean,
But it's
there's a
compared to
huge
other celestial
presupposition in
beings.
that word.
No, Harvard says you
I'm
can't
not-
do that.
But that's compared to other
I'm telling you,
celestial
Bob.
bodies.
Bob said that.
Okay, Jeremy, should we take Bob or Harvard to talk about the
I know. I'm
dogma?
just telling you. I had this. I'm telling you, I literally had this conversation with Bob last night, and I was like, he said he did it, but then I was like, yeah, but mainstream doesn't do that. And he's like, and he said, no, mainstream does do
Well,
that.
no, they objectively don't. Bacon, can you go ahead and state from a global perspective that you can't use parallax on Polaris?
I actually don't know that.
That's why. That's okay. You're aware that they were like, oh, oops, we were wrong. We were off by over 30%. Turns out that Polaris is at least 100 light years closer. Right?
My bad, Napalm. I didn't want to jack your shit, but
yeah, fair enough. Well,
Those
just to
is-
jump on what Napalm's saying, Bacon, if I could give you a Nobel Prize, say you could get a Nobel Prize to put forward a theoretical alternative to parallax for a geocentric Earth, could you do it?
What exactly? What kind of thing would I have to do?
You have to be able to explain parallax from a geocentric Earth.
I don't think it matters if it's geocentric Earth or
Okay.
the Earth is always the Earth is by definition geocentric, but I mean I think you're talking about geocentric universe, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I don't
The
think it
Earth
matters.
is. How is the Earth by definition geocentric? That doesn't make sense.
The Earth
The
is
Earth
center.
is Earth centered. The
Yes.
Earth is the center of the Earth.
The center of the Earth is at the center of the Earth. Like
Geocentric means the Earth at the center.
Yes. So if we're only talking about the Earth, then well, the Earth is geocentric, right?
Okay, so you agree that you can explain parallax in the geocentric universe if I can give you a Nobel Prize?
I don't think no one would give me a Nobel Prize for that. That's just a shift in frame of reference. It wouldn't affect the
Oh, so
distances
it's
of
super
parallax.
easy to do. So it's not even okay. Thanks. Okay, so whenever I asked you if everything looks like we're at the center, is it possible? And then you said, based on observations, you don't think it is.
It said based on how the celestial bodies move, the motion of the celestial bodies, it doesn't appear that we are in the center. Based on parallax, based on how they move.
See, we just now went full circle. Did everyone hear that? Am I
That's what I
tripping?
said when
Am
you
I
asked
like
me
drunk or something? Or like, did you just come full circle to bringing up parallax as to why it couldn't be geocentric after you just said it's
No, I
super
said
easy?
it's not because of parallax.
Okay, so so the movement of the body
It's
specifically, what does
larger.
that mean?
Sorry?
Specifically, what does that mean?
Specifically what means?
The movement of the bodies.
The position in the sky over time.
Of what?
The retrograde of the planets, all that.
Okay.
Position of the
So if I
moon
could give you a Nobel
relates
Prize
to-
to explain the retrograde of the planets on a geocentric model, could you do it?
Explain what? The retrograde?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I don't think I would get a Nobel Prize for that.
Because it also isn't very
I know it
difficult.
works. Like I know, I think it's called like the Tectonic system. What's the name of that system? That
It's a neotectonic system.
Yeah, I think that's the one. That works the same. The parallax would be the same in that system.
So the retrograde, why'd you go back to parallax? We're talking about retrograde.
Okay, the retrograde would be the same. Well, that would be the
Yeah,
same.
right. So retrograde doesn't actually show us that we're not at the center. So now let's go back full circle.
I don't think
to...
that system makes sense. Even
Okay,
though it would
look,
explain it, I don't feel the
What?
appeal of that system.
Why? Why does it not make sense?
Well, given the laws of physics that we know, you wouldn't work there, right?
What?
Yeah, if you wouldn't be able to apply Newtonian mechanics to that system, would you?
Yeah, you actually can apply Newtonian and Einstein. That's literally what the neo-Tychonic system does. It
Okay,
applies
so I'm not aware of
Einsteinian
that.
physics. Oh, okay.
I guess you're
Well,
the
anyway,
one that should get the Nobel Prize then.
no, actually, astronomers already did this, like in the 70s.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, whatever. So you agree that your model says everything looks as if we're at the center, but we're not.
No, I don't think so. I don't think it makes
That is
it
what.
look like we're in the center. I mean, I just
Have you
said
read
that.
Stephen Hawking talk about it?
I just said that given the motions, they make more sense under heliocentrism, and I'm saying it's possible
No.
for other systems to account for it.
Wait, why do they make more sense?
Because you can apply Newtonian physics to them.
You can do that with the neo-Tychonic system, though.
Oh, that's your claim. I haven't seen it met.
Okay. So anyway, you agree that your model claims that it looks like we're at the center, but the reason it looks like we're at the center is because no matter where you are in the universe, it's going to look like you're at the center.
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Your model claims that, yeah, it looks like we're at the center, but that's because no matter where you were in the universe, from your perspective, it would look like you're in the center of the universe.
Oh, I think you're now talking about the expansion of the universe, right? The redshift of galaxies. Is that what you're referring to?
It's all the observations in general.
Oh, I think that's different. Like, for example, if we're talking about the celestial sphere being centered at us, that's one thing. But if you're talking about expansion of the universe, and that would look the same whatever you are in the universe, because the explanation is that everything is expanding from each other, like everything is getting further from each other. So it doesn't matter where you are, it would appear that you're in the center. That's something
You went back to a
different than-
hyper-specific example. So,
Yes,
like,
because
just for the edification of the
because I
room,
think
right?
that's the
Like, this is
claim that you're referring to.
no. This is the truth, Bacon. Okay, I talked to an astrophysicist a couple months ago. Okay, about this very thing. You want to know what he said? Do you want to know what he said? Since you guys always say like all these astrophysicists, you think they're all wrong and blah blah blah, right? I'm not appealing to his authority, but I'm saying you would agree he probably understands your model pretty well, right? As it pertains to space. Okay, so when I asked him about this, you want to know what he said? I said, so do you agree that all the observations could be explained with the Earth at the center of the universe? He said, yes. I said, then how do we know it's not at the center? And what he said was, well, we don't know that. He said, it just seems more logical that out of the vastness of the universe, the Earth would not be at the center of everything.
Mm-hmm.
It would be improbable that the Earth would be at the center due to how big the universe is. That was his answer.
Right.
So why don't you say that answer? Why don't the anti-flat earthers say that then? Why do you guys make up all this stuff about retrograde wouldn't work and parallax wouldn't work when it all would? Every time I talk to any astronomer or astrophysicist, they say the same thing. They all say that, well, it just seems unlikely or improbable that out of the vastness of the universe, the Earth would be at the center. So wonder why you guys don't say that.
It would seem unlikely to me too. And
that is the argument.
Well, one sec. Yeah, that given what we know about the rest of the universe, that would seem unlikely too to me.
No, that he said that's the reason. It's just like it's a philosophical thing. It's like what?
That's the reason he gave you.
The reason he gave me was he's not the only one. Is that philosophically speaking, right? That like it every time I talk to people that actually do it for a living, they say the same thing. They say it just seems unlikely.
How many times was that?
Dude, how many times have I talked to people?
Ask that specific question.
4 or 5 times.
4 or 5 different people that work in the field?
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So you see why it's kind of frustrating for me if I'm in this room and people that don't do it for a living. Now, I'm not appealing to authority again, but there's a mainstream model that you guys are defending. And then there are the supposed experts of that model, and you guys are defending the same model that they're defending or that they believe in, right? And they know all about it. And that's what they say. And then I come in this room and I ask, and people usually actually shrouded in arrogance, they say, dude, retrograde. They act like I'm stupid for even uttering the idea, because retrograde and parallax wouldn't work and prove that the Earth's not in a geocentric universe.
Are you sure when you asked that astrophysicist, he wasn't answering about the expansion of the universe, but specifically about the universe being geocentric?
I asked my
those are
questions
different
very
things, right?
specifically. I asked my questions very specifically. I said all observations, all celestial observations. Okay, so
bring
do
these
you
guys
see
here.
why
Let's
there's
have a
this
talk
huge
with them.
disconnect in this room? Do you see why there's a huge disconnect for me? You see why maybe I get frustrated sometimes? Because you guys defend this model in this like fantasy way, because there's no accountability in this room. So it's just to argue. You guys can say whatever. And when I talk to the actual experts of your model, they don't say that. So that's why it's weird. Did they all end up admitting it is very possible that it is? That I asked them all specifically. So
I
in
said
your
it was
opinion,
possible too, didn't I?
yeah, I'm saying I asked them specifically, like, in your opinion, is it possible that in the future we will actually come to the discovery that the Earth is in fact the center of the universe? And they all say yes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. I said it's possible.
Okay, so then I asked them, because then I end up telling them, well, I disagree with you fundamentally, right? Because if our base observation is that it looks like we're at the center, then, why would we just have some type of philosophical bias against it? And he's like, well, it's just the accepted philosophical stance of our field. So they know it's a philosophy, and you can tell that actually a couple of them, it's like they had never thought about it. I mean, these are
I think it's the
these are
simplest.
very
good. It's the simplest way to model it. I mean, I haven't seen what's the mechanics of the new taconic system. Is that the name of it?
Neo-taconic, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know the mechanics of that. So if it's something like much more complicated, and yeah, I mean, we usually use Occam's razor in this kind of situation. So yeah, it is a philosophical, but the way we distinguish between good arguments and bad arguments is all philosophy. Like all of that is philosophy.
Does nature have some type of obligation to fit within your most simple confinement of math?
No, of course not. But if you have more assumptions, more likely that you're wrong. Like if
no, it's nothing to do with assumptions.
If a lot of things have if you have, I don't know the mechanics of. Again, I would have to look into that. I haven't seen.
All right, here's let me tell you, this is the truth. Okay, I'm sure that you'll say I've never seen it, so I don't know, and then you'll never look into it. But this is the truth. This is just objectively what the situation is. So well, it's easier to math out the heliocentric position from the outset. So when you begin to do your math of the sky, it's easier. It's simpler math. When I say easier, I don't mean it works better. I mean it's just simpler math. Okay, it's simpler math to treat the Earth as if it's in.
Depends on what you're doing. Is he cutting out? Is me cutting out?
I'll take this phone call. I gotta take this phone call.
Okay. Oh, in this case, you want to keep asking questions, Napalm? I think before he joined you, I was trying to answer your question.
Yeah, no, I was satisfied with your original answer to the question, where you gave me the example of a 360 camera taking a picture, and that 360 camera taking a picture that would be represented as a sphere, because that sphere and everything that's being represented within it changes due to the perspective of the observer, meaning that the perspective of the camera is the only thing that generates that image within a spherical shape. So I was satisfied with that.
All right.
Bacon, when you were bringing up Occam's razor, were you saying that your explanation of the whole situation, like redshifts and everything, are you saying that you guys used Occam's razor?
I was more specifically talking about like heliocentrism versus geocentrism. So if you put the
So you're
sun in the
saying.
center, if
So
you put the sun,
go ahead, my bad.
oh, that's fine. The sun in the center, then everything follows from that. Like how fast the orbits of the other planets are follow from that. So it's just like one assumption of the sun being at the center gives you the period of the other orbits, for example.
But that's a mathematical assumption. I think that's what Witsit was saying. It's not simpler, just the math is simpler. So
Yeah,
that,
this just to finish.
I think he was saying
So
the
like,
other thing was simpler.
no, just so you know, like so they, so at the outset, the math for the heliocentric model is simpler. Like the first step of math is simpler. Okay. But once you get beyond that, the geocentric model is actually more elegant, meaning it's more ordered, right? And it's more adaptable, significantly more adaptable,
It
right?
depends on
Meaning
what
that
you're doing.
all celestial observations, dude, it's more adaptable of a model, meaning it has a range of possibilities that would work, where the heliocentric model is much more confined. It has very specific confinement. And that's why we have all these crazy situations where we have standstills, right? We have like dark matter, we have dark energy and expansion rate, not enough mass in the galaxies, blah, 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 because the heliocentric model is much more confined. So
Give an
that's
example.
the actual truth.
So help me understand. Well, can you give me an example of that?
Of which part? The elegant part or the adaptable part?
Whichever.
Okay, the elegant part would be in the geocentric position, then the galaxies would complete a circuit every year, right? So that's significantly more elegant. We're just sitting here, everything is in this crazy cycle around us, and it's very cyclical and ordered. Even the galaxies complete a circuit annually. The heliocentric model claims a whole bunch of chaotic disorder that's moving randomly, and then we have to factor in that our perception drastically alters it to give the illusion of order, but it's actually disorder.
Take the solar system. Can we is that any way to predict same motions that we observe in the celestial bodies in a geocentric Earth with as simple or simpler math?
Simpler math, no. I just explained that, no. Because you have to account for eccentricities.
On geocentric.
Yeah, geocentrism is a little bit more complicated at the beginning. Mathematically, not that it's less viable or something. It's like, it's funny though, because that definitely can't be your standard of determination, because relativity is the most complex mathematical theory ever put forward, probably.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. I mean, he was saying that math's more simple, but when I looked at the equation, I'm like, holy crap. I don't know how that's simple. It doesn't seem simple to me.
Well, they can be boiled down to Newtonian equations, which are very simple. So, like,
if you're saying looking at the formulas, it looks complicated. That's not what I'm talking about. Like if you want to model a flat Earth model of the sky, what do you think the math of that is gonna look like? I think that's gonna look like one.
I'll send you a paper where he did it if you want to. So the reason that's quote unquote more complicated is it requires more variables. It requires more variables, right? So that's the difference. You have to actually account for each phenomena as if doing something individual, as opposed to you just apply one equation to everything in the sky. That's why it's simpler.
I don't think so.
Oh my God.
Can you? I mean, that's at least talking about the solar system. As I said before, if you put the sun in the center, a period of all the other orbits follow from that. You can't have like a Venus orbiting the sun slower than the Earth. There's a rate in which each planet will have to orbit the sun just based on how far it is from the sun.
So yeah, see, it's much more adaptable, dude. Did you miss that part? It's more adaptable. So you're
I
trying to
think
say the
if
opposite.
that's what you mean by adaptable, then I think it makes it weaker. Because if it's more adaptable, because it can fit more different observations that you could potentially have, and it's also less falsifiable. If the globe Earth can only have certain arrangement of pairs of orbits, and it happens to fit observation, I think that's strong evidence for it because it's less it's more falsifiable.
But it's already
If
been
there were no
falsified, though.
problems,
It's
Bacon.
exactly. It's
no
already
problem.
been falsified. Like yours is more falsifiable, and it's
What's
already been falsified.
What has been falsified?
Yeah, so that's why we currently have the placeholders of dark energy and dark matter, which we don't know actually exist.
System.
Dude, the solar system has dark matter as well.
Does that play a role in the solar system?
Yes.
What role does it play in the solar system?
How would dark matter not play a role if it's there?
It's distributed everywhere in the galaxy.
Do you understand that dark matter has a gravitational effect?
Yeah, just like all the other stars in the galaxy that we can pretty much ignore for the solar system, right?
Oh, but the solar system has dark matter, though, which means that the movements of the bodies in the solar system, if there's dark matter there, they have to be directly relative to the dark matter as well.
Well, if they're like evenly distributed in the solar system, would that make a difference?
If there was no dark matter?
If they were evenly, if the distribution of the mass of dark matter was even in the solar system, would that make any difference to the motions? I think they would just cancel out, right?
Bacon. What? The reason is because it worked. The math worked. And then when you went on a larger scale, it didn't work. So you literally made up dark matter. That's why, pal.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't see how you're kind of like contradicting yourself. You're like, oh, well, that makes our model better because ours was more falsifiable.
I never claimed that. Like, I know, I never claimed about dark matter. Yeah, I claimed that about the motion on the planets. Now we're talking about dark matter.
Well, one thing you guys don't seem to understand, but all the people I talk to do understand, is when you claim a heliocentric model, you don't just get to stop at the solar system, dude. Either the Earth is at the center of the whole universe, or the Earth is in a heliocentric model. So now you've chosen different celestial objects from our vantage point, which are planets. You put them in a model. Therefore, you're automatically making claims about the rest of the celestial objects. You're making a distribution claim of the solar system, which automatically has a cascading effect to the rest of the observations, including the stars. You guys want to pick and choose and say, oh, well, we'll just talk about the solar system. You can't do that. If you claim a solar system, you're making other claims as well. Automatically, it changes what the rest of the universe is. Automatically.
Yeah, but like the things related to the solar system are much more falsifiable and less specific. So when you said that we don't have a model because there are things we disagree with, things like that, this is going to the edges of these understandings of the universe, like dark matter, dark energy.
Dude, dark matter is in the solar system. Why do you keep... Dude, you can go to nasa.gov, type in nasa.gov, dark matter in the solar system, okay? It's like 50% responsible. Yeah, 50% responsibility of the solar system, dark matter. That's what nasa.gov says. That there's that the actual gravitational effect of the solar system is dark matter is 50% responsible for it.
Okay, so if we don't take dark matter into account, what's the difference?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You guys didn't take it into account, but then when you make the heliocentric claim, you're making a claim to the rest of the universe as well. So then you're like, oh, well, this solar system model is making a claim, right, that we have to acknowledge dark matter. So the fact that you guys were inept in the inception of your model doesn't change what it currently means.
No, I'm trying to understand what would be the difference by modeling the solar system with and without dark matter. Because if we're using the same masses and the same attraction between the planets, then what role is it actually playing?
Well, obviously, if you add dark matter and it works, and you don't have dark matter, it probably wouldn't work, right?
That depends on what effect dark matter is having. Like
what effect
does dark matter have? I don't know what this 50% is about. I don't know what will happen if you remove it.
Okay,
I mean,
so
I feel
you don't understand it. You don't understand it. So basically, they claimed relativity. Okay, first it was Einsteinian, Newtonian, then Einsteinian, right, for the solar system. Newtonian didn't work. You guys love to say it did work. It actually didn't work. Okay, it did not explain Mercury, so
Oh,
it didn't. It
what
didn't work.
margin?
It doesn't matter. It
It
doesn't
does matter.
matter. Oh,
Oh,
so if
it's
it's
just
so
it's
if
just
it's
not.
subjectively close enough for you, then you get to say it worked anyway when it objectively didn't work.
I mean, no no measurement is it's perfect. So if with enough poor of a measurement, everything can work, right? But the fact
Oh my
is,
god, dude.
I'm just trying to prevent you from giving an impression that
Bacon. What if
Newtonian
what if
mechanics I was speaking to, and Newtonian mechanics would be clueless about what Mercury is doing. Actually, no, it would take like centuries for like a hundredth of a degree of difference in the orbit of Mercury. So it's like pretty damn close, but there's some slight deviation from what predicts.
so Bacon? What if they said that dark matter when they found out that Mercury's orbit didn't work with Newton? What if they then came out and said, "Oh, there must be dark matter"? It'd be the same thing, and you'd still be wrong, bro.
Actually,
You know what I'm
no.
saying?
Actually, no. Do you think there's a model of dark matter that would explain the orbit of Mercury that wouldn't screw up the other orbits?
What? I'm just saying, like if they put that band-aid
It's
on
easy.
when Newton
It's
came up
easy
with
to
his
say
idea.
things if you're not doing anything. You're just saying, well, this could happen, that could happen. If you're not actually checking anything, if you're not doing any work, you're just assuming whatever you think it's possible is possible. Yeah.
Bacon.
You're not
The point I'm
checking none of
making
that.
is you had an idea of gravity, didn't work when you went to a larger scale. Then you come up and solve that problem, but then you went to a larger scale, and again, it didn't work. So now dark energy, right? How do you not understand that? How do you not see that?
I see that. I understand
Okay.
that happens. Like,
How does that line up with
you don't have
reality?
a complete.
We can't
You don't
say,
have a
"Oh, gravity works this way here," but out here it works different, and on quantum it works this way. Like, come on,
I'm
man.
not saying any of that. Like, as I said before, we don't have a complete model of the universe, so no model that we have is going to explain 100% of it. All the models that we use to explain, like, observation of the sky, are models in which the Earth is a sphere, are models in which the
Yeah, and
Earth orbits the sun.
I claim that there's a much more simpler explanation, Occam's razor. You're acting like you have Occam's razor because of the math, but overall, you look at the models and it's clearly not the most simple explanation.
Yeah, the math didn't work. That's what dark matter is.
Occam's razor doesn't say whatever is as simple as you should go with it.
That which requires
That's
least amount of
least
assumptions.
assumptions.
Yeah, that's only when you can't distinguish between them in any other way. Like if they make the same predictions, they're as useful as each other, then you should go with one of these assumptions. I mean, it's not exactly the number of assumptions. It's like if you have two assumptions that are, I don't know, okay assumptions, and I have one assumption that is extremely unlikely. I have one assumption, like I don't know, invisible magical unicorns. That's one assumption. I can say that explains
Like dark
everything.
matter.
Like dark matter. Okay, let's go with that. Just so I can explain what I'm talking about. It's not just the count of assumptions. It's about the likelihood of those assumptions. That's why Occam's razor is often explained as how much complex it is. The more complex, usually there's more specific assumptions being made. More specific, the less likely they are to be true.
So it's very likely that there's this 98% matter out there that can't be seen, touched, smelled, detected in any way.
I don't know. Like, I don't know the physics of dark matter. That's why I don't talk about it. I only talk about it when I'm talking about something like celestial navigation, which I do know about. And then, like, we to join and we end up talking about dark matter. That's the only instance in which
Because
I
this
talk
is
about
the
it.
problem. Right. Because you guys have been in this conversation for years, and every single time it gets to dark matter, dark energy, you guys act as if it makes us dishonest, or as if we're the ones incompetent because we're bringing up something that you actually know you can't explain. And
I
if
don't
you've
know
been in
that.
this conversation, if it's one of the most glaring problems in your model, why is it that you'd be talking about the model for 5 years, 7 years, and you still haven't looked into one of the most obvious issues with the model?
Oh, there are many issues with the model, and many of them require a lot of background understanding of the subject. That's not easy to acquire.
What the?
Like if you're If you
What
only
is there
want
to
to,
know about dark matter?
if you
Bacon, I just said the most obvious problem, and then you
What is the
responded with,
most
there are
obvious?
lots of problems. Wait, time
What's
out.
the
I
most
said the
obvious?
most obvious
I
problem,
know,
the most glaringly obvious problem, and your rebuttal was, there are
but that's
lots of
obvious to
problems.
you.
Well, no.
It's
What?
the most obvious
Wait,
to you. But
Bacon.
let me.
Bacon. Can you ask him what the most obvious problems are? Like a couple. What's the first two on your list? What's it?
Dark matter and dark energy.
No. What is the issues with dark matter and dark energy? What are the most glaring two issues that you could think of?
Your model makes a claim. As early as like 1930, we looked out at the universe and we saw the galaxies only had 3% of the mass needed to match your model's prediction. Okay? So it didn't work. Not only did it not work, it was off by 97% for the galaxy mass distribution. It was not even close to viable. So now in science, what we do is we made a claim. We have a hypothesis. Our theoretical hypothesis makes this prediction. Then we go look at the actual evidence, and the evidence shows that our prediction was off by 97%. Do you know what science does with the hypothesis at that point?
Oh, you're going to say they throw it out.
That is what you do. That
Yeah,
is objectively what you do.
No, their hypothesis has changed. That mass has the effect on space-time and does these kind of things. We see this, but in these galactic scales, we don't see it doing what we think it should do. But if we put mass here, invisible mass, like made-up mass, conjured up mass, black and dark energy, call it whatever you want, then suddenly, if we put it in these areas, then it does work and makes sense. So
how do you not hear how stupid that sounds? You basically said that, first of all, time out. You said, no, we don't throw it out. We just change the hypothesis. That means you threw out the other one and you introduce a new one. Secondly, you said,
that hypothesis
so
is
if
wrong.
our predictions is off by this much, well, if it's off by this much mass, we'll just conjure up a made-up version of some other type of mass so that we can make the math work, and therefore our model still works.
Right.
That's literally
That's
what
what I'm
you
saying.
said.
So you're right. We throw that first hypothesis out. You were right. And then the second hypothesis says, if this is to work, we need to have mass that we can't see in these areas in the universe, so that these things acting on the galaxies does occur, does happen, and then if we do that, then suddenly we have predictive qualities, even though we don't know what this thing is we put in there, but we gave it the qualities of mass, and it seems to work. So whatever this is in that area is acting like there is mass there for how we detect it and how we see. Hold on, almost down to the crescendo here. How we see it act on a smaller scale in our realm that we can actually measure and touch and feel, even things locally like planets and things. We see that those effects happening with mass, so we're extrapolating that out into the universe in a much larger scale and saying whatever's out there is acting like mass, even though it might not be mass. That's the hypothesis.
Think about how ignorant what you just said is.
Hold on a second. One of the problems with what you said is that you said your model claims. Our model doesn't make any claims whatsoever. We make claims,
Wow,
and
what a high IQ statement.
and we test that claims against the model. Yeah.
No, your model is
claims.
built with claims.
Right.
Your
What's
model
wrong
is
with what's
built
wrong?
with
Right. Hold
claims.
on. What's wrong with me making claims about something and then building a model to see if that claims are correct?
Because
the problem is that when the model, the problem is, oh my God, the problem is when the claims aren't correct, instead of saying, oh, the model I made that makes me make claims didn't work, let's throw it out. You guys don't, because you're in a religion where you then just make up numbers to make it work anyway, and then pretend it somehow is reality, dude. That's the actual problem.
Right. So what you're saying is that we've made a model. That model, we then sit back and watch that model make these claims. No, that's not what fucking happens. The scientists make the claims and they test it against the model.
You know what a straw man fallacy is?
You're the one that's saying, oh, your model claims. You say it all the fucking time.
Okay, but I'm obviously not actually saying that a model is sentient, making decisions. So you're straw manning me due to lack of good faith. But of course you don't operate in good faith because you think there's no moral objectivity. So if you would like to go on mute, that'd be great. That'd be great. That'd be great. You're just diverting. You're doing nothing but knocking the pieces off the board, Highlander. You're walking up to the conversation and you're knocking the pieces off.
Yeah, okay.
You're walking up to the conversation and you're knocking the
dark matter, dark energy, fucking everything, aren't you, Witsit? The last time you were an expert in fucking special relativity and general relativity, and today you're an expert in dark matter and dark energy. Is there
Now you're just
anything you're
expressing
not
your
an expert
personal
in?
problems with
Is
me.
there
You sound like
anything you're
an
not an expert in?
ex-girlfriend, dude. You sound like an
Okay.
ex-girlfriend or something, man. Okay, so all you're doing is walking through the conversation and knocking the pieces off the board. You're like, no, you're not going to have this conversation. And actually, we are going to, and you're not going to knock the pieces off the board. So we're going to continue to have our conversation. Thank you for the diversion. The point is, Zenik, what you just said was, well, if we just assume that there's mass there, and then we make up an idea that we don't know what it is, we have no evidence for it, we can't isolate it, we can't even define it, we have no proof of it whatsoever, but we just say that it's there hypothetically, therefore we can make the math work, and then we just move on past it. Dude, that's not how science works, and that was 90 years ago.
Yeah, but today we have put those areas in space near these galactic areas where dark matter has been positioned to make these observations follow how we understand even Einsteinian mechanics and relativity. So we now
But you guys still
understand,
don't know what it is, though.
but we don't. You're right. We don't. And I think I just kind of glazed over the chat here, and it looked like Bob said something like, it's a placeholder. Yeah, it's a placeholder. We don't really know what it is. We can't see it. We can't even really measure it. We only can see the effects of what we think is there. Because if based on our models that we know here in our solar system, for example, to make things work out there, these things, the way we understand mass and warping and bending of space-time is not working out there. So they're saying, well, there must be some, hold on. So their hypothesis is that, there's something out there that acts just like mass does. We put amounts of mass in certain areas. It tends to make things work, and it still has predictive qualities, but we have to put it in these certain areas for that to work.
So
you
basically,
might say,
what you did was
reaffirming.
you're very long-winded, man. Yeah, your prediction was, okay, there should be this much mass. Then we looked at the galaxies. It's like 1932, bro. This is 90 years old. Okay, you still haven't figured it out in 90 years. And so it's like, okay, we made a prediction. We looked at the galaxies, and there was only 3% of the mass that was predicted by our model. So what you guys did was you invented a unicorn version of mass to make up the other 97%. And in almost a century, you still have no actual evidence of this made up, conjured idea of mass. So you're like, oh, my mathematical prediction was this far off. Well, I'm just going to make up an idea out of thin air to make the math work. And it's been 100 years almost. You still can't prove it. You still don't have evidence for it. You still just made it up.
You're saying 90% of the matter that we can see, that they can't see, is going to be dark matter and dark matter. We all agree.
No,
that.
specifically the mass distribution
in
of
our
the
solar
galaxy
system.
was.
It doesn't mean in our solar system that 97% of the mass in the solar system is.
Why are you diverting, dude?
Well, I'm just saying that yes, to make everything work in the galactic scales, they have said things aren't acting as if just the mass we see is creating the movements and the attractions and the movements that we can identify. So there must be mass and something that acts just like mass in other places. So they stick this things that they call acts like mass, call it dark matter, in other places, and suddenly that explain, and they have to put the amount of it to make sense to the way we understand it, and then things follow the model that we've established here in our solar system galactically.
So
it's
then
no, even in your solar system, there's dark matter.
made up.
Even in your solar system, there's dark matter. Nope. According to NASA, 50% of the gravitational effects observed in the solar system are due to dark matter in your solar system. And of course, like I just explained to Bacon.
No, that's not. There you go
Yeah.
again.
You're
wrong. Can I clarify?
No.
Let me clarify. You quoted that incorrectly again.
No, because it's a diversion. It's a diversion.
No, it's not. You're making a diversion.
No, you're talking about the. No, you brought up the solar system, which is a complete red herring. We're talking about the actual model. It's a package deal. Okay, when you claim the solar system, you claim the heliocentric model, you automatically make claims about the rest of the sky. Automatically. And when I talk to astronomers and astrophysicists, they would never even dare consider disputing that because they're not stupid. Okay,
no,
it's only in this room that you guys think you can pick
what we
and
understand to work, how we understand Newtonian mechanics as well as Einsteinian general relativity and special relativity in our solar system, that doesn't work galactically. So they filled in these areas that aren't working with things that they think would cause those motions because of the way we understand matter. In those areas, we call that dark matter. But in the solar system,
is that reality?
Not 50% or 70% or 80%, whatever the number is. I think it's 45% of the things you see happening in the solar system is caused by dark energy. The
That's what
effects of
NASA
the things
says.
we see out, no, it doesn't say that. It says that things we see that the effects we see from outside the solar system, they say 90 or 50% of that is affected is caused by dark
No,
matter. Not things in
no,
not
dude.
things in the things that we see affecting us outside of our solar system. That effect outside of our solar system, 50% of that is caused by dark matter. You have got it. You don't.
No.
This is what you do. You get your quotes right, read them right, but you interpret them incorrectly.
Okay, how about this? How about instead of talking about something you obviously have
I've
no idea
already
about,
explained it to you, and I gave you the quotes.
how about you go to Google, type in nasa.gov, 50% dark matter solar system, and you go read the article from NASA.
I already
and
did
stop
read it. That's it.
It,
I read it and I interpreted to you what it actually meant. You interpreted it incorrectly. By
no, it
any
says there's dark
understanding of
matter in the
English
solar system.
language, by
Is there
any
dark matter in
understanding
the
of
solar
English language,
system? Yes
you
or no?
interpreted it incorrectly. You did.
Is there dark matter? Is there dark matter in the solar system? Yes or no?
Nothing we can measure, no.
Okay, you can't measure any of it.
Yes, we see the effects of it. And
Oh, so you don't
nothing in the
actually
solar system is caused by the effect of dark matter.
Okay, you're wrong,
You
and I'll
read
go
it
inside in a second.
incorrectly.
But hey, this is the problem, dude. You diverted to the solar system, okay? And then I respond and try to bring it back to the point, but you just want to keep going back to your diversion.
Because
Anything
you
you can
make an
do to
incorrect
avoid,
claim about something.
no, Jenny, you changed the subject. We're talking
No, the
about.
subject was dark matter
Oh
in the
my
universe
god,
that we've
dude.
injected to make our model work. I used the
Yeah.
solar system. Hold on, listen to me finish. You're so quick-witted to respond.
You're
You don't even
changing
listen.
the subject,
I'm not.
Xanax.
I'm using the solar system only in the terms for which we understand how mass works. That model in the solar system, how mass works locally on the Earth and in the solar system to a certain extent, is what we are using for predictive qualities in the rest of the galaxy and the rest of the universe. That didn't work. So they filled in the gaps for how we understand it in the solar system, with dark matter and dark energy. The effects on which are 50% of those effects of things outside the solar system are dark energy, dark
That's
matter.
not what the
Not
article
that the
says.
solar system contains 50% dark matter. You're wrong.
Okay. Now here, I'm not going to keep talking about the solar system because you diverted to it.
I didn't
Okay?
divert. I use it as a reference backdrop.
Oh my god, dude! Shut up. Okay,
Don't tell me to
so
shut up.
the
That's
problem
rude.
when you claim a solar system and a heliocentric model, you are automatically making claims about the rest of the universe.
How's
If you
that?
claim that because you're claiming these celestial objects we see from our vantage point on the Earth are planets that go around the sun and that we revolve around the sun. So now you're taking a portion of the sky out, making a claim about it, which means you're automatically going to have to distribute the rest of the sky relative to that distribution claim. How do you not understand that?
Oh, I understand it. I understand you're very confused, but I get what you're saying. But go ahead. I
Oh
have no
my
problem with
God.
your perspective. You're entitled to your opinion and your interpretation. But yes, we do understand how the solar system works. All the information that we get from whether it's live video, pictures, or the mathematics behind it, or based on observation as well from the terrestrial based observations, all point to that happening. Now, what we see beyond our solar system is what we're attributing to, and the movements we're attributing to what we don't know and what we had to conjure up, create whatever placeholder-ish, make dark matter injected into those areas
Okay.
that we would see the
You
things
keep
that
saying the
we
same
do
thing over
see
and over.
make sense mathematically based on what
You
we
just keep
know
saying the
in the
same
solar
thing over and
system.
over. So, are you saying that there could be a certain type of physics applied to the solar system, and if there's a different type of physics outside the solar system?
Just as there are different types of physics in the quantum realm as there is in the non-quantum realm, in the galactic realm. Yes.
Hey, guess what? You know why that wouldn't work? You know why
Well,
that
let me
doesn't
tell you
make sense?
something.
You know why that doesn't make sense? You know why that doesn't make sense?
A
Oh my
quick
God, you're
anecdotal statement. You think
unbearable.
that's
You're
Xanax, let
unbearable.
him speak.
The reason that doesn't make sense, okay, is because you're claiming mass distribution in a vacuum of outer space, period. Period. It's not the same as the quantum scale. And of course, if the quantum scale doesn't match the cosmological scale, then you're incorrect about your interpretation because
not
physics
true.
is just physics, right? And this is why
No, that's not how it works.
this is why they're trying to come up with a theory of everything. Okay?
I get that.
If you were correct and it was just completely sufficient and completed to have different realms of applicability of physics, then they wouldn't be coming up with a theory of everything. They wouldn't be coming up with a grand unified theory of the forces. They wouldn't have to
They'd
do
like
that.
to. That's actually a theory in itself. So let me say one thing, and don't argue with you or interject or talk over me. Just going to say there's things that are doing in the quantum realm that we very much understand. Otherwise, we wouldn't have semiconductors in your computer right now that are allowing us to talk right now over this electronics. The quantum forces, the quantum knowledge is so different that it cannot be extrapolated and used in a realm much larger. It doesn't work at all. And it's perplexing to a lot of physicists. Why doesn't this work? Why can't we see these type of attractive forces or these type of proportionalities in forces? We don't see it. We can actually move individual atoms on these and most seemingly have them float and do all things that defy the laws of physics as we know them, Newtonian physics. So quantum mechanics has not been unified with things that are greater, nor are they greater or are they applicable to the galactic scale as we see what happens motion-wise with the masses we think we attach to these objects. So yes, there is no unified theory. They'd like there to be one, but there isn't. But we know very well that the quantum laws of quantum mechanics, do not reign true in areas that are much larger physically than the quantum realm.
That's because our theories are wrong, right? So
no, they're not wrong. We make things.
Dude,
things
Dennis,
are
you're
successful.
immediately talking
we predict
again. You're
things.
immediately
They
talking
work
again.
perfectly
Are
well.
you serious? You have to go into the computer
work
immediately.
perfectly well.
Do you have to be reprimanded like a child, or can you just control yourself, please? Okay, so for one, it's an inadequate analogy to compare the quantum and cosmological differences in scale to the solar system and outside the solar system. That's laughable, okay? They're both the cosmological scale, okay? Secondly, oh
because
my
I'm not
God.
talking
So
about.
Dude, does
I'm not
everyone
talking
see how desperate he is? He's trying to say
I'm
that
not
the solar
desperate.
system
You
has
keep
a
on
different
misrepresenting
type
what I'm saying.
He's trying to say that the solar system has a different type of physics than outside the solar system.
I didn't say that.
laughable, man.
I didn't say that. I said
did
that
say that.
the quantum realm. I said the quantum realm has a physics that is much different than what happens in the realm that we can touch and feel and look at on our surface of the Earth, and that's different than what we see happening in the solar system to a certain extent. And it's different to what we see it's happening in the galactic scales as well. Yes, they're all very
It doesn't
different.
matter. No, what happened was
you
I
say,
pointed
it
out.
doesn't matter.
I
No,
pointed
why
out
does
that
it not
I
matter?
said what actually happened was I pointed out that if you make claims about the solar system, then you're automatically making claims about the physics of the rest of the universe. You're making claims about the rest of the universe based on the distribution of the solar system. You're making claims about the distribution of the rest of the observations from our vantage point. This is objective. Then what you said,
Yes.
your rebuttal was no, it could be different, just like the quantum scale is different than the cosmological scale. That's what you said. That's objectively what you said. So what exactly? So then what you're now saying is that the solar system can have different physics than outside of the solar system.
Yes.
Okay, you just said you didn't say that.
No, I did say. I said that's about what I said. Yes, that's what I said. I thought you said something completely different than that. But yes, I'm saying the physics is different at the solar system level, and it's much different at the galactic level than what we see in our solar system. We can predict things, even Newtonian mechanics, all the way out to Pluto.
You literally said you
We
didn't
can
say
see.
that.
Hold on, let me finish. We can see things and predict things using our physics, the way I understand it, very well, without any injection of any dark matter. Why do we inject dark matter and dark energy on the galactic level? Because it doesn't work. The things we understand in the solar system don't work at the galactic levels. That physics is different. Yes.
No, it's not that the physics is different. It's that your theory is incorrect.
Like, wow,
well,
man.
maybe it's small. So that's a good point, actually. So let's say the inaccuracies that we see at the solar system level, they're very small, maybe inconsequential to any measurements, any predictions we make. We've seen them be some variations, but we've been able to rectify them by other types of changes in the theories. But let's say there's still some errors. Those errors might be multiplying to such a degree that it misrepresents the entire universe. They're not accurate enough, even still. So maybe they are inaccuracies here, but they manifest themselves as large errors at the galactic level. Could that be the case? What's it?
Yeah, that doesn't help you.
It does help me because we admit that we're not perfect. Nothing is perfect. Our theories are theories, and they have substantial evidence. And as soon as those theories are proven incorrect, by one exception, they throw out the theory and start over again. So as we stand today,
this is what Tesla was talking about when he said that today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off an equation from equation to equation before eventually their theory has no relation to reality. And that's what you do. And that's what you're doing.
You ever actually read that article? What's it?
Not what I said. That's a non sequitur, and it's a straw man.
That's crazy. I could have sworn I wasn't done talking. Something else that he said was that you can think deeply and still be insane, right? And that many of today's scientists think deeply.
Says the guy that was insane. You know Tesla was insane, right?
Can you shut up, please? So the point is, right, that you guys think you know more than you do, but you don't understand basic logic. So let me give you an example of what you just said, how you don't understand logic. So no matter what you say doesn't mean anything. Okay? So we have observations. You call that evidence, okay? So we have observational evidence. We then built an idea around that. Then it took us a long time. We're tweaking it. We're trying to come up with some type of theory to explain the observational evidence. Then we make a theory and we keep on gaining more and more observational evidence. We find out that the observational evidence refutes our previous theoretical claim. Okay? What people like you do is you say, we have, what people like you do say, dark matter. And what people like you say,
in the solar system.
No, we're not talking. No, you don't get to isolate the conversation. So then what people like you say, what people like you say is, well, yeah, it's not perfect, but we have tons of evidence for it. Dude, the actual theory came after the observational evidence. So of course the theory works with some of the evidence. That's how the theory was made.
Why wouldn't it have that progression of logic? That is logical, by the way.
You don't understand how you're illogical. You don't understand how if you invoke the evidence that was the prerequisite for your theory as substantiation of your theory, then you're ignorant.
So then we have the observation, and then we make a theory, that kind of matches the observation. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's right. But if we then continue to make additional observations and we find out that what we thought about our theory was wrong, we're like, okay, our theory was built upon limited understanding and limited evidence. Now we have new evidence that shows us that our theory was wrong. So we throw the theory out, okay? We don't start to make up new stuff, especially when the margin of error is 97%. When we're off by a distribution of mass claimed by 97%, automatically how we're claiming this mass distributes in the universe is wrong. It's wrong. It's not even close to right. You want like 0.03% margin of error or something. Once less, 97%. You're not even allowed to sit at the table with a 97%
Can I make a
error.
comment on that last statement? Because I forget the logical fallacy. There's a name for that, but I don't remember the name of it. But here, let me just say it's very obvious.
No, I didn't use it.
We found out that the universe was much larger than we ever anticipated, much larger, and that all these other things that related to dark matter and dark energy then became multiplied by many orders of magnitude. So that's where the 97% of the matter of the observable universe that we only have observed 3%, and the rest they assume all the matter is 97%. Because we learned as we made observation that the universe was much larger than we originally anticipated.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about how in the 30s they made an observation of the galaxies, and the galaxy only had 3% of the mass predicted. That's where dark matter came from. Dark matter was first the error known as dark matter, because that's what it is. It's an error. That was first discovered in the 30s because the galaxies only had 3% of the mass predicted.
Because it needed more mass to hold it together at those rotational rates and the mass that we could observe in them. Yes, I get that. I understand.
So your
that
model's
fully.
wrong.
That was wrong. Yes, it needed more mass.
It's still wrong. It's still wrong. It's been a century, and your model's still wrong.
Why is it wrong now that they've injected?
Because you made up an idea.
Spin the way they spin.
You just made up an idea. Dude, look, if I make a mathematical model for flat Earth and then we go make predictions and it's off by 97%, so then I just make up some idea that can't be tested, has no observation. This is what's so funny. If I then go make up some idea, right? I'm like, oh, well, actually, there's this magical pixie dust that we can't see, and it fixes the 97% that I'm off. Would you guys accept that as a substantial model? Of course not. You guys have double standards, bro. You have double standards, and it's because you just think all these scientists know more than everyone else does. That's it. You don't even understand what you believe, bro.
No,
when I talk to the
we
actual
just
people,
know that they know more than you do.
Really? So can you tell me one physicist that knows exactly what dark matter is?
Tell me why they have to know that right now.
Oh, so they don't know more than I do then.
Do you know what dark matter is?
No, so we're on the same level then, right? Then we're on the same level then, right?
The way that works.
It actually objectively is the way it works.
I don't speak French and Zanuck doesn't speak French. That doesn't mean that we have any sort of equivalency on language ability or anything.
Wow, what a totally stupid analogy. So if I'm talking about dark matter and how you guys don't know what it is, then you jump in and say the scientists know more than you do. Then I ask you, can you name one scientist that knows what dark matter is? And you say no, then that means they don't know more about dark matter than I do.
You don't know anything about dark matter.
I know it's a fictional idea. I know more about it than you do.
What is
Really?
there to know? Bob,
What is there to
I
know?
just
It's
had
a
to teach you
placeholder.
literally.
I had to
Well,
teach you
well,
how
how
it was
about this? If
discovered.
you know so much about it, Witsit, why do you think that 95% of our galaxy is made up of dark matter? Why do they say that?
Okay, first of all, I'm the one that just had to teach you guys
You want to
how
answer
it
the
was
question?
discovered.
Witsit, you
Why
don't
why
teach
do
us
they think that?
anything. You amuse us. You're humorous to
They
us.
see way too much of a gravity. Okay, keep on with your ad homs. I'm sure somehow your IQ will actually surpass mine if you ad hom me enough. So
It's
the point
already
is,
there, kiddo.
no, what is your IQ then?
Roughly about 150. Why?
Obviously
You're lying.
not, since you have to lie about literally all your claims.
There's literally
And
no
Witsit
way that's
backs
true.
up every one of
That's
them.
what it
someone
was
who's
the last time I was
Pump the
tested.
brakes,
But
Bob.
who the hell knows what that means?
Pump the
That's
brakes.
yeah.
crazy. They told
Which
you
scale
about
is
Give us
that
the
on?
answer. How do what is
Hold on.
how
This
did
is
they
something I know an
discover
awful lot
that
about. Which scale is
95%
that?
of the galaxy has
Vanek, shut
is made
up.
up of comprised of
Shut
dark
up.
matter?
No,
How do
shut
they
up.
know this? If you're so smart
Yeah,
about
which
what
scale?
dark matter
Crypto's
is,
trying to
where did it
talk,
come
dude.
from?
Yeah,
Where did it
which
come
scale
from?
was
Where
that
did they
measured
come up with
on?
that idea?
Yeah. So anyway, which scale was that measured on? Oh, he doesn't want to talk to me. Okay, no.
Okay,
Was
yeah.
that
So
me?
Yeah, I was wondering what scale that was
That's what
measured
they gave me when I was in school. I never paid
on.
much
Okay.
attention to it.
All right. So you actually see the thing is that most people I know who actually take an IQ test that are actually legit know quite a lot about those tests.
I was just tested in school. That didn't really make any difference to me.
Okay. What was the substance of the test?
The substance of the first?
The substance of the test. Normally, you take two subtests. So which
Oh,
subtest did you
Christ.
take?
It's been so long, I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
I don't care if you do or don't. That's fine.
Okay. Well, I think everyone here knows you're lying is probably a better way of stating that.
Well, that's fine.
yeah. So anyway, we
You
can
want
move
to
on.
take one
So
together?
no, whatever. Everyone knew it when
You
you
want
first
to take
said
an
it. 'Cause
IQ test together, Witsit?
do you want to bet on it? You want to bet on who gets higher before we do it?
No, let's just do it for funsigs.
Oh,
Hey,
I'll only do
can
it
we
if
open
we'll bet
bets
on it and
first
live
before you
stream
guys
it.
do it? We got to
Yes,
open
we'll
bets.
take side bets as well. Yes.
Go right ahead. You want to
Okay,
name
so
the
you want to
test?
bet?
You want to put the
You want to
test
bet on it?
together?
You
I'm
want to
not
bet on
betting
it?
on it.
Side bet on it and live stream it?
I'll live stream it, but I won't side bet it on it. I don't bet. I don't
Okay.
gamble.
Anyway, so you're just
You go ahead.
ruining
You
the
go ahead and pick
conversation.
the test that you want us to take, and Witsit and I'll take it. We'll do it live.
Are you confident you're going to beat me?
No, you're a pretty bright guy. We'll see.
Okay. So why were you talking about how you were so much smarter than me then?
Well, I can use my knowledge. That's the difference.
Oh, okay. So anyway, back to the point, Zanuck. The problem is they said they looked like there was way too much gravitational effect in the sky, right? And they didn't have enough mass based on their current theory, which is how mass causes gravity, right? So look at all the gravitational effects. Oh, that's based on mass. Oh, we're nowhere near the amount of mass we need for that to be true. So instead of being like, well, our theory that is completely misunderstood, still debated on, the math is even debated on, no one understands exactly how it works. It has ideas of stuff that can't be verified, like length contraction. It was just the best we could come up with at the time. It's
Length
completely
contraction.
disputed. So people don't fully understand relativity. They still debate about what it means to this day. There's all kinds of proposals of replacements to this day, right? So we take that model because it's the best that you guys had at the time, right? And then we apply it to the universe and we see, oh, wow, it's way off. It claims that this amount of mass causes this amount of gravitational effect. Then when we go look at it, it's actually off by 97% in the galaxies. So it isn't correct. It doesn't work because it claims this mass causes this effect, but we see way more of the effect than there is mass. Okay? That's what happened. That's what happened. And you guys said, oh, well, there must be something that we can't identify. So we're going to call it dark. That means it doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum. So, we can't see it. It doesn't interact with light. So
Oh, it
it's
does
impossible to
actually.
detect it. It's impossible to detect. Oh, dark matter interacts with the electromagnetic spectrum?
The electromagnetic spectrum does still get altered as it passes by due to the bending warping of space time. The effect of this mass, whether it be dark or relativistic mass, in
Does
the
dark
galaxy.
matter interact with light?
Well, interact as far as what how it affects affects the bending of it. Spends the gravity effects affected by the additional mass. So you have the
Oh, why is it called
bending and
dark
warping,
then?
the distortion of space time based on higher amounts of mass.
Why is dark
And
matter
that
called
mass
dark?
is dark matter. And
Why is it called dark?
in addition to the matter you can actually see.
Why is it called dark?
Because we can't see it.
Oh, that's what.
The effects are known. When we see light bending around galaxies in the distance, that's the effect of not only
No, it's because it doesn't
the matter we
interact
can
with light.
see, not only the matter we can see, but if you're talking about how we can't bounce light off of it, yes, that's correct. I thought you were talking about this effect of.
Okay, so
it's not
anyway,
affected by it.
back to my actual point. So what you guys did was you had a prediction that this amount of mass should have this amount of gravitational effect. You then look out in your presupposed paradigm of observations and you say, oh, wow, there's way too much gravitational effect here because there's only 3% of the mass we would need based on our theory for there to be that much of a gravitational effect. So you then made up a new type of mass. You're like, oh, there's a new type of matter that must be there. And we can't detect it and we can't actually find it and we don't know what it is. So we're going to say it's dark, meaning you can't detect it. That's what we're going to call it dark because we can't actually detect it. So it's going to be called dark. And then we're going to call it matter because, well, that's the problem. We don't have enough matter for there to be this much gravitational effect. This was almost a century ago that this was discovered. A century of all these scientists and all these universities and all this funding, all these government grants, and you still don't even.
Geez, I wonder why we didn't have you around to tell these people to stop wasting their money.
That's a great question.
Quest for knowledge is never ending. And, by the way, your analogy is rather stupid. We predicted an object in the solar system based on observations. We didn't see it yet, but we predicted that it was there. And when we had the capability to look in that specific location, lo and behold, there was an object there. It was
That's not
called
true.
Neptune.
No, Neptune was discovered before that. You see, you're always lost.
Neptune was seen but not recognized as a planet. There had been some reports going back centuries that a star happened to be noticed in an area and then it wasn't noticed in the area, but they didn't know what it was.
So then you looked at it, saw it, and
They made a prediction of what they saw, that anomalous orbit. I think was it Saturn or Jupiter, and they attributed that to this body being Neptune. Here's where it should be, and lo and behold, there it was. So yes, they read about how
dark matter will probably be the same thing.
Yeah, sure, man.
Yeah,
Make sure you bow down every day to dark matter too, because you're in a religion. So the truth of the matter is, when I talk to the actual
You
astronomers,
can call it a religion, but I don't think you even know what that term means.
They admit dark matter is almost guaranteed not to be correct. That our current understanding of dark matter is almost guaranteed to not be correct. And then when you combine it with the quantum scale, it gets even worse. It's even more so obvious that we're incorrect. You guys come on here and pretend that you guys know it all, and that's the real problem.
No, we don't pretend that we know it all. We just know more about it than you do.
No,
you literally don't.
You are a liar.
How was dark matter discovered?
Who the hell cares?
Wow.
Oh, so I thought you knew more about it than I did.
Well, go ahead, tell us. You've got your story. Go
I
ahead.
already told you 5 times that in like the 30s, I guess it was 33, that they discovered that the galaxy had 3% of the mass predicted.
So, what did
Okay,
Zanuck have to say about that?
Okay, well, how was dark energy discovered?
What did Zanuck have to say about that first?
How was dark energy discovered, bro?
I don't know. Go look it up.
Okay, how far away is Polaris?
123 parsecs.
Parsecs?
Yeah.
Hey,
you know what
did
parsec
we?
is, right?
Hey, did we have to change the distance to Polaris?
Change it or refine it?
Yeah, refine it. That means change
Yeah,
it.
we refine it all the time. We refine.
Okay, how much did we
refine our knowledge all the
refine it
time. That's part of science.
Okay, what's an acceptable margin of error for a scientific theory?
It depends on what statistically you're looking for.
What is an acceptable margin of error in a scientific theory?
What's it? That's kind of a lame question.
Yeah,
no, you're kind of a lame person.
I'm not going to address it.
No. You don't have to ad hominem me. You don't have to ad hominem to make your point. Your point is strong enough on its own. Don't go off
Is this the research flat? Is this the research flat moon guy? Are you going to show your face on camera and debate me on Modern Day Debate?
Yeah.
It's going to be hilarious, dude. You're going to get so exposed. Are you going to still come on here after I expose you?
For the laughs, yeah. But
okay.
All right.
Anyway,
So when do you want to go?
So wait, how
When do you want
many
to go? What's
light
it?
years? I don't know. I have a debate tonight, and then we'll figure it out. How many light years were we off by our Polaris prediction?
Depends on which prediction.
The original claim of distance.
I thought it was like 2 or 3 light years off. No.
Well,
No, it's a
that's
little bit
wrong.
more than
That's
that.
wrong. No one say the answer. No one say the answer.
No, it was a little more than that. I think it's varied. I think the modern measurements have varied from about 390 to about 440 light years.
No.
No, what was it?
Try
No.
again.
Try again.
No, tell me what it was. Show me.
So
I'm
you
wrong.
admit I know more? You agree? You
No.
agree I know more about this than you do?
Absolutely not.
This is weird, bro. Okay,
No,
it was like 100
you show
light
me
years.
you show
It
me
was
the
like
modern
100 light
measurement.
years.
You
It
show
was
me the
100 light
modern
years.
measurement
30%.
that was wrong. You show me the modern measurement that was wrong.
Yeah, NASA. You can just look at NASA's progression of our.
I'm not going to.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you don't
I don't
understand
need
things.
Yeah,
I don't need
321 light years
Now,
away.
Gleam
That's the
put out
modern.
Show me,
put
but
out
don't show
330.
me.
Gleam put out
321
330
light
to
years away. That's what the
521.
modern result is, right?
Yeah, Gleam put out
323.
330 to 521. I don't know how modern those results are, but the current results, the ones that I've always known, have been between, I think, 400 and 420. It might be a little bit more than that.
You're wrong. So anyway, hey, how
Well,
much?
you claim.
How many
Well,
miles is in a light year?
Polaris a single
How many
star?
miles is in a light year? How many miles in a
Roughly
light year?
6
Polaris a
trillion.
single star light? What's it?
How many miles in a light year?
Roughly 6 trillion.
Yeah, exactly. 5.88 trillion. So if we have 6 trillion miles per light year, then if we were off by 100, we were off by a lot, huh?
So
Okay, so when you guys pretend that you have some type of definitive model and it's science and all this, actually it's just theoretical bullshit that's guaranteed to not actually be correct, right?
well, let's go see what we have here. So Gleam put up a nice chart here.
Wow.
All right.
All right.
Well, it looks like
he's not even trying to divert.
330.
He's just completely ignoring what you said.
Yeah, I know. That's what they do.
433, which is the current one that I'm aware of. 359. So let's see. We go from about 100 parsecs to 160 parsecs. So most of them are running around 130 parsecs, it looks like, or 120 parsecs. I said 123. So I'm close enough.
If you're off by 100 light years, dude, you know how many miles that is? That is a ton, dude.
That's one measurement that's not in line with the other ones.
Oh, you mean the central star?
Have you ever taken?
Yeah, but how far it is not really the point here, Witsit. They have angular measurements that are much more accurate today. Wait, Witsit, hold on a second. We know
like
that
a parsec
small
isn't even
angles-
it's not a strict distance.
How we
is it
measure
then?
the distance is what we're talking about here. With the more accurate measure of the distance, with the angles that we
What is a
able to achieve.
parsec?
That's not even what they did. They didn't even use angles. See, you never know what you're talking about. And that was actually the
is a
only reason this came
parsec
up.
if you say
Because
it's
you
not
guys
angles,
never
yes.
know what you're talking about. You
Yes,
never
they
know what you're
did.
talking about.
So with the,
Oh,
with
really?
The, with
They
the,
used angles to
with a
Polaris.
more
Can you cite
with a
it?
more
Can
with
you
a more
cite it?
accurate satellite, they were able to measure
Cite it.
a more accurate measurement of that distance, which instead of being
Cite it.
450 light years, it was 323 or something
Cite
light
it.
years. 100 light years
Cite it.
difference. But that's only because an angular difference known. Why do you keep on talking over me?
Just cite it.
Right here.
Okay. Cite that they compare two different angle measurements because they didn't do that. It was a totally different methodology. You guys and then you guys talk about parallax to the North Star, and then Harbor says you could never do that. My point is that you guys actually don't know your model. You don't know it. You don't know. I have to teach you guys about the dynamo problem, about the random acceleration problem, about the seismic problem. I have to teach you guys about the dark matter and dark energy problems. I have to teach you guys all of your problems. I have to teach it to you because I tried to still man the globe to decide whether or not I would actually hold that as a belief. Okay? You guys predetermined that that's your belief, and then you never even went into the still man both positions part. That's ignorant, right? That's not a very efficient way to go about determining knowledge, right?
Can any of you deny that you
You
do
think
that?
knowledge is memorizing the distance to Polaris?
No.
Wow.
First of all, if I know the alleged distance, that is a form of
Yeah,
knowledge,
you're
right?
right. It's about they use spectroscopy. Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you. Look at that. I'm right again. Oh my God.
Oh, the point wasn't about how they measured it. The point they had more accurate ways of measurement, which gave them a more accurate, answer to how far it was away. Now, maybe that might not be perfect, but that's more accurate than the 450. Now it's 330. Big deal.
Well, see,
It's more
when
accurate
you say it's
because the
more
measurement
accurate,
device
what
was
actually
more
happened,
accurate.
when you say it's more
It
accurate, what
doesn't
actually
take at
happened,
those distances. If they're using spectroscopy, those distances, it doesn't take much of a change to change the distance in great values, great
there you
numbers.
go. And that's my point, which is that just you being off just a little bit with your claims on this scale have drastic implications. And in fact, anyone with just a
How
little
is
bit of
it
intelligence,
drastic?
how is 100 light
You
years
think the
drastic?
distance to
How is
Polaris
that drastic?
has a major
How is
impact
100
on
light years?
navigation?
How is 100 light years difference? 300 versus 400. How is that a drastic difference?
Over
What effect does that
30%
have?
change.
But that's a straw man.
It's like
What
600
effect
billion
does that
miles.
have
That's a
on
straw man.
anything of note?
We don't care about 30 percentage different. That's not the point. The point is, what do we use that value for? That's the point.
No,
What do we use the
my
value
actual
for?
point was,
Does it
you
matter
guys,
if it's
you might,
500 or 200 or 100 light years away?
oh my
Does it
God.
matter for what we're using this information for? No.
You guys make
It
claims
doesn't.
about you make all kinds of claims about the sky, okay? And if you're off by just a little bit, then it has drastic implications. And
How is
when
it
you guys
drastic?
made it, when you 30% change is drastic
No,
in
no, it's not a
science,
percent.
dude.
That's a straw
Hey,
man.
hey, and whenever you
It
guys
doesn't matter what the
make,
percentage is.
wait, this is the actual overarching part, right? Your model is a religion, okay? It's a philosophy
No,
built
you
upon the
don't defend yourself. You made a straw man, and now you're double down on it.
Please stop. I'm making a point, okay? I'm driving home my point before I go inside, okay? So you guys are in a religion, okay? It's built upon the Copernican principle, which is a philosophy that it's illogical or improbable to think, upon grounds of modesty, that the Earth could ever occupy a special and unique position due to the vastness of the universe. Okay, so that's the fundamental philosophy you build everything on. Okay, then you made all kinds of predictions based on it. Then we get very precise measurements. We like, oh, we can't detect the orbit. Well, we need to change all physics and say that you can't detect it because space-time bends and warps. There's a fourth dimension of time. Blah blah blah. Okay, then we say relativity. Okay, relativity is the cause of gravity. Now we look out into the sky. We're like, look, all the stuff in the sky is moving because of something called gravity. And our current theory of gravity is relativity, and is relative to the distribution of mass in the fabric of space-time. So we're going to go look and look. Okay, this is moving here relative to here, relative to here, relative to here. Okay, and this is all moving because of gravity, right? So now our gravitational model is right here. Here's the math. Okay, this much mass, this much gravity. Now we look into the sky. Now we look into the sky. First of all, relativity says every single thing in the universe is moving. So this much mass, this much gravity.
Relative
so then
to something else.
Everything is moving. There's no such thing as rest. So
it's relative.
Then,
yes, they can be inertial, but
you
why
are
are they
doing? You're
moving?
interrupting just to divert. That's all you ever
it's
do.
not a
You
diversion.
can never debate me.
Everything is inertial, right? It's all following paths of geodetics.
Oh my God, you got, dude. How about this? You and like 5 of your little all stars. You fly out to Texas. We'll do an in-person modern day debate 5v1 in person, where you have to show your face and you have to
You're
debate
so
and you
confused.
can't interrupt.
You even
You
get
won't be
confused
able
about
to
length.
interrupt.
That thing you've been talking about, length contraction. You even
Now
get
you want
that
to change the
wrong.
subject again. See,
I know,
you're
but it's
diverting.
everything you
I was
talk
in the
about
middle
wrong.
of driving my point.
Talking about showing your face. You know, I've got a channel and I put out videos all the time with me on them, right?
Yeah, Bob.
You know that no one even knows that.
Well, that's not on me. That's on you.
No, I mean, like no one cares. So
Well,
anyway,
then what do you care if I show my face for? What's the big deal about?
the reason
You think somehow I'm ashamed to show my face?
Because you're going to have to lie, Bob.
Yeah, in live interaction, people get to read your facial expressions and interaction, right? So people get to see how you actually are thinking and your behavior much more intricately when you can see facial expressions live time in a debate. That's why. Yeah, to expose the dishonesty that you guys portray.
I don't really care one way or the other. What's it?
Well, you asked the question.
Maybe you should.
All the time. I'm just curious as to why you keep making it a big deal. I just find
answered it. Well, so I just answered
that
it. You said,
amusing.
I'm curious. I answered the question. Then you said you don't care. What a weirdo. So anyway, just to drive home my point, I'm almost done.
Childish name calling always does good.
You are being a weirdo.
Really
you said, I'm really curious why you keep saying that. Why do you keep saying that? I didn't answer it. And then your response was, oh, I don't care. So why'd you ask it then?
Yeah, but why do you think I care about having my face on the screen?
You're the one that brought it up.
What makes you think that
it's much different to do it. Like if we could see your face right now with the conversation
go ahead and
about
open up my camera right now. Oh, come on.
No,
right
well, calm down. About 7 minutes ago, right, when you were making all these claims and you were getting exposed, it would have been hilarious
I was
to
getting
see your
exposed.
face. See, I know you're oblivious to it. That's why I just want the audience to get to see your face. Anyway, can I just finish my point? So relativity says this much mass, this much gravity. They say everything in the sky that we see is because of gravity. So then we go out there with our prediction, right? Here's our equation, this much mass, this much gravity. And then we see this much gravitational effect, assuming that's the cause of everything. And it doesn't have but 3% of the mass needed for that much gravitational effect. Now, what an honest researcher would say, obviously there's a problem with our model of gravity. If there's only this much mass here, okay, and then there's this much more gravitational effect, then obviously what we think the relationship between gravity and mass is incorrect. Either our medium assumption is wrong, either the actual interaction is wrong, whatever it is, we're obviously not correct. Now, you guys didn't actually throw out or even dare begin to question your gravitational assumption. You literally made something up that can't be detected even in theory. You came up with an idea that can't be observed so that it couldn't be falsified so you could keep your religion alive. That is not science. So that brings us back full circle in conclusion to the fact that it isn't science, it's a philosophy. It's a philosophical preference that the earth cannot occupy a special or unique position. So if you guys want to absorb that you have a religion or a philosophical belief, that's cool. Stop pretending it's science. Stop pretending that we're stupid for not believing in it, and stop pretending that it's scientific facts. Thank you.
All right. It is. These are scientific observations, and we have some strong evidence to support everything that is spoken about so far in our discussion today. You were talking about dark matter. We made it up, gap fill. How do we? If it's just made up, then why do we have those numbers that you got wrong also about the effects on the solar system?
Made up. The numbers are from not producing anything. You have to produce something.
That
numbers aren't a thing.
Say that we have dark matter in the solar system. In fact, the actual observation, what the scientists are saying, is that in the solar systems or in the galaxies that we observe, the dark matter is not throughout the galactic center and the outer part we can see. It's at the outer fringes where all that dark matter seems to reside. And in our galaxy, our solar system, we don't see any dark matter here. We only measure the effects of the baryonic, the regular matter we can see and touch, and the dark matter that's far, far away. And the effects of the ratio of those two types of matter are 50-50 roughly, 45-55. But that isn't what we have in our solar system. Most of the dark matter, as they say, you misquoted again, misread it, is on the outer fringes of our galaxy. You understand that, right?
No.
No, he doesn't.
You don't understand that. That's a
we don't understand your imagination.
What you said earlier. You think you know so much with it because you're a Google master. I'll give you that.
Destroyed.
But you get most of the things wrong that you try to regurgitate.
Hey, I have a newborn baby. She's way cooler than you, so I'm doing something.
Who's way cooler? Baby? Good for you. But just remember that. You read things and you misquote them constantly. Even the length contraction stuff is misquoted and misunderstood by you.
No, he doesn't.
You make yourself up to be an expert.
It's okay, Zane.
Show us how you think you know so much.
Show us where it contracts at.
You're wrong really actually know so little.
Every time you come in here, you're wrong. He is right, and you literally always say his conclusions are wrong, no matter what.
He said that 45%.
Every time when he leaves.
He said, well, take this for example. He said that 45% of our solar system is dark matter. He said that.
He said 50%, and he got it from a NASA
right?
article.
Everyone heard it.
Zenik, please do me a favor. Read a cosmology book. Read the introduction of the book, and they explain you that it's literally based upon philosophy and based upon the ideas of a few men regarding the sun being the center of the universe.
Talking nonsense. Talking about science.
Yeah, I'm just talking. Man, just do it. Get yourself some cosmology books. Read the introductions, and you will see that these people based the whole philosophy on the foundation of geocentrism that was already well established by where the world already worked. Zenik,
did he not say that the dark matter in the solar system was 45%?
If you actually read that and understood that book on cosmology, you would realize that the fact that there's
should I go? Oh, listen, come on, I'm gonna go on and show you things on this book, man.
All right, well, go ahead and tell me the problem that you run into is that there is you can actually observe the fact that it's a heliocentric model. You can actually
let me read something right out of the NASA site. thought he understood. Can I read just one paragraph?
No,
It's about
name one
50
single
words.
thing that we can prove that it has to be a heliocentric model. Name one thing.
The
Name one
phases
thing.
of Mercury and Venus.
We already exposed that. Neotectonic
There it
system.
is.
Try
All
again.
right. So no, what did you expose about the phases of Mercury and Venus?
Hey, so
It all
telling
works
me
in
I
the
should
neotectonic
read the
system. Try again.
book.
Shut
What
up,
if I
Show me
Glenn.
don't
the
do that?
geometry. Show me the geometry in a geocentric universe that allows you to have the full set of phases on Venus and Mercury, but not on the outer planets.
Go look up the neotectonic system.
I don't need to.
It's
You're
closer
the
relative to
question
the
on the
sun than moves
table
around us
already.
in the neotectonic
Apparently you
system.
do
That's
have
even
to.
using
You're failing
relativity,
with
which
it.
I don't
All
believe
right.
in
Well,
either.
you can put your derp out all you want. I'm asking you a serious question. The phases of Venus and
About
Mercury demonstrate the fact that we are heliocentric, period.
No, they
Hey, we
don't.
get it. You're in a religion
They
and you believe
don't.
it. We get it.
Deny,
You
deny,
pathetic
deny.
liar.
Bob, they're just going to deny everything you
I
said.
know.
How
Liars
do I
don't
deny
know
when I give a
jack shit,
specific,
Bob.
concise
I mean,
rebuttal?
he can't answer
You
the
didn't have a
question.
I
specific,
did answer the
concise
question.
rebuttal.
What's the difference in the phases of Venus and Mars?
They're
that
closer to the
You
sun.
don't have a phase.
That demonstrate
They're
the
not.
heliocentric nature
It's
of our
closer.
They're not
It's closer to the sun.
Bob,
No,
the fact
What's
you don't
closer
know
to the
this
sun?
pretty much
Mars is
points to
farther
the
away
fact
from
you
the
don't
sun
know
than
the math.
Venus.
you idiot.
Okay, they're closer than the other planets.
They're not close. They're not
They're
closer
not
than
closer
Earth.
than Earth.
Okay, what
Earth
about
is
what does that
between
have to do
them.
with anything?
You just brought it up.
Do you not know the
Yeah,
geocentric model,
Earth is
dude? You
between
people are
Venus
You know
and
the
so
Mars. Why are there
the
phases?
order of the planets:
Wait.
Mercury,
Let
Venus,
me explain this.
the
You
Earth,
said, can
then
explain? You
Mars,
wait to shut up.
then
He
Saturn,
said, shut up.
then
You know
Jupiter.
you know what happened. You're smart enough to know what just happened. He just messed up so much, and you guys are gonna try to talk over me. So you
What
said
are
that
you
I
talking
can't
about?
explain
What are you
it.
talking
Shut
about?
up, or I'm gonna mute you. I'm on my computer now. So he said, you can explain the phases of those
Yeah, the
planets on the
phases of
geocentric
Venus
model.
and
I said the
Mars.
Okay, you're muted. I said the
Fuck
neotectonic
you.
system. Stop interrupting.
No, fuck you.
See, and he left because he knew he messed up. You guys just said that it's closer than the Earth to the sun. Do you not understand the geocentric model has the Earth in the center? You freaking clowns.
So
What
pathetic that
clowns?
he left. He always leaves. He always leaves. I did the same thing where I brought for the video where the whole moon thing, I forgot what the stupid name, Artemis thing completely disappears. I posted the video after a while, and then when I posted the video, he just disappeared. This science Bob, whatever his stupid name is, he's pathetic.
Hey, Xana, can you read what Gleam just posted out loud for the room, please?
How about I read it from the actual source and we both talk about it?
How about you read what? I'll read it then. You won't read it.
I'll read it.
it.
I'm gonna read it right now. I'm gonna
To
read it. Hold
understand
on.
the influence of
I'm gonna
dark
read it.
matter in
I'm
the
gonna
solar
read it. Hold on.
system, lead
To
study
understand
author
the
Edward
influence of dark
Baburno,
matter in the solar system, lead study author Edward Bell.
Come on, guys, please. Let's
Lead
breathe.
study
I'll
author
breathe
Edward
easy.
Bell-Bruno calculated the galactic force, the overall gravitational force of normal matter combined with dark matter from the entire galaxy. He found that in the solar system, about 45% of this force is from dark matter and 55% is from normal, so-called baryonic matter. This suggests a roughly half and half split between the mass of dark matter and normal matter in the solar system.
Uh-oh.
Not uh-oh. Can I read it now? Let me read it very slowly with the right intonations.
Why would you
To understand the influence of dark? Well, my turn. Please don't mute me. I was one
That's
sentence.
a
Same as you read.
spaghettio.
Okay, great. I get that. Let me read it and you can make the decision. To understand the influence of the dark matter in the solar system, lead study author Edward Bell-Bruno calculated the galactic force, which is the overall gravitational force of normal matter combined with dark matter from the entire galaxy. He found that in the solar system, about 45% of this force is from dark matter and 55% is from normal or so-called baryonic matter. This suggests roughly half and half split between the mass of dark matter and normal matter in the solar system from the entire galaxy, not in the solar system. You can't even understand what to read. I mean, it's almost unbelievable that I have to go out and do this for you guys.
It really is, Zanuck. It is unbelievable.
Do you understand? It's from the galactic force. He quotes it.
Wow.
In quotes, galactic force is and he defines it, the overall gravitational force of normal matter combined with dark matter from the entire galaxy.
That's not what it says. So he said that
I'm reading it. I'm
he
reading
says he
it right from the NASA
calculated the
site.
galactic force, right? And
I
then
was
that
reading with him.
includes.
He read exactly what it's reading there.
Oh, I think you accidentally interrupted me. It's okay. So it's
I
he
read it
used
directly
the
from what you
okay.
just
I'm gonna
read.
stop
what
talking
he was
now
reading.
because you guys are fucking douchebags and you interrupt every
'Cause
single
I
time I
finally
begin
got
to
you in a
speak because
lie.
you're like
Yes.
children. You're grown men on the internet that's obsessed with an alternative cosmology, and every time someone begins to respond to you, you all interrupt them constantly.
Winston,
And
now
then
you're
when they
obfuscating.
and now
Don't
you're
run
interrupting
away.
again. Now you're interrupting again, and then when they end up they lose their cool and they get upset. Somehow they're the bad guys, and somehow you won because you guys are disrespectful. You would never talk to me like this in real life. You would never interrupt my sentences mid-time. I let you get all your stuff out. I go to respond, and then you immediately interrupt. You actually have an issue. You're a grown man, and you act like that. That means you have a psychological issue.
Okay,
I
Winston,
think that
I
interruption
read
makes a lot of sense.
directly. You said I didn't say that. It said he found that in the solar system is about 45% of this force. Now that force is the overall gravitational force, which is the galactic force
That's
of
not what
normal
it
matter
says.
combined with dark matter from, it says from the entire galaxy. That galactic force is from matter from the entire galaxy,
Dude, that's
not the
the
solar
point,
system. He
dude.
found in
Okay.
the solar system that 45% of this force he's referring to is from that.
Okay, I'm
not
gonna
from the
respond
solar
now,
system.
and you're
From
not
the-
gonna interrupt me. Okay?
You're not listening.
Do I have to mute you, or can you just not interrupt me?
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. So he looked at the entire galaxy to do his math. That's correct. Okay. And then he looked at the gravitational force, the effect of the gravitational force as it pertains to the entire galaxy, which includes our solar system. He then distributed it out. And what it shows is that in our solar system, it's roughly a half and half split between the massive dark matter and normal matter relative to the entire galactic calculation. Meaning that's what, yeah, he used the whole galaxy for his calculation, and that gave him the specifics about our solar system within that galaxy.
Okay. Can I respond?
You're just trying to buy
Is it
time.
okay? Can I respond?
Just go, Zanuck.
So no, that's not what it says. In fact, he specifically says that this dark matter lies in the outer regions of the galactic of the galaxy, not throughout, not evenly distributed, because he made it very specific.
Whoa.
And I read it I read it so you can see how the specificity which he described this. He said that this normal matter and dark matter from the entire galaxy, he found that in the solar system, that force, that galactic force, the overall galactic force, as he says, quote, of normal matter combined with dark matter from the entire galaxy has an effect on our galaxy, that galactic force, of 45 and 55% from normal matter. It doesn't say that they matter or that the matter is in our solar system at all. In fact, he makes a very good here. Okay, let me read the last paragraph. He says, a large region of the halo of dark matter exists and encircles the Milky Way. A halo of dark matter encircles the Milky Way and represents the greatest concentration of dark matter of the galaxy. There is little to no matter in the halo. If the solar system were located at a greater distance from the center of the galaxy, it would feel the effects of this larger proportion of dark matter. Because it would be closer to the dark matter and the halo, authors said. So it's saying that this dark matter resides in the outer parts of the solar system. Furthermore, he says it's explained by the fact that most dark matter is in the outer parts of the galaxy, far from our solar system.
Most of it.
You can't fucking read. You read what you want to, you cherry pick, and then you miscalculate and misconclude.
Like
so
60%.
Gleam, you hear that?
Most of it.
You read a little more and you get the answers. You can't fucking read.
45%.
Did you not hear what I said? This is explained by most of the dark matter in the
It's
outer
55%.
parts of our galaxy.
So
Far
most of it would be
from
50.
We heard
our
you
solar system.
four times. We heard you.
Okay, but let's relax though, please. Please.
Oh my
guys.
God, but no, it's frustrating, Jeremy,
So
because he
if it
keeps
was-
on contradicting me, saying I don't know what I'm talking about, yet he can't fucking read.
Zanuck, if there was some in our solar system, and there was some in the outer the universe, then most of it would be out there, wouldn't it?
No. Our galaxy, far from our solar
No,
system,
what?
not in our solar system. This
Yeah,
is the point.
Most of
Between those two paragraphs, the answers are there, but you have to read more than one paragraph. This is the problem which it takes. he only reads one paragraph, quotes it, and makes conclusions by misinterpreting what is written.
No, you're reading it one way. We're reading it another.
No,
Obviously,
I'm reading
one
it the
of
way
us is
it's
right, one of us
written.
is wrong.
Words have meaning. Okay, what part of this is explained by the fact of most of the dark matter is in the outer parts of the galaxy, far from our solar system. What part of that don't you understand?
55%.
No, most.
Yes, most.
We're not talking about preponderance.
It would
We're
be
talking about most.
out there.
Very little in the galaxy, most on the outer areas of the galaxy.
Have a good night.
You can try to squiggle your way out of this. You're not going to it's not going to
No, Zanuck, I'm not wiggling my way on anything. I can read it from your side. And
okay, what does it say when it says the overall gravitational force of this matter from the entire galaxy? He found in the solar system 45% of this force is from the dark matter. From the entire galaxy. We're not talking about in the solar system. We're talking about this force from.
It literally says the solar system, dude. You do not know how to read. Do you know how to read, Zanuck? Do we need to read it back to you again?
He
I've already read it to you 4 times.
in the solar system.
He found that in the solar system, about 45% of this force is from dark matter, and 55 is from the normal force.
The overall gravitational force.
Why do you need to talk over me when I'm literally
relax.
reading it?
If
Please,
you don't get it, then I can stop here because it's pretty clear to me in reading it. You're not getting
No,
it.
it's clear to everybody that you don't understand what it's saying.
This force.
The
what
words
force
are very
this
clear.
Force? What's this force? The force from the entire galaxy? Maybe. Yes.
Zanuck,
this force, which is from the force from the entire, it's called the galactic force. This force is called the galactic force, not the force in the solar system.
And the way
See, this is why I wish these authors would write
how much of the
people
galactic
like
force?
you dig into the words, think you read things you don't, and make false conclusions.
No, Zanuck. I can see it from your side and your point of view, and I can go as far as to say that maybe you are right in this instance.
Thank you.
I know that you can't do the same thing. You can't for a second read that and say, oh, okay, I see what they're saying. Because
yes, because it's clarified in the second paragraph.
No, it's not. It says in our solar system.
It says the greatest concentration
galactic force
of dark matter in the galaxy. The greatest concentration is at the outer edge, the halo.
No shit,
they
Zanuck.
specifically say halo.
No shit.
If the solar system were at a greater distance from the center of the galaxy, it would feel the effects of a larger portion of this dark matter in the galactic force because it'd be closer to the dark matter. So it's telling you again at the end what I'm saying is correct.
Zanuck, how much of the matter? Zanuck.
You know I'm
how
right.
much-
You just can't concede.
Zanuck.
Someone has given me a little bit of a lifeline there, and I appreciate
Zanuck.
that. But you're still defending it like you
Zanuck.
think you know, and you're not.
Because
you're not
you're not admitting
Zanuck.
that it could be wrong, that it could be the other way.
No, it's not wrong. It's very clear because they have
Is
3
my
or
mic
4
working?
times they've reiterated what they mean.
You're just not honest, Zanuck.
I am honest.
Mic working?
No,
I am
We
honest.
hear you.
I'm
We hear
very
you,
honest
Napalm.
with you.
Okay.
Napalm, we hear you.
Zanuck,
Zanuck,
do you have me
relax.
turned down? Do you have me
Just
turned
relax,
down, Zanuck?
please,
Can you hear me?
I hear you
Maybe
now.
he has me turned down. Oh, okay. So my question to you would be, within our solar system, and we're talking about normal matter and dark matter, what is the split between normal matter and dark matter within
Dark matter
our
undetectable
solar
in our
system?
solar system. Dark matter undetectable in our solar system. There's very little, if any, in our solar system.
Hold on. So his sentence here that says, this suggests that roughly a half and half split between the mass of dark matter and normal matter in the solar system is not what he's talking about. What can you explain that sentence to me?
They're talking about the effect. That's a poorly worded sentence on his part. Yeah, it gives you a little bit of ambiguity. I agree.
Because you know better.
They're talking about. He's talking
Dude,
about.
you're
the
so
45
incredulous. You're so deceptive.
I'm
and
not.
dishonest. It's
No,
ridiculous.
we're talking about it normally. We're having a conversation, you and I.
Zanuck, can you rephrase, the writer's own words and just like put it like what he really meant to say?
Well, so better
He's
question,
talking about.
Zanuck, is that
When you read a paragraph, he says we're talking about understanding the influence of dark matter in the solar system, and his author says He calculated this galactic force, the galactic force. I'll read it exactly. I won't put my words in here. The galactic force, quote, is the overall gravitational force of normal matter combined with dark matter from the entire galaxy. So the entire galaxy, he found that in the solar system, that 45% of this force, that means that force you referred to in a previous sentence, 45% of that force is from dark matter and 55 from normal, so baryonic matter.
Zanuck, what's the name of the article that this came from?
The name of the article is How Dark Matter Can Be Measured in the Solar System.
Okay, so you don't think that that means that they are claiming that dark matter is in the solar system?
No.
Okay.
They measure it from the solar system.
And it's not even possible, right, Zanuck? It's not even possible.
They're measuring, because they're measuring the effect of this dark. They're measuring
That's
dark
the
matter
difference between
from
me
the
and you,
solar
Zanuck.
system.
I
So they
admitted
measure it
you
in the
could
solar
be
system.
right,
How
the way you-
it's measured, what they're talking about.
I would say
You
he
got to read the
improperly
entire.
titled
If you
the,
read it,
the article as well. He
if
probably
you
should have.
read it,
He probably should have titled it "How Dark Matter Can't Be Measured in the Solar System," according to Zanuck. Like that would be
they're
the proper.
measuring it.
That'd be a much
They're
stronger.
measuring.
Yeah, really
They
grab
want to
the
know
reader.
how they want to measure how they know dark matter exists. Well, they measure it from the solar system. In the solar system,
If
they
I
measure
want
it
to
in this
measure,
effect.
well, hold on, real
You
quick,
don't know
guys.
that.
If I want to measure, real quick, if I want to measure how much
Whoa, I got
water is in a glass, if I want to measure how much water is in a glass, the end result is going to be how much water is in the glass, right? So they're trying to measure how much dark matter is in the solar system, right?
Zanuck, I have it. Is there evidence
Is
of dark
that
matter in our solar system? Via studies of its pull, astronomers have collected overwhelming indirect evidence suggesting dark matter pervades our universe, also our solar system.
But it's not
boom?
measurable in the solar system.
But the article you were
Okay.
just reading from was titled "How much we measure." What was the name of the title of the article you guys were just
Not
debating?
measurable
How
at
dark
all.
matter
man.
could be measured in the solar system.
Yes, in the solar system, dark matter in the solar system.
And it's
How
not
you measure
measurable anyway. You
something
can't
in the
detect
solar
it, dude.
system. It's
You
not.
can't
It's
detect
not
it anyway.
measuring the dark matter in the solar system. It's measuring dark matter from the solar system.
In the solar system.
Dark
Clearly,
matter
that's
can't
what
Yes,
be
or in the
measured.
solar
They
system.
are.
Yes, you're measuring it. Yes.
They are, as far as I understood, what Zenix saying is that they are in the solar system taking the measurement. That's what he means. That's what
Correct.
they mean by. That's
Yes.
what I understand Zenix
And
saying.
they clear that
Well,
that is a little bit of a
you guys are interpreting it in a
Jeremy.
very weird way because, like I
You
said,
could
if I want
actually
to
debate
measure,
that title, but when you start reading it, you realize that's what they're talking about because they talk about it, the galactic force. They were specific of what the galactic force is, and then how we measure that. And of what we measure of that, this is the percentage of baryonic and dark energy. Why do you think if it's 97% of the universe, why are we only measuring half of it, or near half of it? Why would that be? Why would that be true?
Zanuck, why? I guess the question is what is if someone gave you the lifeline and says we understand that you could interpret it that way. Why is it there's no way you could interpret it the other way and give us a lifeline the other way that you could? Well, what's the definitive
Good question.
difference?
Because they were so specific about saying how the majority of the dark energy or dark matter is the outer edges of the halo
Zen.
of the galaxies, the outer.
Zen.
And if we were close, it even talks about if we were closer, we would be able to detect it more. Or there'd be more influence of it.
Dark
So
matter
it's talking
pervades.
about all this dark matter is on the outer regions of our galaxy, not in our solar system. And when
No,
they're
there's
measuring,
just
they
more
were
there.
very
Zanuck,
specific about
dark
that too.
matter
They
There's
talked
just
about
more
it
there.
in
solar
the
system.
galactic force, and they
Dark
defined the
matter.
galactic force
Zanuck,
as
listen.
all the influence, all the
Zanuck,
forces,
listen,
all
I
the
got
matter
you,
in
bro.
the universe.
He's a
in the
I got
possessed
galaxy.
you.
man
Ready?
right here.
Dark matter pervades our solar system. Dark matter doesn't interact with ordinary matter. It's invisible to light and other forms of electromagnetic radiation. See, modern instruments can't see it. But dark matter does have mass, and that means it has a gravitational pull. Via studies of its pull, astronomers collected overwhelming indirect evidence suggesting dark matter pervades our universe and so our solar system.
that's pretty clear.
Our family of planets orbiting the sun must contain dark matter too. Meaning all.
No, you're reading that wrong. That means
That's
it's
No,
pretty
you're
not
reading it
clear.
correctly. No, and I'll have an answer to you, but it is so
Can I?
small,
gonna be his
there's
answer.
so
Can I
little
say?
of it
Just
that we
wait for
can't
it.
measure its effect because nothing we're measuring
Zenit.
right now has any noticeable error. Now, any errors we do have,
The last
maybe that's because of
sentence.
dark
Zenit.
matter.
The
but we're
last
not
sentence
measuring.
says, on this study
Slow
proposed
down. Slow down.
experiment for detecting dark matter within our
Can I answer to that? Because I think you read it's saying there must be on the solar system. So the impression that I had is that you guys were going for someone that measured dark matter to be in the solar system. And what you read says it must be on the solar system because it prevails in the galaxy, not because they measured it to be in the solar system, which is what the subject was, right?
No, actually, what he's saying is that it's not in our solar system, which is a direct. Like,
I didn't say
literally, it
that.
says
He didn't say
so,
that. No
okay,
one's
so-
saying
so-
that.
I didn't say
okay, so
that.
Zenik, you
I said
agree
it's
that
not
our
measurable.
So you agree it's there though?
No.
Of course, it's everywhere.
I don't say. I mean, if you're saying it's not measurable, doesn't mean it's not there, and also doesn't mean it's there. It just means
No, it has to be
you
there
can't
though,
measure.
because if dark matter is all in the cosmos, then it has to be in our solar system.
No, I'm just saying that saying it's not measurable doesn't mean it's either there or not there. Doesn't mean either.
So it has to be there if it's everywhere in the cosmos.
Yes, but that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow by saying it's not measurable.
No, but
That
do you
could be
agree it
true,
has to be
but it
there, though?
doesn't follow from saying it's not measurable.
So you
Because
agree it
that's what
has to
This
Zenik
is why
said.
you'll probably lose in a arbitrated or judged debate with it, because you don't. Even though you're a very intelligent guy, I can sense this. You don't seem to be able to read certain things and extrapolate the true meaning of what is spoken in the written word, because
Of course, he's going to
you
lead
like
with
to
a
just you like to have it
backhanded.
follow your own conclusions or your own objections and then run with them.
And go read what I posted in chat right now and read it in a way that says you're right and we're wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, give me a sec.
I mean, that was pretty clear what you read out about how there definitely is dark matter in the solar system. They took indirect measurement or something. You love indirect measurements, Zanuck.
You're right, I do. What do I measure here? Put it.
So, guys, does this mean that gravity works different?
What am I reading?
Sorry, than on in our solar system because the
Read
dark
what I
matter is different
posted.
over there?
I don't see your. Am I in the
Well,
wrong
they're just
chat?
contrarians,
Only
actually.
55% of the
There's a
gravity is from
screenshot.
baryonic matter.
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah, you've been
Same thing I read, but you're claiming
Okay,
I read it wrong.
it says dark matter pervades our solar system. Dark matter doesn't interact with ordinary matter. You've already read that. I thought. Invisible to light, other forms of electromagnetic radiation. So modern instruments can't see it, but dark matter does have mass, and that means it has gravitational pull. Via studies of its pull, astronomers have collected overwhelming indirect evidence suggesting dark matter pervades our universe, and so our solar system. Our family of planets orbiting the sun must contain dark matter too. On February 1st, NASA reported on a new study that calculates the pull of dark matter on objects in our solar system. For example, spacecraft and comets. The study proposes an experiment for detecting dark matter within our solar system. Yeah, they have an experiment plan. And you're not saying whether it's being... They already have been detecting it, by the way. How old is this article? Because they've already detected this.
Are you serious right now?
No,
Oh,
I'm
just
not
read what you
serious.
posted. What do you mean?
Yeah, so
Yes,
what I'm
and
saying
how
is that
can you possibly
they
deny
haven't
it?
got the experiments, but I already cited, and NASA has already cited this article back on February 3rd, 2022. When was that article posted that you posted there, Bear?
Zanuck, you're saying that there's no dark matter in our solar system. That clearly
Say that.
Is
I didn't say
is that what you heard he's saying?
Yeah,
Seriously?
I didn't say that at all.
100% what he said, over and
I
over
didn't say
and
that.
over
You
and
didn't
over.
say that at
He
all.
said
What
it
the
was
fuck?
Very
out,
little, if
Dude.
any.
it was out toward the rings, not in our solar system.
Yeah,
I
the things
actually
they were
listened,
No, I said
detecting.
so I know
most
what
of
you
it
said.
was on the outer.
Wait,
See, you're not
one sec.
listening.
One
I
sec.
said it was the outer.
Xenic, Xenic.
Okay, Zanuck.
Regis.
Go ahead.
What? Yeah, what he said, not in the solar system, is that the force that that other website was talking about is that our solar system is being pulled by that gravity. So it isn't talking about the dark matter in our solar system. It talks about the dark matter in the galaxy pulling our solar system. So when
That's the first
when
he said,
Zenix
yes.
said so when Zenix says in our galaxy, not in our solar system, he's not saying there is no dark matter in the solar system. He's just
Yes,
saying that's not the dark
yes, he
matter.
was.
He's
He
just
was
saying
100%
he's
saying
just
that.
saying
Because he was arguing
I
against
said very
witness saying there
clearly,
was
as the
50%
letter said,
dark
as the
matter in the
article
solar
said,
system.
in the
that's
halo,
misinterpreted.
the majority,
You're wrong
in the
and you're
halo,
lying, and it's gross.
in the halo, the
Hold on,
majority.
Zanuck.
That's where the majority of
Bacon
the
was
dark.
mid-sentence.
Hey, Jeremy.
Bacon was mid-sentence. Don't yell at me for interrupting you. Bacon was mid-sentence. Let him finish, please.
Oh, but I was trying to clarify what Zenix said, so I think it's fine if Zenix wants to go.
Yeah, I was just saying
go
that
on
I
from
was
there.
I don't like when people say I say things I didn't. I said majority of the dark matter resides in the halo, as is written in the article. Very little is in the center and throughout the galaxy. It resides in the outermost portion, the halo. And what is, and yes, it's everywhere else. It's throughout the galaxy. I agree. And there is probably some in our solar system. They haven't been able to measure it. They're thinking about ways of measuring it. And I think this article might be too old and is before the article that we're reading from that talks about actual measurement that they got of this galactic force, meaning all the dark matter and regular matter in the universe, the galaxy that acts on us, has been determined to be 50 or 55-45 of dark to baryonic. And so they got a measurement of it. But it's not what's in the solar system, as was misread and misinterpreted by Whitsitt. It is what is acting on us from the galaxy overall. That's the part you guys are misinterpreting. And it's reiterated 4 or 5 times in this article to be that clear. That what I'm saying is, and Barry, you already agreed with me. You said you're giving me the benefit of the doubt. I could be right.
Yeah, it is clear when the sentence
and then I looked
reads,
into it, and
this
you were wrong.
suggests that roughly half and half split between dark matter and regular normal matter in the solar system.
If that was true, then all of our values,
direct quote from what
hold on. If it was true, Napon, here's the answer.
minutes after the hour, you literally posted that.
Napalm, if that was true, all of our calculations for mass and orbits would be wrong because half of the values would be attributed to, and forces would be attributed to dark matter, which we don't know where it is. And we'd be able to say, well, there's just as many planets that are dark or just as much mass globules
It's just like
that are
Polaris
dark, that are
being
completely
30%
opposite
closer.
of every planet.
What's 50% of the mass being off? Polaris is 30% closer. It doesn't matter, right?
It's not Polaris. We're talking about a solar system.
I'm just saying.
Why are you diverting? That
matter.
right there shows
Not
me
a
you're
big
not being
deal.
very honest.
No, actually, so here's if there's since the dark matter should actually affect the outer planets more than the inner planets.
Why?
And
Because it's inside the solar system.
it is
because it's
objectively
affecting
inside the
outside.
solar system.
My uncle's part of Pioneer 10 and 11. This is part of the things they were talking about, as that dark
I'm
matter
just
would be
muting you.
affecting
I'm
them
muting him.
as it left the solar system more than it would be.
I was literally in the middle of talking. So, anyway, the point is that they say that the mass of the sun is going to be the most predominant mass, and then dark energy, this repulsive force, also counteracts the attractive force of dark matter, and that they've yet to devise a way to detect this actual distribution. They should be able to see that the outer planets, their orbits are affected by dark matter more than the inner planets, and they haven't found a way to actually be able to detect that. All attempts have failed because it doesn't actually show the relationship it should.
Let's all calm down. Okay.
Everybody's calm. It's just Zanuck can't take a breath, and he can't allow people to actually formulate their ideas without talking over them, because he knows that he's incorrect. He'll literally double speak it. You're
I'm not
literally
double speaking either.
Your post says what I read, and then you say, "Well, that's actually incorrect." Then why did you post
I
it?
didn't say it was incorrect. Where did I say it was incorrect?
So dark matter makes up 85% of the total mass, and dark energy and dark matter constitute 95% of the total mass energy content
In the universe.
Yeah.
In the galaxy.
No,
In the galaxy, yes.
Everywhere, the entire cosmos.
But it's not distributed evenly. That's what they talk about, it being
Right,
specific. It's in the halo. Most of it is in the halo.
That's my point, which is that so it is 85% of the total mass, but they're saying that in the solar system, it's closer to 50-50. Thanks for playing, though.
No, if it was in the solar system, then all of our calculations and all of our math would not work because there'd be as much mass as we're using to calculate the orbits would be in places we can't see or tell, and we can't detect it either. So it wouldn't be dark matter, because if it was, it would be pulling on things or showing the effect of pulling on things.
No, dark energy is repulsive, which counteracts the dark matter effect, and then the proximity of the mass of the sun.
There's damage control. Good job, Whitsitt. Come on.
Wait, are you saying that's wrong?
No, there's an even balance of dark energy and dark matter, which counteract each other, so we don't detect
That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
Oh, I didn't. So they say that based on the dark energy being repulsive and literally counteracting, just not, I didn't say perfectly balancing it out. I never said that. And that what should happen is the outer planet should have more of an effect of dark matter than the inner planets of the solar system. So when you
Why is
guys
that?
say that there's no dark matter there and it shouldn't have any effects, you're going against your own religion. But this is what
I'm
you
saying
guys always do.
there's immeasurable amount.
They came up with a
affecting the orbit.
prediction. They came
What?
up with a
Why?
they came up
Okay.
with an approximation of how much is in our solar system by looking at an entire galactic distribution, right? That's what they did. And that pertaining to the entire universe as a whole, dark matter constitutes 85% of the total mass. But they did this galactic distribution and then isolated our solar system with approximation and said that it's roughly 50-50 as opposed to 85%.
If there was 50% of our solar system that was accounted for this amount of dark matter, none of our orbits, none of the things that we hold to be true, even in Newtonian mechanics, would work. Yet they do. And they're not it's not counteracted by dark energy.
So you're saying because Newtonian mechanics works in our solar system, then there must be no dark matter in the solar system?
Very, very little that is becoming unmeasurable, and the effects are not seen as well. We're not sitting in our solar system going, you know what? We still don't know why Pluto he's got this crazy orbit. Let's throw dark matter at it. We've never had to use that yet. In fact, we found planets for these small anomalous behaviors in orbits to determine where Neptune was. But so far, everything else works in the solar system almost perfectly fine within a very, very tight error margin. What we have is so well that we can notice the galactic effect of the containment of dark matter, that we can sense it, we can feel it, we can measure it, and that measurement of what we measure from the external to the solar system, because we take everything into account there, subtract it out and see what's left, and that is coming from the galaxy, and from the entire galaxy, that effect, half of it is dark matter and half of it is baryonic matter. That's what that article says. I challenge you to find any physicist that disagrees with my interpretation of that article. Go ahead and find somebody, bring him here, and I will eat my hat on fucking chat.
You gonna say your shit? I heard an S in.
Yeah, that's not gonna taste good either.
Eat my shit. Yeah. But you got to read these articles really carefully and really look at what the art. Sometimes they can be a little sloppy. I agree. The titles can be like clickbait almost. Oh,
yeah, these guys don't know how to word sentences and formulate thoughts. I know.
Well, they leave. They don't think they'll be
telling
flat
us
earthers, science denialists in there trying to interpret every single sentence like you guys are, which is you have every right to do that.
The guys that are telling you what the universe is made of and how the universe works. These are the guys that don't know how to properly. They formulate sentences poorly and don't know how to.
Not poorly. I got it clear. Actually, it's a little bit ambiguous.
I heard you say in this conversation, I heard you say that is a poorly formulated sentence or title or whatever.
Right. I take that. I walk that back.
Sanic, you're not
right.
still
Those
pretending you're right, right?
Leave some.
After all this,
leave something to be. They leave something. They leave something to be interpreted. I agree. They shouldn't have that. They shouldn't do that.
Just because people are sick of your crap and don't respond when you pretend that you're right at the end, doesn't mean you're right or that we think that.
You already said. You already said I could be right. You're the only one that understood what I'm saying.
And then we looked into it.
You looked into it. What did you find? Did you find anything that contradicts what I said?
Nothing.
We found out you were wrong. We found out that you were not right and you were actually wrong.
Bear, did you come up with anything that proves that or says that I'm wrong?
I'm getting in the shower. You are wrong. We looked into it.
Where did you come up with that? Now you change your mind. Why?
Wrong. I will.
Why do you say that?
In a little bit.
Why do you say that?
And holy,
Bear,
like you need some self awareness.
Now you changed your mind.
Bear, where did you get that from? Where'd you get that from?
It's saying that the force in the solar system that we feel Like 50% of it is from dark matter. If you don't understand that,
From the galactic force, from all over the
which is just
the
us,
galaxy.
which is just the pool that we're
So
in.
you're going to run with this, and this is going to be your platform for wrongness, and you're going to continue to promote it. I know that, Witsit.
If you keep
I can
interrupting me, I'm
tell.
just gonna mute you.
You've made the conclusion. You think
Okay, sucks to suck. So, like, I'm not listening to you just constantly interrupt me. I'm not. It's not gonna happen. Not while I'm here. So, you just sit in timeout for a little bit. So anyway, it says that 50% of the gravitational effect observed in the solar system is because of dark matter, and that you would feel the impact more and more the further away from the sun that you get. Okay, which the galaxy is just the giant pool that we're in. So you trying to separate them as if they're completely not connected or something is stupid. Yes, the gravitational force is coming from the overall galaxy, which is based on dark matter. We are a little ripple in the pond that is the galaxy. So we are also being affected, and also we have dark matter passing through our universe. Okay? They're saying that 50% of the gravitational effect observed in our solar system is from dark matter. It isn't from the galaxy as if that's separate from the solar system. The solar system is in the galaxy. The dark matter is moving all throughout the solar system within the galaxy. Okay? Thank you.
Now, if that's distributed amongst the evenly, essentially evenly across the solar system, that would be felt as nothing. There'd be lots of gravity, but it wouldn't be in any way significant. So is that what they're talking about, or is it?
no, he's misreading it
You're
again and
kind of
putting
right, which
words
is
in
what
my
Xanac
mouth.
doesn't understand is that you
No,
wouldn't
I
feel it
said
that
very
much, but that
clearly
the outer planets would feel it more. The outer
because it's got less of an influence from the sun. That's
yeah.
why you feel more of it. This force, they are very clear to say it's coming from the galaxy. That's why they call it a galactic force, Witsit. It's not that difficult to understand.
I just said that.
No, but it's not inside the solar system.
Our solar system is in the galaxy, dude.
I know, but it's coming from the overall galaxy.
That's a non
We're part of
sequitur.
it. It's not a non sequitur.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
Yeah, I'm talking
Because
about the
they're talking, for
gravitational
example, they
effect
even give
observed
an
in the solar
example.
system.
Dark.
The gravitational effect observed in the solar system, right? 50% of the gravitational effect is attributed to dark matter.
But what does that exactly mean? I mean, is that the 50% that keeps us from flying off from the galactic plane, or is that the effects of Jupiter's effect on its moons?
But what's it?
That baryonic
It
matter
said
is going to be the
it
predominant.
talks about the galactic force.
This dude.
You're saying it's evenly distributed. They specifically say it's not. It's in. It's a larger proportion. It says of dark matter is in the galactic force would be closer to the dark matter halo.
When did I say?
So
it was
they're
evenly
saying that
distributed?
the galactic force, which comes from we're part of the galaxy. The overall gravitational force is from the entire galaxy,
When did I
and
say it was evenly distributed?
force from the entire galaxy, we sense 45%. The effect on us is 45% of dark matter and 55 from normal baryonic matter.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was the whole point. So,
but it doesn't
I
mean
never said it was evenly distributed.
50-50
I never said
in
that
in our solar system at all.
Everything you say is a straw man. I never said it was evenly distributed. What I said was that there is objectively dark matter in the solar system in your paradigm, which is all religion. We're just literally playing fantasy right now, like we're playing a video game. But in your religion, your little fantasy video game, there is dark matter in the solar system. Okay, and they say that they can't get precise enough measurements out far enough away from the sun to figure out exactly how much is here, and that the numbers constantly fluctuate. Dude, I'm gonna mute you.
Don't mute me.
And stop interrupting. And they say that it's constantly fluctuating because dark matter passes through our solar system. And that obviously our whole solar system is affected as a whole by the galaxy's gravity. Okay. And that 50% of what we observe as gravitational effects in the solar system is from the dark matter of the entire galaxy. And that dark matter is rushing through our solar system as well. And the outer planets would be affected by this dark matter gravity more than the inner planets because of the proximity to the mass of the sun.
Okay. Well, this is all the same guy, Bella Bruno, also said that this is explained by the fact that most dark matter is in the outer parts of our galaxy, far from our solar system. A relatively small contribution of the galactic force due to the dark matter felt in our solar system as compared to the force of the normal matter. So that, coupled with another little tidbit of information, a little clue they can give. This, if you read the whole thing, you can get more of an indication of what's really going on. They talk about the Pioneer 10 and 11 that I mentioned earlier about how dark matter could be affecting them, but they also talk about certain types of, and where does this galactic force take over? So they're talking about it again. So a certain distance from the sun, as you said, Witsit, the galactic force becomes more powerful than the pull of the sun, which is made of normal matter. Belbruno and Green calculated this transition happens around 30,000 astronomical units. That means 30,000 times the distance from the Earth to the sun. This is well beyond the distance of Pluto, but still inside the Oort cloud. Swarms of millions of comets that surround the solar system extend out to 100,000 astronomical units. This means this dark matter, gravity, could have played a role in the trajectory of objects like a cigar-shaped comet or asteroid that came from another star in our solar system, or a star system, and passed through the inner solar system in 2017. Its unusually fast speed can be explained by the dark matter's gravity pushing on it for millions and millions of years. Not from the solar system, Witsit, from the galaxy. So you're just not reading and understanding that there's clues. Every single paragraph points to it not being in the solar system, but being in the overall.
Dude, let's just
galactic
rewind to the
area.
first thing I said that started all of this, okay? What I said was that 50% of the gravitational effects in the solar system within your paradigm is from dark matter.
No.
See what I'm saying?
That's not what it's saying. And we'll have to disagree because I think I've made my point really clear.
Okay,
Anybody listening can understand what I'm saying. Don't put words in my mouth.
Just go on mute then.
I've made it very clear that this force comes from the galaxy, not from the solar system itself. And I just gave it an example.
I already said that.
A simple example of how certain comets.
Put yourself on timeout with it.
I already said that, right? Like I already said it, and Zen just keeps pretending I didn't say it. So like 15 consecutive strawmans, yeah, you get interrupted. I corrected a straw man 5 consecutive times. He's going to then jump off of his little mic and then proceed to pretend that he's teaching me that it's from the galaxy again. After I've already explained it 5
times. And I think
times.
you have to agree that it is.
I've already explained that.
No, you said that 50% of it is in the solar system. You didn't say that.
No, I said 50% of the gravitational effects observed in the solar system are from dark matter. And that there's dark matter in our solar system.
No, the dark matter in our solar system, and 50% of all the gravity we sense in the solar system is due to dark matter?
50% of the gravitational effect in our solar system is because of dark matter.
And that number seems to belie. That number seems to defy the evidence that's there. Like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would think then that you would expect to see like the planets as the outer planets as they came around, they would have a much more elongated thing towards the center of the galaxy, wouldn't they?
Well, it wouldn't be much more because the entire solar system is affected by the dark matter of the galaxy. And
right, but 50% of it is affected.
No, you're saying we detect 50% of it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, 50% of the gravitational influences in the solar system is caused by dark matter. You said that.
Do you not understand that the gravitational effects of the solar system include the fact that our solar system is moving?
How is it?
So it was actually you being lost this whole time, huh? That's what it actually was. We just found out.
No, we know it's moving. Why do you think the gravitational effects are affected by us moving?
Wait, is the solar system moving?
Yes.
Yes.
Where's it moving?
Around the galaxy.
Is that due to gravity?
Yes.
Is that a gravitational effect of the solar system?
Momentum and gravity.
No, it's in a free fall around the galactic center. There's no forces.
So that's a
acting
gravitational effect of our solar
system. There's no
system.
forces can be measured. No forces can be. See, this is where you don't understand relativity either. We're in free.
Now
we're
he's
in free fall around
to try
the
to change the
galactic
subject
center.
to relativity, dude.
We are in free fall around the galactic center. There are no
This is a waste
forces.
of my time. I'm not talking anymore. You just got exposed.
Because you're way over your head. What's it?
You got exposed, dude.
No,
you got exposed.
Hold on. Let's
can't
just be clear. 50% of the gravitational forces in the solar system are due to dark matter.
The
force they talk
system.
about, Jeremy, is from the galaxy, not from the solar system.
It isn't like, oh, the planets move around the sun, and 50% of the reason that the planets move around the sun is because of a 50% distribution of dark matter and regular matter. That's not what I am saying.
No,
it never said that, though, Zenik.
Okay, I think I understand. I think I buy it. Yeah, I see how that works. Essentially, the whole thing that holds the solar system in its position is 50% greater than one would expect if the galaxy only had as much normal matter as
that means the mass of these. Come on, that means
the
the
effect
mass
on our
of the
solar
planets
system
would not
as a
be what we think
whole
they
is
are.
50% dark matter, 50% regular matter, and it would be a greater percentage of dark matter if it was further out to the edge of the galaxy. So it's very simple. I don't know. The point is that dark matter also
No, that's
passes
not what it
through our
says.
solar
Because if
system
that was
according to the
true,
model.
if that was true, then the masses of all the planets would be half or some fraction of what they are.
No, you're now just exhibiting your incompetence again.
Yeah, if I might, essentially what you're talking about is like if the sun had twice as much mass, and if we're talking about the sun being the center of the galaxy, the planets would essentially be closer to the sun, and their moons would still orbit around them and all that shit. It would still work the same way, but you have more force pulling to the center of the galaxy, and
that means the sun would have to have more mass than
more than one would expect for the normal matter itself.
Right, but we don't. There is no discrepancy, Mayock. There's no discrepancy about the mass of the sun or the mass of the planets.
Oh no, that's just an example. That,
no, dude.
Basically,
dude,
I'm saying
why is this so hard to?
It's if you were spinning on a string, a ball on a string with a rubber band, a ball and a rubber band. If you double the thickness of that rubber band, that ball will, for the same RPM, will just spin closer to the center.
Okay, it's very simple.
But it's not spinning closer than we
Supposedly
think it should be
And
spinning.
by the way, this proves my point earlier. Whenever Zenek was trying to separate the solar system from the rest of the universe, as if they were two different, like you could just isolate it. But no, we're just talking about the solar system. Like when you claim the solar system, you're claiming other things. You're claiming that it's going around the center of a galaxy. You're claiming the rest of the universe's distribution as well. So funny how we've come full circle to Zenek basically conceding that I was right about that. But
I'm not conceding
anyway,
you're right at all.
Shut up, please. The idea is that there's a galaxy, and that this solar system is moving around the galaxy, and that when we isolate our little solar system out of the whole galaxy, right, just this little portion, based on where it is in the galaxy, it's about a 50-50 split between the effect of baryonic matter's gravity and dark matter's gravity on the solar system.
And what effect does that dark matter have on our galaxy?
It makes the galaxy more compact.
And if it was closer to the edge, then it would have more of a great impact. But then they also, so that what this means is that our solar system is
that's not true,
moving through
Mayock.
oh my God, dude.
Well, I thought I was responding to Mayock's statement, because the point is we have the dark matter in there injected to so that why these distances between stars and the size of the galaxy can actually rotate and not have everything fling off into space, because that matter is there.
Right. It's 50% more than we would expect if it didn't exist.
Right. So the distances must be larger.
Okay.
Because if they were
so
close,
Zanik, you know, like if I'm talking, you interrupt. So then I stop because I don't want us to both talk at the same time. You don't just seamlessly just go into now it's your turn to talk. Do you know how disrespectful that is? You never recognize how rude you are.
I think you do, but I was responding to Mayock, and I'm stopping now. Go ahead.
Okay. So now the point is that the dark matter that's in this galaxy, right? This fantasy world that you live in, it passes through the solar system, bro. Okay? The dark matter passes through our solar system, but due to the proximity of the planets relative to the sun and its mass distribution, that's the primary gravitational agent. There's still dark matter passing through. And what this means is that our outer planets, because they're farther away from the sun, should have a greater effect of that dark matter that's passing through. Right? And they haven't been able to detect it yet. So they haven't been able to detect it, but based on the theory itself that the cosmos is primarily 85% of the mass in the universe is supposedly dark matter, then they have to assume that it's also in our universe. I mean, in our solar system. They cannot just draw a circle around our solar system and all of a sudden there not be dark matter there. That's not how it works.
Now, Zanik, are you saying that the force, as far as I understood it, it was the only way to explain the velocity of planets in the galaxy was to introduce dark matter as a possible solution? And
it's much tighter.
It's much tighter, yeah, so more compact. You said no, I was wrong to that.
Say they would be farther apart if you didn't have the dark matter, and they would fling off.
They'd be further apart or fling off. Yes.
Right. No, but you have that wrong because, and no one would agree with you because yes, even though 95% of the matter in our galaxy is said to be dark matter, and we have obviously dark matter will be everywhere. We are just a speck. Our solar system is just a speck in the galaxy, and we have measured things in the galaxy or in our solar system to revolve around the relative masses of the sun and all the planets.
Right.
And if dark matter was to pass
Hold
through
on, let me
us,
go next, Maya.
we would be able to determine, because unless it was a completely even, ubiquitous flow, but they're already saying that most of that matter is at the outer halo of the galaxy, number one. Number two, if it's flowing through, we should be able to see some effect on all the planets. Sure, it would be more effect on the planets on the outer portion of the galaxy, but we'd also be able to, if it's passing through, they'd almost be able to measure that kind of change in certain directions if it's got a certain directionality to it. They don't. And that was never said. You're reaching because it doesn't say that in the article. The article is very clear in saying that the galactic force, I mean, it's a force coming from all over the galaxy, is acting on us with normal matter combined with dark matter from the entire galaxy. And he found in the solar system that effect on us is 45% from dark and 55% from normal. So that's what they're not saying. They're not saying
Zanuck,
in our,
wrap
in
it
our,
up,
in our
bro.
solar system. I did. That's it. They're not saying it's from in our solar system. It's from the galaxy itself, everywhere.
Dark matter's in our solar system, objectively.
No.
Okay, so if
that's not what it says.
Guys, can I get in real quick? So if the dark matter is affecting if you said the orbits would have been tighter or looser or something on the edge of the solar system, but they're not because of this dark matter is affecting them, then how does Newton's shit work in our solar system if dark matter is affecting it?
It does work because dark matter is not affecting it. The distances are.
You guys just said
are not tighter. They're not tighter than they should be. They're exactly or near exactly where they should be. If we had dark matter in our solar system, keeping things in a tighter orbit, all the items, then we would say, well, we don't have an answer. Let's throw dark matter at it because just like we did with the galaxy, that's what it would hold it together. We don't have that problem in the solar system.
There's two ways to look at it. You can either look at it like there's more dark matter in the other solar systems than our solar system, and it's evenly dark matter in our solar system than other galaxies. It's even just more of it out there. Or you're saying that there's less dark matter in our solar system. Gravity is different in our solar system. There's more dark matter in the outer galaxies, and that must mean that gravity is different in the other galaxies. So which
I
is
don't
it?
even know. Well, I don't even know what you
It's
said.
not even complicated, dude. It's that based on our position of the solar system and the galaxy, that where we are, that it's about 50-50, the effect of dark matter's gravity and baryonic matter's gravity. Baryonic matter is just regular matter. Okay, it's 50-50. If you moved our solar system out further to the edge of the galaxy, then it would have a greater effect from the dark matter that's observed. Even in the case as it is now, the outer planets would have would be affected more by dark matter. The reason that dark matter doesn't affect it even more is because that the vast majority of the dark matter that's affecting our solar system is much further away than the sun is relative to the planets. So the sun is the primary causal agent of the gravitational effects that we observe because of distance, gravity being proportionate to distance, of course. Okay, the point is that we're moving through this alleged galaxy. There's dark matter all throughout the galaxy, and there's dark matter in our solar system as well. Our solar system is not some type of excluded portion of the galaxy that doesn't have dark matter.
So is the dark matter affecting the orbits or anything inside the solar system other than where our solar system is in the galaxy?
Barely. It's just not that much relative to how much the sun is, which is why they say that the outer planets would be a much more measurable effect because they're further from the sun. So the answer is yes,
so they are,
but not much. Yeah.
So it is affecting the dark energy is affecting, dark matter is affecting the orbits of the planets on the outer edge of the solar system. Is that correct?
Technically, it's affecting all of them. It would just be more detectable on the outer planets. Yeah.
Has it been detected?
How does Newton's work? How does Newton's gravity work if dark matter is affecting the orbits?
It may not be perceivable.
Well, they said
the funny thing is,
definitely should be perceivable according to NASA. It's just that.
Well, the funny thing is, Mayak, we understand.
No, you heard Whitsitt talking. I know you did for a fact because you stopped and then just went again.
Well, I thought he stopped after he said 2 seconds.
He stopped because he doesn't want two people talking at the same time. He's got a
Fine.
kid. He doesn't
I
want to
don't
be
have a
trying to
problem
scream
yielding
over
to him.
you. He doesn't want to be trying to scream over you,
I
when
get
his
it.
family's there.
I
And
get it.
I
Go
understand.
ahead. I thought you were done.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, it technically affects all the orbits, right, according to your model, but it's just going to be more detectable from the outer planets. That's it. Technically, it affects all of them. Okay, it's just what I mean. I don't even know what's complicated about it.
Well, is it detectable? I mean, that's the whole thing. They say it'd be more detectable.
They said it's
It
detectable.
has a greater effect, but they would give you a number with that to say, yeah, Jupiter is 5 miles off from where it should be, according to our, an arc second off from where it should be because of this. And it stores this.
They say the distribution of dark matter is so mysterious they don't actually know.
Well, can I make a comment about
Right,
that?
so
Yeah,
it's that stupid, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Zanuck. There's no dark matter in the solar system. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
There's no
think about the distances between stars, and our solar system is just basically a star, one star. And there's great distances, vast distances between stars. This dark matter. Now, if I ask Whitsitt, does dark matter exist outside of solar systems? He'll say yes. Let's say it's somewhat evenly distributed through the galaxy, which we know it's not because they already talked about.
What's
They
going
already
on is
by their
blur the
measurements.
lines.
Right,
And they're going to say there's no
Jeremy,
difference
so why do
between
I
the
get talked
flat
about?
Earth.
Why do I get talked?
Hold
Really
on,
unbelievable.
Hold on, guys. If we don't want Zanuck interrupting us. Let's not interrupt him. And Zanuck, please try to make it concise.
I'll be very, very sorry. You can sense where I'm going with this. There's vast distances between stars, and if the dark matter is spread evenly, there'd be very little in between our solar system because we have a clump of mass. All stars are clumps of mass that are very, very distant apart. Dark matter won't behave like that because it's supposed to be somewhat uniform. And even if it's 50-50, we're in the center and much higher at the edges, we wouldn't see a concentration that would be measurable in the solar system. That's not how it works. If it's even, there'd be so little of it because we're talking about 95% of the mass. But look at the space that we occupy in the galaxy. Do the math there. Look at the distances between stars, and then it makes all perfect sense. We don't have any dark matter. Most of it's in the halo, and we are talking about something very specific. That it is the galactic
90
force.
seconds, bro. What the fuck?
They measure from the solar system, from Earth. That is effect from the entire galaxy, and that is made up 50, 55, 50.
Everyone knows
45.
that he doesn't actually.
Not what's in this solar system.
Dude, I can't believe it.
Everyone
How
here
are we
knows
letting
you're
this
just making
happen?
stuff
Can I
up.
speak now, Zanuck?
Because it wouldn't add up. It
Shut
wouldn't
the
add up to
fuck
100%.
up. Somebody mute his stupid ass.
Whoever was trying to. All right, let's relax. Whoever was trying to talk, go ahead.
Thank you. Listen, the audience needs to know this. You guys need to know this if you already don't. What Zanuck is trying to do is blur the lines between flat Earth and globe Earth. He's going to say, I agree with you guys on this, and this. So what's the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth? Don't let him do that. Thanks.
That had nothing to do with what Zanuck said. Very straw man-y.
Last thing was I wasn't asking. I'm just letting everybody know. Please be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Well, yeah, just so you know, they claimed that a spacecraft, a probe they sent out was actually veered off route by 5 feet because of dark matter, but that they had not set up, instruments to measure it, and they're going to try to do that in the future, is what they claim. And so, like, even a little probe is affected by dark matter. So, of course, the planets are. They're just saying that they haven't found a way to precisely measure it, but that it would indeed have to be happening.
That same effect, if I'm not mistaken, that would be essentially the same effect it would have on a planet. So you're talking about maybe a 5-foot error over a trillion miles or a couple of billion miles. Pretty fine measure.
Is this on the Voyager or?
Let me look.
I mean, nothing else has even went out that far that they claim, right?
Pioneer 10.
Pioneer
10, yeah.
But if the deviation is based on mass, that's a very, very small mass within the solar system. So there is a deviation there. So if you scale that up, it would probably have significant influence on other things, or at least.
Yeah, because the smaller the object is, right? We don't get tides in our cups or bathtubs or pools because gravity doesn't affect small things, right?
No, it does.
But
No,
less,
but not as much.
Less. less. Gravity affects smaller things way, way less.
Not really. I mean, you can drop a bowling ball and a lead ball and a 16-ton ball, and they all hit the ground essentially at the same time.
What did I
We're
read?
talking about the pull. That has nothing to do with what we're talking. Talking about the pull.
That's the pull. Yes,
Somebody's got
that's
an
how hard
echo.
it pulls on all those objects. It's hard. It pulls harder, but it takes more to accelerate those objects. So the planet should have the exact same effect as I would think as a satellite.
Oh my God.
Moyak, you have an echo, and I'm talking about the pull.
Or backwards.
Somebody's got Demok, please. Somebody. I'm talking about the pull. Go ahead, Demok.
Yeah, does the gravity pull only one way, or does it pull all ways?
Essentially always, but at different levels.
That was great. I'm talking
Hey,
about the pull.
Mayock,
Mm-hmm.
what's the difference? What's the closest distance?
Jeremy, go ahead.
I feel your pain with it. I feel your pain because I go through it all the time too. And when I hear you going through it, I'm like, oh. Yeah, I'm talking about the pull, not how much things drop on Earth. Pull on objects from elsewhere, like the sun, the moon. You know, the reasons we claim to have tides. You don't get a tide in your cup of water because it's such a small thing. And the reason we get the tides in the oceans is because gravity has less of an effect on smaller things. So with this little teeny tiny probe thing they sent out, would be nothing. It'd be massively more, have a massively bigger effect on something the size of, say, a planet.
Well, as far as like the water goes, I would say that your cup has essentially the same tides as the ocean does. When you consider the amount of space that it has to run and move, and the cumulative effects of additional parts of the body of water. So, like, it's the same amount of force, same amount of motion per unit.
Okay, can I read this? Dark matter isn't just far off in the Milky Way or somewhere on the other side of the universe, though. It's right here at home in our solar system. In a recent paper submitted to Physical Review, Ethan Siegel and something of the University of Arizona analyzed the distribution of matter in our solar system and found that the mass of dark matter is 300 times more than that of the galactic halo average, and the density is 16,000 times higher than that of the background dark matter.
No physicist would ever say that.
Wow, dude. Wow.
You're not reading that right. You probably didn't read that right. What's it?
You read that totally wrong.
This is where
I have
Xenix
no
never read
idea.
it, never heard of it, but he's going to pretend to teach us that what it means.
Yeah.
You
You're
probably
not
know
understanding
that.
the problem with big things and real small things.
I'd like to know how
Odyssee's
they measured that. It's interesting.
Over the history of the solar system, Zhu and Siegel calculate that 1.07 times 10 to the 20th kilogram of dark matter have been captured, or about 0.0018% of the mass of the Earth. To get a handle on this number, the mass of Ceres, the largest object in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, is about 9 times this amount. They calculated how much dark matter the solar system has swept up in its 4.5 billion year lifespan by modeling the composition of the background dark matter halo and the orbit of the solar system around the galaxy, and calculating just how much dark matter would be trapped by the solar system as it moves through this halo. You remember when I was saying that as the solar system moves through the galaxy, then obviously it's going to also be interacting with dark matter, and that our solar system does have dark matter. And then Xenix said I was stupid and didn't know what I was talking about, and the solar system doesn't have any dark matter. And then here's the actual physicist from
Very little, I
Arizona
said.
Arizona
They didn't have
University
any.
saying that not only do we have dark matter in the solar system, but
Very
it's 300
little.
times more than that of the galactic halo average, and the density is 16,000 times higher than that of the background dark matter.
Even with that being said, it's still very little.
You said it wasn't there just 10
You're not
minutes ago.
understanding the volume. Volume has meaning here. Volume of our stars and volume of the galaxy and the space that this matter resides. If it's filling all the voids between multiple hundreds and thousands of light years between these objects, and we have all this matter, you're saying 5% is not accounted for. That's the dark matter. That's the energy. Or
You said it wasn't
matter
in the
we
solar
can't
system
see and
5
touch.
minutes ago.
5%. We're talking about many magnitude more volume available. All this dark matter to
So
the
you
side.
were
That's why
wrong
so
when you
little
said there
goes
was no
inside the
dark
solar
matter in
system.
the solar system.
This is not contrary to anything I said or how I interpreted that paper from.
Oh my God!
From
You
NASA
literally
at
said that
all.
there's
Dude,
no
I'm
dark
surprised.
matter in the solar system.
I didn't say
And
that. No. Where did I say? I said little, very
Xanax,
little.
I'm
no,
surprised you can even talk. I'm surprised you're not out of
I
breath from
said
all the
very
backpedaling.
little, immeasurable,
dude, when I
immeasurable.
play you
But
saying it, will you just go on mute for the rest of the day?
yeah,
I said that there is dark
No, I
matter in the solar
meant-
system, and you
right,
said
if I
no,
said
there's
no, I
not.
meant
You
there's
said
very
no,
little.
there's not.
They weren't talking about the dark matter that they were measuring in solar system. They were talking about the matter of the entire galaxy, including
What?
what's in the solar system, which is very little. I'll say
Why
it
don't you
again.
click on the
Very
article
little.
and read it
He-
before you talk about it.
Dude,
Tell us that.
he's literally just double spoke. He said, "If I said no, I meant just a little." So he's like
Well, I don't think I said
backpedaling,
none. We talked
backtracking.
about that for a while. It's very little. It's everywhere,
No,
but
you
it's
said
very
there's
little.
none.
Immeasurable. They haven't been able to even measure it. So the point is that whatever you say, even if it's 16,000 times greater than the halo around the galaxy, it's still very little.
God,
You said there was
man,
none.
It hurts my
I
soul
said there's
to
very
hear you
little.
struggle like
Did
this.
anyone else hear me say it was very little?
I'm about to
My
play it for the
Yeah,
whole room.
seriously.
I would
Did I
say,
say
you know,
that
the
or not?
general tone of what Zanuck has been saying is that it's immeasurable, not significant.
Not a factor.
And I'll frequently do this where I'll say none, meaning no significant, nothing to worry about, totally irrelevant.
You
Yeah.
too, Moyak.
If I said none and you find on tape, I meant insignificant.
You guys
Moyak,
are
why would you stick up for it, man? Why wouldn't you
Sorry.
just kind of like
Because I've been
not
listening,
say
I'm being
anything?
honest.
I don't know if you're being honest.
I'm
From
being
what I heard
honest.
him say, he said he may have said none. I don't recall that per se, but I do also recall him. If you want to go back and look back, go look back to the same time frame.
Nobody's gonna
and
do that.
see-
You know it.
and see whether. Well, no, Whitsitt was going back, so just make sure you don't just listen to the one place where he said none.
Where I destroy
But
him
he
and he's
also
lying.
said he also said things like very little, insignificant, because he did say all those things around the same time.
Dude, 3 consecutive times he jumped in to correct me when I said that there was dark matter in the solar system. 3 consecutive
But
times.
not the percentage. You say it's made up of 50%.
So if this dark matter force,
it's not 50-50.
so if this dark matter force, go ahead, Zanuck.
It's not
You're giving me a
50-50
headache.
in the solar system.
It's
That's
the
what I'm.
end of the globe, and you know it.
Okay, Riggs, come on.
Dude,
It's
that's what's funny
50-50.
is like,
It's not
dude,
50-50
Janet,
in the solar.
click on the
It's not
article.
50-50.
Click on
It
the
can't be
article.
50-50 in the solar system. It
I
can't be.
didn't say that. Click on the article and actually
45-55.
click on
Round
the
up.
article and actually read it.
I
How about
read
that?
everything. You don't read is what I'm trying to get you to do.
Are you
Read.
gonna read the article or?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. So just
Forgot what I was even gonna say before now.
and also read Gleam's
Sorry,
article
Joe.
while you're at it.
I had
You had
something
something
good
to
too,
get
and
us
now I
over,
can't
Mullet?
remember. I was about to body bag you, zip them up.
Me?
Yeah, I can't remember now what I was gonna say.
The if I'm reading this right, I don't have the same article, but the the dark matter captured by the sun is 0.0018% the mass of the Earth. So it really is an insignificant flea fart, especially
they don't-
considering
Yeah,
it's
but it
distributed.
had an effect. It had Moyak, you got an echo. It had an effect on the on this Pioneer 10 probe, and it's the Pioneer 10 probe is very small, and we know that since we can't measure tides and stuff, it has a smaller effect. Gravity has a smaller effect the smaller the body is. So if it has that much of an effect on this Pioneer little teeny tiny probe, then that must lead us to conclude that it would have a greater effect and more measurable effect on a giant body. If we measured it with a Pioneer 10 probe, then surely we would be able to measure it on a planet or something, on the planetary scale.
You'd have to measure that planet moved 5 feet off of its baseline trajectory.
Well, this is
Dude,
all
I'm surprised.
predicted with.
Over 40 years.
I'm surprised, Zanuck, your uncle, who was in charge of the this
again,
program where
sorry.
the probe was deviated by the dark matter. I'm surprised your uncle didn't tell you about that.
Yeah, I'm looking for that
We
part of
talked
the
about
article to see what the
He
impact
probably died before that happened. Listen, so it talks about. I read your article, and it talks about the history of the solar. Over the history of the solar system, they calculate that a certain amount of dark matter has been captured, or about 1/18/10,000ths of the mass of the Earth. To get a handle on that number, massive series. You already mentioned this in the asteroid belt, Mars and Jupiter is about 9 times this amount. More than a comet or an asteroid. The amount they've captured in the entire history of the solar system. So it's very little. Wait. Are you going to whistle past the graveyard here? He's talking about how much there's 50% mass of the. No. If our history of the solar system, we've only captured a ninth, 1/9 of the mass of an asteroid of dark matter.
Are we just
1/9
gonna
of
let
a
him keep jumping in and straw manning what I
universe.
say? Are we gonna like? It's been like 30 minutes, and every single time he says I claim that there's 50% dark matter in the source. Every single time.
I know. Let's
I'm
move
just like
on.
he
The
shouldn't be
point
allowed
is,
to talk.
So,
He shouldn't be allowed to talk.
can I, Jeremy?
hold
Can I
on,
ask him one
Zach.
question then? So,
No,
Winston,
please. I'm trying to
when we
get on to
talked
this
about
point.
that,
I haven't heard it addressed yet. With the
I know,
with
but he
this
said
little
it 40.
teeny tiny. Forget about that,
Well,
dude. We got this little teeny tiny probe out there. It's been affected by dark matter. And that's over the course of however many years. Surely they would have seen this in the planets because the gravitational effect is much easier to detect on large bodies than it is in small bodies, as in with the tide in my bathtub or my pool or a lake. Even there's no tide, so we should have. If Newton's math worked, and then it still does, and we can predict where these planets are going to be using just Newton's. I don't think that encompasses dark matter, which is obviously having an effect on these planets trajectories.
The mass
no,
of
not
dark
on the
matter
planets.
within Saturn's
On
orbit is
a spaceship that's
3.23.
outside of our.
The mass of
What's that?
dark matter within Saturn's orbit is 3.23 times 10 to the 20th kilogram. The density of dark matter within Saturn's orbit is 2.8 times 10 to the negative 17 kilogram. So the mass of dark matter within Saturn's orbit is 3.23 times 10 to the 20th power kilogram.
All right. I see here from my article, the errors on measurements of perihelion precession are in units of hundreds of thousands of an arc second per century. So it's not something you're measuring.
What? No, he's saying that. Are you actually jumping in and skipping over the other part? Because I read that a few minutes ago, and I still know what you skipped over, which was that right before that it explains that the dark matter would change the precession.
It would change the precession by hundreds of thousands of an arc second per century.
No, that's what they're currently measured within, that much accuracy. That's what it said. That the current precession measurements are measured with that much accuracy.
Hundreds of thousands of an arc second. They are claiming that's a measurement.
Yes.
Hundreds of how many digits is that past the arc second? 4?
It says
5?
the errors on the measurements of perihelion precession are in units of hundreds of an arc second per century. Even if you assume the dark matter is at rest with respect to the galaxy that the solar system moves through, which is the extreme example, the sun is of order 10 to the 30 kilograms. Capturing a 10 to the 20 kilogram clump of dark matter will slow you down by about 20 microns a second over the lifetime of the solar system.
Hold on. Is that measurement to the hundredth of an arc second or thousandths or something? What exactly was it? What's it?
They're changing units.
It says in the units of hundreds of an arc second per century.
Oh, all right, that makes more sense. That actually could be possible. All right.
Oh yeah, I did say hundreds of thousands. I'm sorry.
You got to think about the You got to think about the volume of the outer halo of the galaxy. When you say something 16,000 times, more dense, that's not very much considering the distance we're talking about and the size we're talking about. That's what distance is going to be. This mass.
Our solar system
volume.
has like.
Why do you feel compelled to talk over me? Why?
Yeah, hold on.
Let him
finish.
I didn't pause at all. I was in the middle of a
Yes,
sentence.
you did.
Would you say that?
Okay, just go ahead, Zanik.
These numbers, although they're very large and impressive numbers, you have to put them in context. You talk about the density of the halo of dark matter. It's a very, very large area and volume. And so, yes, it would stand a reason that you could have things at a greater density within our solar system and still be insignificant. And I'm still standing by that word, insignificant. It's talked about how much it captured, how much the solar system captured by running into it along the way. And that capture was less than a ninth of a small asteroid. So it's not a lot, and it's not affecting it's certainly not 45% of our solar system, as you alluded to in our initial discussion here. You say now you say that.
I don't think he did. I don't think he said that, Zanik.
No, the first comment I said was that like 50% of the gravitational effects from the solar system, like on the solar system.
The solar system as a whole.
Yes, exactly.
No, so that's not true. Oh, effects on the solar system from outside the galaxy.
That's where it sits in the galaxy.
This is typical wits of technology. So now you're saying that exactly what we're all saying.
No, he said that. He said that from the beginning. He's been talking about. Now I drifted off and I suggested that it doesn't move the planets any appreciable amount, but the
Wait,
solar
may I?
system as a whole is affected.
Okay, so may I? Let's go
Dramatically.
back to the article real quick. This is make sure we got. I want to make sure if he's right, then I'm going to see and say, "Oh, sorry, I missed it." I'm going to say it right here. It says that we have dark matter that is 45% of the force from this dark matter, 55% of neuronic matter. Now, would you agree that this force is acting on our solar system from outside of the solar system, or is that force made up of dark matter in the solar system?
I've already said that the force as a whole is acting from is a galactic force. But here's what's so funny, just so the room knows.
So we don't have
Xanax, if I have to
45%
mute
of
you to
the
say this, I
solar
will. I
system made
promise.
up of
I
dark matter.
promise I will mute you if I have to. Okay, this is what's funny. The reason this all came up was I was talking about how, like, look, we have a theory, right? And that's why I call it religion, because you had a theory like this much mass causes this much gravity. Then we looked at the sky and we're like, wow, there's this much gravity, and according to our theory, there should be this much mass, and there was only 3% of the mass predicted in the galaxy. So we're like, wow, we have a problem. Instead of throwing their theory out and be like, wow, clearly our mass to gravitational relationship in theory we think is true isn't true, they made up some idea that makes up the 97% missing mass, right? And then he started being like, oh, so when he wanted to talk about the solar system, he's like, no, the heliocentric model of the solar system, blah, blah. I'm like, when you claim something about the solar system, you're claiming something about the rest of the universe as well intrinsically, right? Because you're claiming the solar system moves around the galaxy based on all the other observations of galactic rotations in the sky and the stars, blah, 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 right? And they keep trying to separate it. They want to just talk about the solar system because they think the math works pretty good, and they don't want to acknowledge that it actually requires you make a claim about the whole rest of the universe where the math doesn't work at all. And you do have to, and that's how this all started. And then I said, no, there's also dark matter in the solar system. He said, no, there's not. Right? Because when we were talking about the problem about dark matter, he diverged to the solar system. I explained that the solar system actually has other claims than just the solar system if you claim it. And then he also said that the dark matter problem isn't in the solar system. And I said, there's also dark matter in the solar system, right? And he said that there wasn't. So that's how this all started. And so when you actually talk about the whole conversation, what's happened is Zedek has had to like smoothly concede that, yeah, if you claim that the solar system model, then you have to claim a bunch of other stuff about the universe intrinsically. It's a package deal.
But there is dark matter affecting our solar system from inside the solar system too, though, right?
The overall
Maybe
net
it's
effect is going to be from outside of our solar system.
Minuscule, probably not measurable.
Some
Yeah,
will
just-
be from inside.
Yeah, just very small. Yeah.
Very small, negligible.
Yeah,
I can't believe no one's used that
technically
word
they
yet.
think it should be detectable. You know, they just haven't done it yet or whatever.
It hasn't been big enough to pop up in the measurements that we make on a normal basis.
Yeah,
It's a
where was
very
this
easy,
Pioneer 10
unfalsifiable
thing?
realm, yeah.
Where was this Pioneer 10 thing when they noticed it was 5 feet off? Like, was it past Pluto or before Pluto?
Oh, dude, all they did was just do the math, and they predicted how much they think it would have veered it off.
Right. I don't think you
Oh,
can.
so they don't know
Again,
if it was.
that's when you're talking about being 5 feet off. Think about the angle you're talking about. If it's outside Pluto's ring, you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that's why I asked where it
That's
was. First of all,
unmeasurable. Absolutely unmeasurable.
They said they would have to
where it was first of all, and go ahead. What's it?
They're saying that they have to like put certain new equipment on another one to be able to detect it in the future.
Yeah, that's why I asked where it was, and also if it had an effect on it, on that tiny little mass of a little teeny tiny fucking machine we sent out there is nothing compared to what a planet or whatever, a comet would, or, anything else basically would have a gravitational effect on.
Well,
Does
yeah,
that
it's
sentence
like
make
5
sense?
feet over the amount of miles that it goes, which is funny because like what is Jupiter's orbit's like almost 500 miles, right? I mean 500 million miles.
5 feet and 500 million. Pretty fucking
No,
spot on.
no. I'm saying Jupiter's orbit is like 500 million miles, right?
Right.
Okay, so like this little probe is way less, and it had 5 feet, so it's less mass and less distance. So you would have a way bigger effect because of the mass. I mean, like relatively way bigger, not like huge overall, but way bigger. And you would
What's
have a
Pioneer's
greater
mission?
distance.
You remember what Pioneer's mission is? I can't remember.
No, I don't. I don't believe in fairy tales.
Well,
I don't care.
we don't get a tide in your swimming pool, right? But you do get a tide on all the oceans. So compare the Pioneer 10 to my pool and then the oceans to Jupiter, like, would you see an effect or no? Like, shouldn't you see a
Again,
bigger effect in Jupiter?
I think you keep on looking at that kind of like the wrong way when you say that. It's the effects, and I don't know how to say this because I'm not eloquent in this, but the effect in your glass is there. It's just super unmeasurable, and the only reason you can measure it in the ocean and bigger bodies of water equal to their size, it's because of how much running room, how much movement you can make. That tiny nanometer of a fucking movement of a molecule multiplied by 25,000 miles of water is enough to make it appreciable.
Yeah, we know gravity doesn't affect small bodies. Yeah,
No, it
or
affects
has
small
a
bodies.
smaller effect. Has a smaller effect on smaller bodies. The bigger body, the bigger effect it has on it.
Yeah, what about Lake Michigan?
Anyways, I didn't want to get into a tide thing, but
Then why'd you bring it
there's a
up?
lot of
Yeah.
I mean, you can get into Lake Michigan if you want, or are we done with this dark matter thing? I like dark matter and dark energy stuff. Neat. I don't think dark energy gets enough attention, but
Was it Pioneer 10?
yeah, that's what they said. Pioneer 10, yeah.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out what its mission was.
Since
I mean, you
you're
would agree it would
die to defend it.
You would agree that it would have to, if it has that small of an effect, if it has that much of an effect on that little teeny tiny thing, it would have to have a much bigger effect, more than 5 feet, on something like, say, Jupiter or something.
No.
Why?
It does get more complicated because there's a combination of attraction, like for all bodies of reasonable size, like let's say a BB to an asteroid, 5 kilometers across. There's going to be virtually no effect on Earth's motion and stuff like that. So you drop an asteroid, you stop an asteroid and a BB, and you drop them both at Earth. They'll both go to Earth at about the same rate. The effects are the same. Now, when you get to planets where you have an actual attraction, like with Jupiter, and you were to stop Jupiter, it probably would fall somewhat faster than the BB because of the combined attraction, I guess.
I'm also curious on why weight doesn't change when there's, say, a solar eclipse above you compared to a solar eclipse antipode to you.
Again, I think
Like
it's
you're
a small number. But do you have any idea what the? I tried to look this up before, and I've never found it. But I've heard it is measurable. That you can measure when the moon is overhead. I don't remember what the number is at all.
So we should all be selling gold bullion. Go ahead.
Sorry, tidal forces are like on their own minuscule, and the difference between is like a solar eclipse and a lunar eclipse tidal forces would be even smaller. It would sound like it would be the biggest difference, but it's not actually the biggest difference would be in a quarter moon, for example, against
that doesn't really make sense because that doesn't really make sense though, because if mass is attracting mass, and the tides happen because of the sun and the moon, and then you have both of them on one side, and then both of them on the exact opposite side above you. How do you figure that's not when it should have the biggest effect?
Because I have to take into account the motion. That's same explanation of the tides. So the moon, like the moon and the Earth, are orbiting each other, right? So they both have this centripetal acceleration around the body center, right? The body center. And the gravitational acceleration you get towards the moon is different, close to the moon, in the center of the Earth, and the other side of the Earth. So you have 3 points that have different acceleration towards the moon. But Earth cannot accelerate towards the moon with 3 different accelerations. So it turns out that the acceleration that the Earth is going to experience is the one in the center. So the acceleration of the center of the Earth towards the moon is the one that actually is applied to the Earth. So the point that is closer to the moon and the point that is further to the moon, the point that is closer gets a bigger acceleration, so things will get lighter. But the opposite side, that acceleration is even smaller than the one in the center, but it points in the other direction. So things also get lighter in the other side of the moon. It's a bit complicated to
Okay, if I
explain
have
that, but it
more
actually
mass on
follows.
top of me, all right. No one even followed what you just said. You just said words there and some numbers. If you
Yeah, I
are,
was afraid of that.
if you are, yeah, that was you got lost. We got lost in the shit right there. So
Alright.
if I have more mass on one side of me,
Mhm.
right? Let's say I have more mass directly on top of me. That's going to cause the gravity to be pulling harder in that direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when I have all the mass, aka the sun and the moon, on top of me, that would make the pull be if they're both above me and I have a solar eclipse zenith of me. That would mean that the pull that's going to be the greatest time when the pull's above me going in the upward direction, right?
The magnitude of the force is bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be the time when we're going to have the biggest pull going up. And then when we're going to have the biggest pull going down is going to be when that opposite of that happens and all the mass is beneath me.
Yeah, if you're thinking about like that way,
Yeah.
yes. But
Okay, so
it's a more complicated scenario because you have to
Okay.
understand that both Earth and Moon are in free fall towards each other, right? You don't experience the force that pulls you in free fall.
Okay, so now that we know that when we have most of the mass on top of us, we're going to have the greatest pull in that direction. And then most of the mass beneath us, we're going to have a greater pull in that direction. That would be when the forces are the biggest. Not when there's a quarter moon or whatever you said. That's going to be the moment, the solar eclipse moment. I don't know what
No,
you
that's
said. Your rebuttal was
that's the
incoherent.
biggest magnitude of the force. But you don't measure that force. As I said before, you can't just forget that the Earth and the Moon are both free falling towards the bare center. You don't feel the force that is pulling you if you're free falling because of that force. What allows tidal forces to be felt, to be felt, is that the Earth only accelerates as a whole, but you actually had different accelerations due to tidal forces across the Earth. So in some points of the Earth, you don't accelerate as fast, and some the acceleration should be faster. And that's where you get the difference between the acceleration of the Earth and the acceleration where you are. That's why you can measure it. Otherwise, you would never measure. It would be unnoticeable. Just like any other force when you're free falling.
Your gravity claim states that the more mass you have on one side, that's the direction the pull
I
is going to be
understand
going.
your
It
argument.
could
Did
be
you
this
understand what
mass
I
and
said?
trash mass. No, I don't understand what you said. You're
Okay, so
arguing against
it doesn't help if you repeat
You're
your
arguing
argument.
against your mainstream model.
No, of course not. Nothing I'm saying is going against it.
So you agree if we have more mass on one side, that's going to be the greatest
I already
pull.
agree to that.
Okay, so that's when we would notice the most significant change with weight or whatever.
No,
because
biggest
that's when
force.
most of the mass. That's
bigger
when the
f-
biggest force. Because that's when the biggest force is going to be pulling in that direction.
No, bigger force doesn't mean easier to measure. The
No,
force?
if I have a
No.
bigger force, it's not going to be easier to measure.
No, the force that the sun attracts the Earth is much bigger than the force that the moon attracts the Earth. But the force of the moon is much easier to measure.
That's not what you what?
Yes. What do you think is the force between the sun and the Earth?
Well, I think the moon's affecting the tides much more than the sun is.
Yes, but it's a weaker force.
It's a weaker force. Yeah, it has the bigger pull.
Yeah, it has the biggest effect because it
Biggest
has
effect, but weaker force.
Yes.
I
Because
don't
it's
know. Does
not
that
it's
make
not
sense
as
to anyone else?
Yeah, if you don't think about it more than what you're just saying, then you won't make sense.
Yeah,
That's what
so
I'm
if
trying to
I
explain.
punch you in the face,
Jeremy,
hold on. If I punch Xanac in the face, I'm gonna be hitting him with a bigger force than if my 4-year-old was to punch him in the face. But the 4-year-old's gonna have a bigger effect on Xanac's face.
I'll pay to see that.
No,
Maybe
that's not analogous. None of that
That
example.
sounded pretty analogous.
No, where's the free fall in your
Bigger
example?
force, less effect.
Where's the free fall in your example?
You're saying bigger forces have less effects, right?
No, that wasn't
I
my.
thought that's what you were just saying. My bad.
No, no. I'm saying you can't just make the statement that the bigger force has the biggest effect. You have to take into account everything that is relevant. So if that force is in free fall, let's say you're free falling towards the Earth, you still have the same force as if you're standing on the surface. But when you're standing on the surface, you can measure that. When you're free falling, you can't. So same force, in one scenario you can measure, in the other you can't. So it's not just simple that you can always measure the force. It depends on what's happening.
How's the force measured? How does the force exist?
You cut out, Xanac.
How does a force exist if something's free? Why is there a force from something?
In Newtonian mechanics.
Okay. Just Jeremy, real quick. What's it? You heard him agreed. Gleam is still fighting in the chat about the quotation. It sounds like Whitsitt now agrees with us because he made it very clear that we were talking about, and we all arguing about the 45% to 50%, 55% relationship between dark matter and baryonic matter. He says it's the effect of that matter from the entire galaxy. He said that. Did everyone get that pretty clear from him before he left? Hello? Hello? Test?
I can hear you. I just don't think anyone's responding. Who are you talking to?
Everybody, I mean, we were all talking. Gleam is still in the chat saying, oh no, this quotation says there's 55% of the matter in the solar system dark matter and 45% is baryonic matter. And that's not what Whitsitt said at the end. He said it at the beginning, but he probably won't admit it. We were fighting like cats and dogs about how we interpreted that article from NASA. We specifically said we're talking about the forces from the galaxy acting on the solar system.
Yeah, I heard that too. When he asked me about dark matter, I said I didn't think it would make any difference for the solar system. And he said it would. But then I came in later and he was saying the opposite here with you, that most of that dark
Kind of
matter.
changed his tune real quick. And
The
I
overall.
don't know how he did it, but he did it also with the length contraction too. He started doing it as well. So kind of changes horses, and we don't even see him do it. It's like a magic trick.
How'd it go, Xanac? Let me guess. You came back and won, and Whitsitt admitted he was wrong, and he now agrees with you. Did I nail that?
Quick.
Oh, he doesn't admit.
Real quick, guys. I gotta go. Can you just?
It sounds like
if you could.
So Barry, you were right. So what we said.
Hey, let Jeremy speak. He gotta go.
I gotta go. Xanac doesn't give a fuck. He has no social awareness.
Barry was talking to me. I didn't hear you.
Hold on, I gotta go.
He didn't hear you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I gotta go. Just if you can, just show me just in reality, like something here on Earth, where there's a stronger force but a weaker effect. Thanks.
Well, whenever you're free falling, any force that is smaller than the force of gravity, or even stronger than the force of gravity. I know, yeah, we have to be smaller. So you pick two objects which the force between them is smaller than the force of gravity that are pulling them towards the ground, and then you just drop them.
Don't use gravity, Bacon.
But that's
use
what
something else that doesn't change with distance.
Every force changes with distance. What you're talking about?
Every force changes with distance.
Yes,
Okay.
inverse square law.
What do you mean? Like every attractive force? What are you talking about?
Yeah, and repulsive force. All those are dependent on distance.
Are you talking about like when momentum's transferred into something else?
No, force. Not transfer of momentum. Like if you
Okay,
have...
can you elaborate a little bit?
Sure. Like electrostatic force It also follows the inverse square law. Two charged bodies, the force between them, either attractive or repulsive, is going to follow the inverse square law. Double the distance, it's going to get 4 times weaker.
You said every force, though. Did you mean
Yeah,
that?
you asked for an example. That's an example.
Like literally every single force, though?
Yes, forces drop with distance.
Because didn't Newton think one thing, and like some crazy lady back then like figured out that what the hell was it? Like the speed of like a ball rolling down a ramp or something. It wasn't what they thought. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I actually know.
No? All right, I'll try to look it up.
All right.
I do. I know what you're talking about. I
Okay.
forget the lady's name exactly, but it was Newton thought that kinetic energy was equal to just the mass times the velocity, where another woman thought that the kinetic energy was equal to half the mass times the velocity squared. And it turned out that obviously Newton was incorrect about that. What he was thinking was kinetic energy was really momentum.
Oh, gotcha. Do you remember what
different
type of experiment she did, Jace?
Yeah, as you were saying, it had something to do with rolling balls down a incline
Yeah, I
and
thought
taking some sort of measurement that way.
I thought the effect of the measurement was like 2/3 of the expected or something close like that. But I don't know. I can't remember.
Mix up
I gotta look it up.
momentum and kinetic energy, you get kind of disparity. They mean two different things.
Yeah, is that what, are you explaining what Newton thought versus what she figured out? Or are you talking about me?
I've been digging all around on this. As far as the gravitational effect from the moon, the best answer I see so far, the one that seems to be the most well thought out, is like 10 to the minus 7th G's would be the effect.
Hey, Moyak, did that formula, did that equation of the period of solar day and sidereal day and all that make sense to you?
Yeah.
All right. Like, it was
thing the other
much
day.
easier. Sorry?
Whitsett's thing the other day about the solar day and sidereal day changing length.
Yeah. First, I'm not sure if he used these words, but he was talking about the rate in which they change. They would have to change the same rate or the same changing rate, or I don't know. I don't know exactly how he said, but there's like an equation that would determine the solar day based on the sidereal day and the period of the orbit. So the faster the Earth is rotating.
No.
Sorry?
Oh, yes, you go. You go.
Yeah. So the faster it's spinning, the quicker is the solar day. But the faster it orbits, the slower the solar day. So you have to factor those two, and doubling one is not going to double the other. There's not a ratio equation.
Yeah, they're not like the same that way. Did you
Yeah.
did you make something, Bacon, for that?
I just derived the equation. That was all I did.
Gotcha. Nice.
So it's like if you want to know the duration of a solar day based on the duration of an orbit and duration of a rotation, it's 1 over the rotation minus 1 over the orbit, and then 1 over all that is your solar day.
How'd you figure that out? Just by thinking through it?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. If you draw a diagram and you just like try to think how much it would be, then you can get to the same equation. If you think about in terms of rotations, like per second, revolution per minute, something like that, angular velocity, and then it's just one minus the other. The 1 over is just because we're dealing with period instead of angular velocity.
Yeah, I can see that part, but I couldn't figure out the minus part, the subtraction.
Right. Well, here's the thing. The Earth orbits the sun in a certain speed, and the Earth rotates also in a certain speed. If the Earth, let's say, rotates 5 degrees but doesn't orbit the sun, then the sun will also move by 5 degrees from the perspective of the Earth. But if the Earth also moves 5 degrees around the sun, then that cancels out, and the sun ends up in the exact same spot where it was relative to the Earth. So it's just the rotation of the Earth minus the orbit. That's it.
Does the elliptical orbit mess up the angles at all? Like when you said if it orbits 5 degrees further, does that depend on where it is in the elliptical orbit?
Oh, the 5 degrees, just to give an example of how to derive that equation.
No, I know. Yeah, no, I get what you were saying, but I'm just asking if.
But yes, it does
Okay.
affect it. Yeah. So the closer it is to the Earth, the closer it is to the sun, the faster it's moving around. The furthest part of the orbit, it's also the slower. So because the speed changes around the sun, so the solar day also changes. So when the Earth is closest to the sun, which is in January, it's also moving the faster around the sun, which means the solar day is the slower or the longest. And in July, the opposite. Earth is spinning the slowest around the sun. So the solar day is the fastest or the shortest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, looking at that 10 to the minus 7 G, I think that's approaching being able to measure with a gravimeter or gravimeter. I think that's somewhere in the realm of that. So you should be able to set up a gravimeter and just right under the ground position of the moon, and every 6 hours it should change dramatically. Well, not dramatically, but you should see a perceivable change.
What magnitude of a force you think?
10 to the minus 7, if the guy's right.
Right.
I gotta go look and see what the accuracy of these things are. I thought they were sub-millionth.
Right.
But I don't remember the exact number.
Is the GP a little bit off topic? Sorry, but is the GP, the ground position of a celestial body, is it directly in line with like the gravity vector from where it is? If that makes sense, like.
By definition, yes.
Almost.
Okay.
No, not. I mean, if the ellipsoidal coordinate system was perfect, then yes. But there's a difference between the geoid model and the ellipsoidal model. So the GP is defined based on the ellipsoidal model, right, Ruth?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah.
Well, how much
the
difference would there be between the ellipsoid and the geoid? Like,
there's a difference.
No, in terms
vertical.
of the gravity vector.
Yeah, in direction, yeah.
How much? Like an arc second?
But you're saying
I don't know. I know there's a difference.
Oh yeah, there would be a tiny difference, but it'd be fuck all.
Yeah.
If I'm reading this right, gravimeters are good to billionths of a G. So it should be quite measurable.
Yeah. What, a billion is 10 to the minus 9?
Yeah.
What would be measurable, Moyak?
The gravitational effects of the moon. Like if you set this thing up at the GP of the moon, and you went from where it's at a quarter moon to where it goes directly overhead. You should see a 0.7. Sorry, 10 to the minus 7 G change with an instrument that's capable of a billionth accuracy or sensitivity.
That's pretty crazy.
How'd you respond to Jeremy's question? Maybe have a better way to explain that.
No, I couldn't. I'm just going through and poking around at different pieces of equipment and stuff and seeing whether it looks like it's doable.
Right. Yeah, I can't think of an easy way to explain how I understand it, at least.
Hey, Bacon, you would know the answer to this. When I think about like the celestial body dropping 1 degree in the sky with celestial navigation, and that being 60 statute miles.
Nautical miles.
Why is it like a 1-for-1 change? Like if you're dropping back behind the curve of the Earth at an exponential rate, why would the celestial body not drop exponentially per 60 miles?
Right. Well, that exponential rate is from horizontal. Isn't like towards the center. It's just away from a initially established horizontal plane. But why the stars drop 1 to 1? That's a very good question. On the globe, the stars are very far away. So the further something is away, the less parallax there is, which means if everyone points to a star, it means everyone's pointing in the same direction. So if everyone points to like Polaris, and you can see the arms of everyone that is pointing at Polaris, all those arms would be parallel, no matter where they are on Earth. So when you're going away from a star, what's really changing on the globe is that your orientation is changing.
Yeah, the
So
angle that you're like standing and viewing it at, right?
exactly. So 60 nautical miles would equate to 1 degree on the surface of the Earth. So you walk away from the star 60 nautical miles. You walked away 1 degree over the surface. So you're now oriented 1 degree away from your previous orientation. If you walk another 60 nautical miles, then you tilt yourself another 1 degree. So the stars drop another 1 degree because you are orienting yourself away from that star.
So it's because you're reorienting each time, right?
Exactly. So like when you're doing celestial navigation, you're really trying to find which place on Earth would give you that orientation. That's why like the size of the Earth doesn't matter. You can completely use a different radius of the Earth and arrive to the same coordinates because you're only trying to find where your orientation would be correct on the surface of the Earth.
That's crazy. It's still kind of confusing in my head because I feel like I'm trying to figure out like what the equivalent would be with like seeing too far and drop rate and whatnot, as opposed to that. You know, like if we're saying we move, some multiple of 60 miles away, how much would the celestial body drop? In my head, that almost feels like equivalent to like the drop calculator, and then it doesn't make sense to me again, But what you're saying and how you're explaining it, where you're reorienting yourself each time, definitely makes sense because that's exactly what would happen. Like if you walk 1 mile, you drop 8 inches. And then assuming you're there again, new situation, you walk another mile, it drops 8 inches. It doesn't, it's in reference to that original spot. So I understand what you're saying. But in celestial navigation, that doesn't really happen, right? Like it's not, I guess I don't know enough about the process of celestial navigation after you get the angle to be able to figure that out.
You have this angle that changes 1 degree per 60 miles. There's your 1 degree per 60-mile relationship that equals 8 inches per mile squared.
I can walk you through the process if you want to.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I mean, it's up to everyone else. They don't care.
I mean, I did it once here
Yeah.
in VC, and at the end of it, there was no one listening. It took like an hour. So I'm hesitating on doing that
streamline it?
again.
Can you streamline it?
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes, maybe?
No, I can't do that in 5 minutes.
Well, I'm down whenever we get a chance. I'm interested in that. I'd like to figure that out.
All right. Well, if you want, we can go to another VC and explain you.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right. I'll go to Livestream too then.
All right, cool.
Hey, what's it? Are you on right now? He's unmuted, but he might not be on the mic. Austin. Oh, dude, it got flooded hard right here. Damn, dude. Yo, what's it?
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
There. Hey, what up, Flatty?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Hey, is Witsit on right now?
I see his name. I don't hear his voice.
Right. Hey, I'm with Bo right now. The OG original Black Swan. The one who made the Black Swan. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, man. Sick.
Before QE. I'm with him right now. We're looking for some parallax.
Yeah, BLMSB.
Yeah. Say what up.
Hey, what's happening?
It's
What's
him
up,
in the
What's
flesh.
up, man?
What up?
So what are your
He
thoughts
goes,
on those observations?
he goes, what's up with that guy you were in Isla Vista with? I'm like, Witsit? He's like, dude, that dude's crazy. He's like a flat earth genius. I was like, hey, Witsit, are you on right now? Nah, it's not Witsit. He's on here, but he's not on the mic right now for whatever reason. But
Did I pass Mitchell Schrader?
nah, it's up 3 more streets. I'm sorry, what was your question, bro? I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask his thoughts on the observations, right? Because his videos are pretty much silent.
Yeah, what's your thoughts, bro?
About what?
On your videos.
What do you mean?
Are you talking about the thoughts on the Black Swan video that he shot?
Yeah, like how often do you have those observations? What do you think's taking place? Just kind of, his thoughts and ideas, because his videos are pretty much silent, I think.
Yeah.
If you're out there today, go take a picture.
If I could get out there more often, it'd probably be a little bit more. But I
Go out there today and show us what you see.
Nah, I can see now. I mean, I could tell from my house if it's going to be okay to check it
All you
out
gotta
or
see is
not.
4 miles.
It's
40
over.
times.
It's like it's kind of blocked in with fog on the surface right now.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Not the best day to do it.
Make it right.
Oh, you just dropped me off
Yeah,
right here,
man.
bro.
A lot of storms coming.
All right, I'll check in with you.
Okay. After your appointment?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, bro.
Okay, what's his name?
Who is just talking right now? Napalm? Or
Yeah,
Flatty?
Napalm.
It's Napalm.
Hey, Napalm. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, likewise. Keep up the observations, bro.
All right, man. I'll
Good stuff.
keep fine.
I'll help you, bro. Hey, hit me up as soon as you're done with your appointment. I'll be right here.
Okay.
All right, bro. Thank you. All right. Oh shit. Sorry. All right, bro. He's going to for some after surgery on his. I guess he tore his tendon on his leg on a piece of glass or something on a construction site, or I don't know what. But he's going to that right now. He hit me up. He's like, "Hey, we need to go drive around with me real quick so I can find a parallax." I'm like, "Isn't parallax something that there's a lack thereof?" So he's trying to get parallax from 2 distances that are 5 miles apart, and then another 5 where you see something on the right and then something on the left, and then you move the camera barely, and then they switch positions. So he's trying to get that, but he's just I'm like, you're not going to find it if you're looking for it, bro. It's got to be one of those things where you just you drive by and you see and you just hit the brakes and jump out 8 Mile style. You know what I mean? I know Flatty feels me.
Yeah. Oh, is he trying to get parallax to objects in the distance? Is that what he's trying to capture?
Yeah. And it's he's funny because he's well off, bro. He's really well off. And he doesn't, somebody commented on one of his videos that he put video up once a month now. Somebody commented on one of his videos and it set him off. And so he's determined to I'm like, who's the dude who commented? He's like, I don't know. I was like, oh, bro. So yeah, he's like on a mission now. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, he's getting frustrated because he had to go to his appointment. He was going to be late for it. Oh, you know me though. I'm always one to tell people to go to take care of their medicals. So. I was like, oh, bro, you don't need that, bro. Just go barefoot with me. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck. Yeah, he's cool though. I was trying to get him to play Flat Nasty's newest song on his Bluetooth on his Tacoma, but I couldn't hook it up. He doesn't really like rap music though, so I understand.
His Xanac does. I think Xanac blasts Flat Nasty all the time, actually.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah? That's dope, bro. Okay. I'm feeling you. All right. Hey, we're not against flat. We're not against flat Earth, but we are against those flurfs. Think about how hard it is for a white boy to become a rapper, right? Now, think about that white boy walking around with no shoes and calling himself a flat Earth rapper. You know what I mean? I just got the women throwing their panties left and right at me, bro. You know what I mean? Major record deals just you know what I mean? Left and right. I could pick from any company in the world, you know, fame, fortune, all overnight, dog. As soon as Flat Nasty dropped, bro, my life's never been better.
Based on the earlier conversation, I found a video. I think it covers it, but it's really long, so I'm still going through it. But I think this video addresses measuring the gravitational force of the moon on the surface of the Earth, the amount that it reduces your weight by.
Oh, cool. You know, those gravitational forces, dude, always have me doing weird things, like not floating up into the sky.
Well, you would never expect that, so why would you say that?
You know what I mean? Ever since I was a little kid, I thank God for gravity.
It doesn't at all address the model or the description of what gravity can do.
For gravity at nighttime.
The one table that I was able to find showed that the effect would be 10 to the minus 7 G. So you're not going to feel that. That's like more than a single atom smacking you in the head.
Dude, I've been smacked in the head by things that are smaller than atoms.
Yeah, I guess so. Particles.
Yeah. Well, you know, them nanofibers are no joke, bro. You know what I mean?
I thought he was talking about Kosho's. I thought he was talking about Kosho's testicles.
But Jeremy, this you might want to watch this video. I know you don't, but this goes over what you would actually measure and how you would measure it and with what equipment.
Okay.
The moon. I'm talking Jeremy.
Oh, okay. My bad. A lot of times people call me Jeremy sometimes. I don't know why. I just look like a Jeremy, I guess.
And like I said, I can't vouch for the article or not. It's like, or the video. It's very long, and I haven't reviewed it all. I scanned to the point where it seems to address it. That's at let's see. That's at 9 minutes and 48 seconds.
Well, I mean, I just looked at your credentials. Your word's good enough for me. I trust it. You know what I mean? I don't even need to watch the video, bro.
What are my credentials?
I'm
a radio
verified
engineer.
Okay. Well, I hope that do you believe that level means curve? And when I say level, I mean adjacent or parallel to the curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
Okay. Just want to be on the same page with you. All these flat earthers, man, they think level is flat. And when I say flat like a ruler, I'm like, no, dude, level is parallel to the curvature of the earth. Why would you think anything other than that? It's obvious. You know? But, these guys are so obstinate.
And again, when they say there's no proof, the reciprocal zenith angles, I think, is really good proof. I haven't done it myself. I haven't verified it myself. But I feel that the sources of the measurements seem to be pretty valid.
Dude, all reciprocal zenith angles is something looks lower in the distance because there's refraction involved with it. That's all it is. We're right down to a refraction.
That's a claim.
I don't think that.
Hold on, the main surveyor had his refraction measurements when he did his reciprocal zenith angles.
Even if you eliminated those reciprocal zenith angles, the refraction, it still gave you a down.
You can't eliminate them because then if you do,
and then he removed the down.
Yeah, if you eliminate the refraction measurements, now when we look at something, you're going to say that's the actual position. I'm fine with that, but then you're fucked when it comes to the oil rigs with the black swan.
No, not at all. That's the worst conditions possible. Don't do it in the worst conditions possible.
See,
if you want to look at something, go ahead.
We got a flat earther trying to deflate your globe ball, bro, and we just can't have that, bro. You know what I mean? Give him some proof of the curvature, bro. I got your back.
I wanted to correct the guy who said that level was to the curvature of Earth. I think it's to the center of Earth.
Oh, yeah, the molten ball inside the center of the Earth, the core.
Yeah, it's not to the curvature of the Earth. So, yeah, get the the rhetoric correct, bro.
The both answers are coincident.
No.
So you're talking about the molten core of the Earth. You think level is parallel to the molten core, right?
Not even. It has to be to the center, bro. That way, you're gonna know that things are level. You measure the distance from the center to one point, and then the center to the other point, and you will know if it's level or not.
How would you measure the distance to the core of the Earth? I'm just curious.
Ask Sanic, the expert. Ask these mofos.
That's simple. Do reciprocal zenith angles, and they point right to the center of the Earth.
Like the core of the Earth, like the very, very center, like between here and
the core is really irrelevant. The core doesn't have any bearing on the argument. It is the sum of all vectors of the material that makes Earth, the center point of that. If you move that core off, it would change where it is because you're moving mass around, but it's still the sum of all vectors.
Gotcha. Okay.
I was going to say something, Moyak. Doesn't, because of the gravitational potential, change the angle of that measurement?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not to the center of the Earth because it might be off to one side. It might be, over the other side. It might be. It's not to the center of the Earth. It can't be.
Essentially, the sum of all vectors will generally point towards the center of the Earth. I mean, there are differences in how makeup of materials under the ground. We measure that with gravimeters. So there might be some real subtle changes, but nothing that you're going to measure in the surface like the reciprocal zenith angle.
Where did they come up with
the machine that they used to measure gravity with? I can't remember.
Gravimeter.
What was it again?
Gravimeter.
What?
Gravity meter.
Gravimeter. Okay.
They can fly over. You can fly over land, a helicopter or a jet or something. Measure the curvature that way with the gravimeter.
Dude, I've flown in jets and I've seen the curve with my own eyes, bro, and it's a beautiful sight.
That's tough to see, actually.
When I was young and I was flying out to go join the Navy, I went out in 1987. I flew up on an airplane, and I sat there and I looked out the windows and I said, I think I see it, but it was like so close to the edge of being able to be seen. Like my eyes didn't have enough acuity to validate that. But it was like one of these things where I sat there and I'm like, should I be able to see this? I wonder if I can see this. And I looked out there and said, I think I see it.
Well, you can't trust your own senses, bro. But science makes that clear. You can't trust your senses.
Well, like I said, that's why I say it could have been because I was told it was curved. I was looking for curve. But when I tried to be as honest as I could with myself and looking at it, I came to the conclusion of 56% sure it was curved.
It's funny that you use the 56% because you switch those around, you got the 6.5, which is FE in the alphabet. I'm just saying though. You know, everywhere I go, I see FE. I'm looking at my gas gauge right now, the F and the E.
It's all conspiracies, bro.
I know,
Gotta
I
go
know.
get your head checked out.
For real, seriously.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like conspiracies. I don't believe in conspiracies, bro.
If I'm right and this and you can measure it with a gravimeter, what would that do to your argument if you found out that when the moon was overhead, the gravity measured on the ground was less?
Well, I feel like I'm gonna float up sometimes during a full moon, so I could tell the gravity's less just with my own senses that I can't trust.
Okay, so with the gravimeter, and you go and you measure it, and you found out that every time that moon passed overhead, that gravity was less, and every time it was on the far side, gravity was a little bit heavier or whatever. I don't know the answer here. But if you saw that pattern, would that be at all instrumental in helping you determine that gravity is a real force?
That would be more. That would be more than sufficient, bro. That would be more than enough to prove the curvature. Now, if you could, can you post a video where somebody's using a gravity meter, and so I could actually see it being used?
I am looking. I posted a video a little while ago. Here's the timestamp that I'm at, and I'm watching.
I'm sure there's thousands of them. I just don't know where to look.
I don't think they're real exciting. Basically, you put it down on the ground somewhere, it gives you a number. That number varies up and down a little bit because of different effects, and you try and make sure that you control all the variables, vibrations, and all that stuff before you give your answer.
And there it is. It's not excited. So why
Is there
have
any
make
independent
videos, huh?
variables? Like, is there an independent variable of that? Meaning, like, they could test it in a zero gravity environment to see if the variable between that and our gravity encased environment?
I don't know. I believe that I've heard that you can. They're sensitive enough to check the variance in gravity between the ground floor of a building and an upper floor of a building.
Okay. That makes sense. I mean, when I'm on the ground floor of any building and when I'm at the top of the building, I can feel the difference. Sometimes I feel like I'm just going to float away.
Because you have pico G measurement capability. Yeah, I get that.
Built right into the dome of my head, bro. Hey, bro, if we talk long enough on this server without any flat earthers coming on, we could single-handedly shut down this server and all flat earth servers in like a day with our curvature. Seriously, bro. The globe's coming back hard, bro. I don't even know where this flat earth stuff comes from, but it's not okay to think that the earth is flat.
That gravity meter things you were on about, do they not have them in Formula One cars?
I didn't really understand what you said right now.
The gravity meters that you were talking about.
Yeah.
Do they not have them in Formula One cars?
I'm sure they do, you know. I mean, I could punch in the numbers. If the numbers all match up, then that's the proof right there. You got the numbers on that? I could run them through my calculator.
Because they can measure the G-forces that the drivers go through when they go round the corners at certain speeds.
Wouldn't the G-force though be equivalent to them going the opposite direction as gravity? Not the opposite, but like, so if something's moving forward and you're feeling a G-force from the resistance of the wind, wouldn't that be different than the gravity that's pulling you to the ground?
Well,
Or
and I just found two. I just found two papers about
not the
F1
wind.
cars and the gravimeters.
Okay.
So, do they actually have them in there, or is it something else that detects the
No,
gravitational force?
It specifically says the gravimeters, like that's their actually one of the main uses of them. I didn't even know that.
Do you think that's the same thing that makes airplanes dip their nose down every couple minutes to make up for the curvature of the Earth?
No, I heard that was the veins. The the gravity veins.
Oh, okay. They're thicker in different places, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Let me Google that.
Okay. Telling you guys, dude, we could shut down this server and any flat Earth server, put our heads together. You know what I mean? You know, we don't even need concrete proof, bro. We don't even need concrete. We just need convincing arguments that sound good to the ear.
Dude, we don't need proof. Flat Earth doesn't even have any proof.
Yeah, the whole body of science is on our side, bro. What are you talking about, man?
I mean, all Flat Earth does is try and poke holes in the globe model. They have no
Right.
evidence.
No
they have
evidence at
of
all.
their own. None whatsoever.
None whatsoever. You see?
None.
None.
I mean, when you ask
Say it with
when you ask
conviction,
a
bro.
flat earther, when you
Say it
ask a
with
flat
conviction.
earther for evidence, all they do is say, "Well, you know, the globe model this, and there's a hole in the globe model here, and this is
and
a
the
mistake
Glovers-
in your model, and the government's covering it up, and NASA's lying." Well,
And the
no, hold on.
Glovers show a lot, right, bro? It's so different, right?
Yeah, we've got pictures from space and everything.
There you go. Picture from space.
Silent Zero, are you like a flat earther trolling us?
I'm fucking mocking you. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
You fucking bastard.
What do you think? I'm a Glover? No, I'm no Glover, bro. Just funny.
I want to be a glober. I want to go back to the days of when I thought the Earth was a globe because my life was so much easier, and all the things I see now, sometimes it's too much. And if I could just go back.
No, what is holding you back from going back to the globe, though?
Can I just ask, what is it that's made when you went to flat Earth? What made your life more difficult? What is it about the flat Earth that made your life more difficult?
Well, it opened up my eyes to all the evils of everything that's going on, where all these foundations and media and different things that I trusted in, or I just took for granted and automatically assumed they were telling the truth, found out that they're all liars and deceivers. And I realized like how deep the deception goes. And
What, you
it's
think
sad
like everything's
because
the conspiracy?
yeah, like my friends, family, and loved ones, I've even been in relationships where like they don't see it, and I beat my head into the pavement, like trying to get them to see it, and they don't, and I just don't relate to them. I can't. It's just hard. Like, if you become a flat earther to make millions of dollars and get hella hot chicks and fame and notoriety, it's the wrong. It's the wrong disposition to claim if you want all these things. It's quite the opposite. I've lost thousands of dollars, thousands of hours, and hundreds of friends, and most of my family won't even talk to me anymore. But
damn,
it is what it is, you know.
Dude,
That's the reality.
I just like I go to my Starbucks and like I just tell people like how much into like SpaceX I am. And dude, chicks talk to me.
That's right. Well, I believe it, dude. You know what I mean? I believe it. You know? But yeah, flat Earth isn't the best thing to
Isn't
bring
that
up.
stupid? Why would a chick be like attracted to you just because you are into something that
Because
somebody else? Well, let me finish my statement. Into something that somebody else created. Like you don't have.
dude, the flat Earth is finished.
Yeah, well, we're
Fucking
finished. Yeah,
dead.
yeah.
Elon
I don't know what does that
Elon
have to do with
Elon
what I
like
asked to you.
killed flat Earth all by himself. I got my Tesla, and now we got SpaceX. I got my internet, fucking satellites now. Bro, you guys are fucked.
Dude, what
Like
do
it's a
you say to
globe.
chicks? And you go like, "Hey, man, just trust your senses, baby. Just trust your senses."
Hey, you know how they ask for like
That's right.
flat
You
Earth
cannot
measurements?
trust your senses. Remember, Sanic?
You know they ask for flat Earth measurements, and I always say plane survey data, and they're like, "What? That doesn't treat the Earth like it's flat. You're so stupid." Blah blah blah. Of surveying in which the surface of the Earth is assumed as a plane and the curvature of the Earth is ignored is known as plane surveying. The most usually followed type of surveying considers the Earth's surface as a flat or plane surface.
Blah
It is
blah
suitable for
blah.
a survey of
There
small
you go.
areas up to 196 square kilometers, where the Earth's curvature doesn't affect the results.
Can you
That's
believe
his
this
answer.
flat
You
Earth
see?
rhetoric?
Blah blah
Can you
blah.
believe
You
this
see?
flat Earth rhetoric? You guys
see?
don't even have a
I knew
model.
I knew I'd
You
get
have
Witsit
no
on. I knew I'd
measurements.
get Witsit on. Wait, Witsit. I was just with Bo 69, who started who did the first Black Swan observation video, and you know what he said? I go, "Have you ever been on Discord?" And he goes, "Nah." And then he goes, "Is that like with that crazy guy you were with in Isla Vista? Dude, he's a flat Earth genius. I want to talk to him." So I was like, "Oh, is Witsit on there?" Because homeboy wanted to say what's up to you. But anyway,
Wait, so
The
next
he gives
science
me
260
science
square miles. What's it? The
in this
260
he gives
square
shots
miles
out to
makes a
you,
lot of
Witsit.
sense.
in this type
The
of
260
survey.
square the 260 square miles makes a lot of sense because it's measuring in the curvature. So that's why they don't use that in general survey. I have a question for you, Witsit, before I
Blah
go.
I would love
blah
for you to shut
blah.
up.
Well, that's
Okay.
no, it's true.
In this
No, the
type of
flat Earth
survey,
is blah
Whatever
blah
the
blah.
projected curvature would be,
can you stop?
and the core,
Blah
that
blah
distance would
blah,
barely be.
Sonic.
Okay.
Blah blah blah.
It is suitable for a survey of small areas up to 196 square kilometers. In this type of survey, level lines are considered straight and plumb lines are considered parallel. Oh my god, level lines are considered straight? What type of sorcery is that?
Hey, wait, let
Hey,
me play
He
devil's
would,
advocate for the
tell
Glovers
you
though.
in that it's only for small areas, so that then that way the curvature doesn't have to be taken into effect.
196 square kilometers?
That's the chord versus it's a chord versus the spherical distance. Not much difference over 290 square miles.
The reason they call it a plumb line is because it's shaped like a plum, curved. You know what I mean? It's parallel to the
you guys
curve.
aren't listening. He made a statement thinking that it must not matter. Well, it doesn't matter as much for distance. 190 square miles. You're talking about what a chord with respect to a curve over that chord, and that distance is not much difference for 50, 30 miles in any direction.
I mean 196 kilometers. And you know what's
not a big deal. You know why, right? It's simple. It's
I don't
simple
get,
trick.
dude, Zanuck, I didn't bring this up to hear you try to explain to me how the Earth's still a ball. If you actually
That's not why I'm
listened,
saying it.
if you
I'm
had
just saying
actually
it's not a good argument for
if you had
anybody.
actually listened,
Can I ask you a question? What's it?
I'm
Just going
talking.
back.
No, you can't ask a question in the middle of people talking, dude. Why do you? How many years in a
Yeah,
row
Zanuck,
can
you
you do
can't
it?
ask
Zanuck
a
is
question
educating
when
you.
Witsit's a
Now you're not talking.
He's fooling you with it. You're
Okay,
getting
so I'm just gonna
educated
finish my
on that,
point real
Witsit.
fast. The only point I was making was that whenever they were like, "Do you have any flat Earth measurements?" Like it says right here, right? The most usually followed type of surveying considers the Earth's surface as a flat or plane surface. So it's actually the most frequently used type of measurements on the Earth. Okay, that's what we actually use for physical measurements.
Yeah, I get that. And I told you why that's not a big deal. But can I ask you a quick question? Seriously, going back to what we were talking about earlier, before we left for your baby.
No, I have a debate coming
You
up.
sounded like you agreed that measurement of 45-55 was coming from the entire galaxy and not from the actual
I'm not talking about that.
composition of the solar
I'm
system.
not talking
Because
about
you
that.
sounded like at first you were arguing with them. And at the end, you kind of said, yeah, coming from the solar system, from the galaxy, and that's what the article was saying in my reading of it. So
I'm genuinely not listening to you.
yeah. Well, your boys were fighting it that, oh yeah, the math, it says right here, the mass of the solar system was 4555. It says right here, see. And I said, no, what's it? Finally, at the end, didn't say that at all. He said it actually came from the galaxy. It's just a hard, people have a hard time here. Large distances and very small sizes.
All right. What's it? Hey, what's it?
Yeah.
Did you hear what I said about Bo 69?
Dude, give Bo 69 a rest, dude. We don't care about.
Nah, dude. No, he's a legend, bro. He's a legend.
His below brother, Bo 69.
He's a legend, bro. He's a legend.
I love the videos, man. He's got great videos.
Yeah, bro. He's a legend, bro.
I never heard of him.
Well,
he's got those really cool videos of the Black Swan.
Yeah.
The oil rigs down there, Isla Vista, Santa Barbara.
Yeah. All he wanted to do was talk to the crazy guy from Isla Vista. Who's talking about you? It's it.
Man, I talked to him.
Crazy in a good way, though. You know what I mean?
You know what's You know what else is funny, bro? So it goes on to say geodetic surveying, and it says the Earth's dimensions must be known to enable the actual calculation of position. So they have to assume the model. So whenever they come over and they say geodetic surveying is proof of the Earth being a ball. Literally, it's not. It says you have to know the dimensions going into it to even calculate and assume it. I was just throwing that out there because I'm putting together my thing for my debate, and I think it's funny.
Right. So what you're saying is the surveyors already know
You're
the
gonna have a
size
debate
and shape of the Earth before they do the survey.
I'm doing a debate tonight at 8 o'clock on
with who? A modern day? All right, I'll watch it.
Yeah, they don't prove they don't go out to prove the Earth is round. They already
So
know.
why do you people say that even though it's incredibly stupid?
You just said they already know it before they start surveying.
They assume it, yeah.
No, you didn't say assume. You said they already know.
I literally did say assume.
Hey, what's it? What do you think? Maybe a couple more hours of talking to these guys, and they're gonna be flat earthers, huh?
No, they're gonna take the next booster, dude. They're literally hopeless.
Oh God, it's hopeless, bro.
Yeah, dude. I'm 100%.
Don't give up hope, though. Don't give up hope. I don't want to see you ever give up hope with it.
Well, I mean, I'm
You
not
know
gonna
what
talk. I don't have hope for these people. They'll still
No,
defend the
just hope in
boosters.
general for humanity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, Sanic. Ask a question.
Shoot.
What do you think about what's happening with the groups of flat earthers, like being divided among them? What do you think? Why do you think that's happening?
I haven't noticed much of a divide between.
Really?
I may say a lot of times that people like Whitsitt know some of the basic fundamental physics and will try to apply it to things he's investigating, whereas people that have some of the common misconceptions will go toe to toe with. It doesn't look like a conflict or a divide, but generally, I don't think much of a divide exists.
Isn't there a divide between all groups of people who agree on things, and that goes for flat Earth and spherical Earth too?
No, I don't think so. Globes cannot be divided on the information. If somebody on a position of power says something different than other person, then their whole model falls apart. That's why they
that
need to
happens all
keep.
the time, though.
They need to
I've
keep
heard
it tight.
I've heard globalists
Yeah.
say that they don't believe in the Big Bang. They think that God created the universe.
We know, right? But we even heard Neil go against some of the things that people like Sanic and these guys here said, and we bring that up, and they deny Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? So
yeah, it sounds like division to me, but
Well, no, we argue about. In fact, I was just talking about over in Jem's channel, which is all Globers pretty much. the instantaneity of gravity versus magnetism and electronics, electrostatics. There is a huge.
Well, you shouldn't be doing that, right, Sandy? Because magnetism is something that we can actually test, and gravity is something that's just something that you guys is a
Well, we
belief.
test that too, and that
with a gravity meter, right?
That's true.
That's one way.
Yeah,
Just
there you
just
go.
as plumb lines. We can also it can drop things and see them accelerate. But then we can also measure that those things are accelerated or not even.
Yeah, because if you didn't have gravity,
that's not the
things will
problem.
be floating, right, Sandy?
I don't even think they'd be floating. They'd be shooting straight up into space.
The instantaneity of objects with forces is something we can look at. We can test for that. Gravity. Here's an instantaneity of magnetic force. Here's an instantaneity of electrostatics. Here's instantaneity of me just removing what's supporting it and letting it fall. We can actually do some measurements and see how fast reaction of those forces occur, and that can determine what is a pseudo force or a fictitious force and what.
Wait, did you say the objects curve when they fall?
Why would they curve?
I thought you said curve. Testing them when you drop objects.
Yes, when you drop objects, measuring the time at which they respond to being released. That's the instantaneity that is unique to fictitious forces.
Wouldn't though anywhere you drop an object anywhere on Earth, it appears to go straight down, right? So is straight down whenever you drop any object the center of gravity or going towards the center of something?
Yes.
Or is it just straight down?
No, straight down to the center.
It doesn't always go straight down. Hold on, it doesn't always go straight down. Sometimes it goes off straight, right? The Schalian experiment.
Right, and that's how they do a lot of the geodetic surveying, by measuring the fact that these non-parallel plumb lines are not even, that is not a consistent angular
Can I read this?
distance between
Plane
them.
surveys are carried out for engineering projects on sufficiently large scale to determine relative positions of individual features of the Earth's surface. Plane surveys are used for the layout of highways, railways, canals, fixing boundary pillars, construction of bridges, factories, etc. The scope and use of plane surveys is very wide. For majority of engineering projects, plane surveying is the first step to execute them. Plane surveys are basically needed for proper, economical, and accurate planning of all engineering projects, and their practical significance cannot be overestimated.
Yeah, and we use geodetic surveying when we talk about water level. So there's a place for planar surveying, and there's also a place for geodetic surveying.
No, the place for planar surveying is all engineering projects ever.
No, God,
yeah,
no.
objectively.
Fuck no. Let me give you an example. And part of the geodetic surveying test, if you get some of the questions, you can see that they have a type of test that talks about, here is the geography, not geography, the geology of land beneath you. They can figure that out, all sorts of sonar, all sorts of instruments. And they can then give you the test. Where will the water flow? Even though via the ellipsoid or satellite imagery data, which shows the shape, where will the water, even though one higher than the other? And lo and behold, sometimes the water goes uphill, and that's due to the geodetic property of this piece of property that they've now analyzed by a geodetic surveyor, which is different than a planar surveyor.
You see how it just
and that's from photographs from satellites, you said?
Laser
don't
distancing.
engage him, dude.
Laser distancing measurements.
I know.
From
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
okay,
Wizzy.
But it's like when I point out
So
that
laser
plane surveys are
distancing
basically needed for
satellites,
proper
and then they
economical
geodetic
and
survey to see.
accurate planning of all engineering projects, and their practical significance cannot be overestimated. His response is, "Oh, they do this with geodetic surveying," like just doesn't address the point, just completely ignores it, right? And there's no point talking to him. And then he brought up sea level, which of course we actually get elevations with a distance above an assumed horizontal line that extends adjacent to land masses. Like, what a joke.
And the geodetic surveying will differ than the ellipsoidal planar survey, or even laser infantry or laser tests of distancing from satellite around the sphere Earth, and they will dispute each other.
It's crazy. All he has is satellites around the presupposed sphere Earth. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't they just use high altitude platforms instead of satellites? Wouldn't that be a lot cheaper? Just to use high altitude platforms?
How would you keep them up there?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. How do they get them up there? They're a real thing.
They put them in
You could
orbit.
always attach them. You could always attach them to the dome.
Did you actually know that? Did you actually know that they use soidolites on a ground-based system? Soidolites, they actually use the same frequency as supposed real satellites, and why they use it in cities or within dense populated areas is because their satellite signal is too weak to give sufficient accuracy, so they need to use soidolites, which are ground-based satellites, which give more accuracy to the initial satellite signal. Let that sink in. If I say so, I can give you a literally document telling you that that's the case.
You have a GPS signal,
option is
a
always to ignore
geostationary
Xanax.
satellite. You have DirecTV
Zenek,
satellites,
Zenek, you're
satellites.
so like
Everybody knows
literally-
these things exist.
Literally,
You're just in
I've
denial. It's
researched.
okay.
Have you
Can't
ever
even
looked
read
into?
things, right? We talked about things earlier. You couldn't even read the things.
Zenek, you pathetic.
Hey, by the way, you're here. Tell Witsit
Hey, listen,
Zenek, that the solar system has 45% dark matter. Go ahead.
Have you ever looked into pseudolites, or are you just making stuff up?
No, I was
Because
part of
you
it.
just
Google
wanna be
stuff.
I was part of a major effort.
Literally, they come from
satellites up in the orbit.
Zenek, I'm just saying what your narrative says about satellite signals and the use of pseudolites and the necessity of it, and you just gonna ignore it and even bombard me as if what I'm saying is wrong. It is your narrative, dude, that is telling us that they need to use pseudolites in order to get more accuracy on ground in highly populated areas, like for example cities or indoors. So stop being so ignorant, man. You're absolutely a fool and a clown. I don't know why you're doing this.
I told you that they use lasers to determine
I would
not only
like
the
to
composition
talk-
of the air, but
I-
the distance to the
I
ground.
would like to talk to you much more if you would not be this way. You know, it would be so much easier to have the conversation. Literally, most of the time when you come in and you start doing your
Let me know
monologue.
when you're finished.
See, this is the very reason. This is what I'm saying. Your character is so gaslighting, so unbelievably foolish. It's really hard to listen to you, you know, because you're just a weird guy, you know. I don't know. Have you ever learned to have real conversations with people?
No, of course he hasn't. It's been years.
I haven't
and he
even said
interrupts every
2
time
words.
someone
You've
talks.
been talking for 5 minutes about how much you don't like me.
Witsit, real quick, hey, Witsit, I'm gonna dip out right now. I have something. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but have you ever heard of a conundrum?
I've heard of a conundrum. I've never heard it the way you just said it, though.
So a conundrum was these giant drums that they were using pre-World War II to roll the undersea cable out, and they're actually called conundrums. Look at it; it's really interesting, bro. I was like, whoa, it's a trip. But yeah, I don't know. When you see the size of these things, you're gonna be like, what? Dude, they're huge, bro.
Zenek, this is a PDF by John F. Rockey, Air Force Institute of Technology, United States of America, AFTNG 2950 Hobson Way, whatever. He also works with the NATO and the organization of, one second, what is the organization called again? S&T, where is it?
Hey Gleam, now that
Anyways,
Witsit's here, why
I
don't you
can
ask him if
give you the PDF, but just to reaffirm that this is what your narrative tells. Advantages of navigating using pseudolites. Pseudolite signals require relatively few receiver modifications, since pseudolite signals by definition are similar to standard GNSS signals. Any receiver that receives GNSS signals should be able to track a pseudolite signal with only minor modification. One modification that must be made is not in the tracking loops themselves, but in the algorithm that calculates the satellite position when used for positioning. A normal GNSS receiver uses satellite inference data to calculate the position of the transmitting satellite for any desired time of transmission. In contrast, a satellite must communicate its position using something other than a standard inference message, and in this case of a stationary satellite, the position doesn't change. Satellite can operate as an augmentation as well as a standalone system. Since the same receiver tracks both the satellite signals and the GNSS signals, any combination of satellites GNSS signals can be used to form a position solution. As a result, even adding 1 or 2 satellite signals to existing GNSS signals can have a significant effect in cases with poor GNSS coverage. Beacons and SOOP, on the other hand, would often collect data with different receiver systems, significantly complicating the ability to combine with GNSS signals. Compared to GNSS, satellites can transmit signals that are much stronger at the receiver. In weak signal environments, such as indoors or under trees,
what are you talking about? My God, is there an end here?
Such as indoors or
You mean to
under
read
trees.
a book to me about satellites? Yes,
Indoors
GNSS.
and under, such
My man,
as
he's not
indoors
listening
or
to you,
under
bro.
trees, satellites
I'm
can
listening. I don't know what he's
potentially
why he's
satellites
doing
can
that.
potentially transmit a higher power levels to enable penetration
Who's he
to
talking
the receiver. Of course, this advantage is shared by Beacon as SOP to some text as well. There you have it, man.
Read
They
some more.
literally,
Read some more pages.
Janet, what he's trying to do is say that they're using ground-based satellites to pretend that they're satellites in space. We had this conversation
These
with him
people are so
the other
pathetic.
day.
It's just unbelievable. Literally, you
Is that
expose
true?
your own
Yeah,
ignorance
we had
by
this conversation with
not
him the
being
other
able
day.
to listen to someone read something. It's unbelievable. And
Well,
it's
he
not
was
what I'm
reading a
trying
bunch
to
of stuff.
say.
Problems,
Your new narrative itself, by definition, is saying that they need ground-based satellites to have more accuracy when you drive through a city, for example, or you're indoors, or you're under a tree. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not inserting anything else here. I'm not saying that everything is based on satellites, but there might be a question that should be raised. Why is it that we have higher accuracy through the use of ground-based systems such as satellites? Why do we even need GPS that comes from space in the first place? Yeah, I need to stop because you don't want to admit that, you know, there could be an alternative to your fairy tale science fiction
Dude,
belief,
you're just
man.
like so. What is
Danny,
wrong
do you
with
not
you?
hear how
Dude.
rich it is that when someone else decides to say something, you impulsively like, "Oh my God, you're talking so long." And if you
No,
go
it
back
went
and
on
listen
forever.
to the
He's
live
reading
stream,
a book
see what
to
you're
us.
doing?
I don't want
You
to
see what
be
you're
read a
doing right
book.
now? So if you go back and listen to the live stream
What a
of today,
child.
you've been talking 90% of the time, and you never stop, and you interrupt
So
people
that's good coming
constantly.
from you, what's it?
Can I
Zenny,
step in
Really,
real
bro?
quick? Just Regis,
I
if you
gave
want
you
to
the
keep going
PDF. You
from
can
where we
read it for
stopped,
yourself.
I'm available.
The thing is,
Right.
mate, we had this conversation with you the other day about these satellites, yeah? And we already went over it.
Highlander, I'm just trying to point out that your narrative, like it says here, while GPS has been the driving factor behind most of these trends, there are limitations to GPS that have become more evident over time as we have increasingly come to rely on navigation. The shortfalls in GPS could be called a navigation gap. As this depicted nationally in the figure 1, the horizontal axis in this figure represents a continuum between urban, indoor, and rural open environments. The vertical axis roughly represents altitude. I've posted the PDF, by the way.
Problem?
And GPS does a great job of covering much of this two-dimensional trade space indicated by sort of blue shape, but GPS itself is not sufficient when moving close to the bottom left corner. Recent advancements in high sensitivity GPS have helped to decrease the size of this gap, indicating by a striped blue shape, but there still remains a gap where availability, accuracy, or reliability of GPS Availability, accuracy, or reliability of GPS by itself is not sufficient for many applications. Ironically, it is just such urban indoor locations where many people spend most of their time. In fact, odds are that you would have a hard time obtaining a high accuracy GPS fix where you are reading this paper.
Right, so basically what you just said was that in high density places, some people find it hard to get an accurate GPS signal, so they use these ground-based satellites to help get a more accurate signal. Now I said that in like 20 seconds. Fucking hell.
Yeah, they use satellites to have better accuracy, availability.
And what's your problem with it?
So My problem with this is why not just put everything on the ground as we has already did in the past, where you have a Concorde that was completely able to fly from one continent to the other using VOR frequencies, which is a ground-based system. Why not just keep everything on the ground? Why did they pay so much money, billions upon billions of dollars, to shoot stuff in space, okay, to give out signals that for some reason they came to the conclusion that they're not sufficient enough, they don't give enough accuracy, they don't give enough strength.
Oh, just stop,
regarding
Gleam, and I'll
signal
answer
power.
you. For the love of God.
Zenik,
For the love of God and all that is holy, Mother Mary and Tom and Jerry. Just stop for a second.
You're such a I don't know how
There's a
I've
reason
never
for
come
it.
across a people or a guy like you.
Yeah, believe me, you're very unique yourself.
Right, these
It's
We don't have a lot of.
right,
We
these
don't have a
ground-based
lot of patience here.
always
I'm sorry.
interrupt, right?
Right, from what
do-
you were saying, right? From what you were saying, these ground-based satellites are in place to help get more accuracy from the GPS system, right? I don't see any problem with that, right? They are designed to help the GPS system.
Yes,
Yeah.
Highlander, I understand this. I have
These
the
are relay
ability
systems,
to understand
Gleam.
the text and understand the narrative that this text is trying to tell me. But I'm just
Right.
saying I could
Right.
use this
Look at it this
in
way.
order to raise the question. Okay, Highlander, listen. I could use this in order to raise the question. Why in the first place send some weird things up in space for huge amount of money to then at the end figure out that actually using a ground-based pseudolite gives you more accuracy and more availability than something
Unbelievable.
that is
Just
spinning,
stop.
flying around.
We'll answer you.
Listen.
Zenik, why are you always interrupting? You're a gaslighter and it's
Sandy,
unbelievably
you're gonna get
annoying,
muted,
man.
bro. You cannot be doing that, Sandy. Come on, man. Keep doing it to him
Now,
over and over.
Here's an example, right? I have Wi-Fi in my house, and I put a Wi-Fi booster upstairs to boost the Wi-Fi signal to the devices upstairs. But that doesn't mean that I can get rid of my Wi-Fi hub in my living room because I have a fucking booster upstairs. Yeah, the booster's not going to replace my Wi-Fi, is it?
Ground-based systems are better, though, aren't they?
No.
Yeah. You think the source is the fake thing. Good job.
Are you
And
intentionally trying to
these-
avoid the question I'm raising? Are you intentionally doing
And these
that?
these ground-based satellites you're talking about that help with accuracy in high density areas where there's a lot of buildings and shit that may help block stuff, right? They're not going to help sailors out in the sea or the likes of myself in the middle of the fucking Highlands, yeah, in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Okay, sir, are you trying to, on force or purposely trying to avoid what I'm trying to say or raise as a question? Okay, again, if you know how real satellites work, satellites are just reflectors, right? They're reflecting signal that come from the ground. So if we have satellites that are completely can, according to the PDF I put into the chat, can also work completely separate from satellites up in space. So creating a what is the English word? Can someone help me here? What is the English word? A completely self-providing system regarding GPS frequency. I don't know how. Standalone system. Yeah, a standalone system without the necessity for having a GPS signal coming from space. Why is it that we not just, if we already found out that this is much more accurate, much more easier to install, pretty much cheaper, I guess, because building a rocket, shooting things up in space, we all know regarding the narrative, it's very expensive. Why not just do this in the first place? The same way as we know for years and decades, as we have navigated planes using VOR, ground-based frequency techniques to navigate these planes, why not just keep everything on the ground? Why had this one period where everything needs to be shut up and create these weird satellites?
Right. Let me answer that then, right? Let me answer that, right?
I'm going to refer back to what you just said before,
Right.
because it
Well,
won't
yeah.
acknowledge what I'm saying.
Well, fucking answer then. If you stop, right? Just
and stop using words of fornication, please. That doesn't make you sound any smarter, man.
Wow.
It's very annoying, actually. I don't need
Man,
to
I didn't
listen to
think
your
I'd find
filthy
somebody
mouth.
worse than Witsit, but Jesus.
I don't need to listen to your
Dude,
filthy
Highlander,
mouth.
most
and
Globers
blasphemy.
don't like you, bro. Calm down. Stop talking so much trash. You're not tough.
I'm not tough.
No, most ballers don't like you, dude.
All right, okay. If you say so. You're the
That's
master of
what they
everything,
say.
and you Witsit. All
They
right,
say
so
so.
who's they? So who's they then, Witsit?
Most of them.
Who's most of them?
I don't know. You name them. Name someone,
You
and
don't
then
know.
we'll ask
You
them.
don't know. You're sitting there telling me that these people are telling you they don't like me, and I'm asking you who these people are that are telling you this. You don't know
Well, I
who
don't want
they
to put
are.
them on blast, so.
All right? Fuck off, you wee prick. Yeah? Fucking come face to face and tell me I'm not tough. Fucking smash you 10 feet under, you wee
Stop
wide oak.
using these kind of words, man.
Right?
You
How
legit
old are
wouldn't,
you?
though, Highlander. Calm down, bro. You're not tough. By
What?
yourself.
Yeah, I'll fucking pin you to the phone, teabag you, you wee cunt.
It's like
How
I'm not
old
even in
are
a
you?
conversation, right? And you're just constantly bringing my name up incessantly. Like, it's kind of gay.
Huh?
Why are you so obsessed with me? Just like leave me out of it. You're talking to someone else. Why you gotta keep saying
You're the
my
one
name?
that's fucking jumping in the conversation
Because you
and
keep
then
saying
saying
my
shit
name.
that's got nothing to do with the conversation.
And why are you
Yeah?
saying my name then?
Because you're the one that fucking jumped into the conversation.
I jumped in because you said my name. What a weirdo.
Have some respect for our ears, man.
Just saying, like, don't make it weird, man. Like, you're talking to someone else. Like, leave me out of it.
Make
Stop
it weird.
constantly
You're the fucking
insulting me.
weirdo.
Dude, what
Okay,
is your
cool.
problem with all these words that you're using, man? Can you not have a clean mouth at least? Like, is it really that necessary to constantly use the F word? I mean, it can happen that sometimes people use this, but constantly, I mean, think about that, man. That's very strange. And you're not the only one, you know? I'm just saying.
It's actually a word of emotion.
Yeah, but it doesn't contribute, right? It doesn't make
No, it's
anyone
because they're
sound
emotional.
smarter.
Because
Doesn't
they're
make you sound
emotional,
more
actually.
mature.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
that's true. There's a lot of emotions. That's why they use these emotion-based words all the time.
Yes. So like when they don't really know what to say, but they're kind of like emotional. So like their brain is kind of getting ahead of them because they're like in this emotional spiral. They just cuss a lot.
Yeah. So, but for
Filler
me, it's,
words.
you know,
Now,
to
so
listen
now
to
you're
it's like,
an emotion expert as well, eh?
I'm not
Let
an
me guess,
expert.
you're a psychology
dude, Highlander,
expert
you know
as well, are you?
I can give my take on things. I didn't claim that I'm an expert on everything, right? So you can chill out with that.
for me, it's just, you know, when I have a conversation with someone who's constantly using, you know, these cuss words, words of fornication, it's like as if you have someone in front of you, like 10 centimeters in front of, away from you, and just constantly having these little spit bits flying in
Well,
your
if we
face.
fucking piss
That's
slap was
that's how
out
it
the
feels like
conversation,
for
then
me.
maybe that kind of language wouldn't be used.
At least what?
I said if the little piss slap would stay out the conversation, then maybe that kind of language wouldn't be used.
You were cussing way before I was in the conversation. You brought me into the conversation. I've ignored you saying my name like 7 times, dude. So can you just stop
When
having
did
this
I say your
weird,
name
like,
7 times?
homoerotic
I
obsession
said
with
it
me?
once. The only time I said your name was, oh my god, I didn't think I'd meet anybody worse than Witsit.
No, you
Yeah?
say it in the
That's
chat and you
the
say it in here. You
only
say like,
time.
you're like Witsit. You think, Witsit thinks
Fucking
he's an
hell.
expert in everything. Oh, wow, Witsit's an expert
You
in
do
this.
think you're a
I
fucking
know, dude. It's
expert in
when you were
anything.
gone last night, bro. Highlander, quit lying, bro. You all you talk about is Witsit. You're talking about how he's said that he asked some pilots questions at an airport, and he can't say nothing because he's talking to an actual pilot when the actual pilot is fucking Zanuck. Excuse my language. And you're sitting here talking shit about Austin the whole time he's gone. Quit lying, dude.
I'm just asking you, just calm down, man.
You
Like,
when I
I don't know, you
said
gotta
that.
chill, bro. Why are you so mad, right? Like,
Witsit was here when I said that.
if you're
Because I
so
said that to Witsit.
look, if you're right, you know, the Earth's a globe and you're right, like there's no reason to be so mad about it.
That's true. I actually didn't want to have an escalation in this, but you know, I never would actually raise my voice so much. I do sometimes.
Me and you were trying to
you
have a
have people constantly
conversation, and
interrupting.
Witsit jumps in and starts fucking all his shit as usual. And now the conversation's so derailed, we don't even know where we fucking
He's
left
so
off.
mad. He's so mad that he's obsessed with Witsit, so he's taking it out on Witsit.
Yeah, but the point was what I was saying is Austin, and he even showed it. He didn't just claim it. He showed little videos of him asking pilots if they correct for Earth curvature or do they make corrections, and then them all saying no, they don't. And Xanax in here saying that he does. And this guy believes Xanax and starts trashing Austin while he's. And you did do it after he left, bro. Or I wouldn't be saying this. You said it to him, and then you kept talking about it off and on all damn night. Sat there and listened to you.
Wetsuit was here when I said what I said.
You
So
didn't talk shit about him when he was gone.
No, Wetsuit was here when I was talking shit about him.
Are you going to apologize when I pull it up and make a short video? Are you going to apologize?
Are you serious? Of course not.
Are you going to apologize when I pull up the clip of you talking about that after he was gone? Are you going to apologize?
Wetsuit was here when we spoke about that.
And you talked about it later on that night. You wasn't here. You were adding in the
If I can be
conversation.
honest, man, like we know he does it. Can we just like let it go?
Yeah, that's
It's not a
whatever.
big
I'm just
deal.
saying, like, if I'm in the room and I'm kind of working on my presentation over here, this guy just wants to keep saying my name. Like, just dude, talk to him. Don't bring me up, bro.
Like we badmouth both sides, guys. It's like not
That's
a secret.
true, but Tyler's like screaming in my ear, and he's really emotional, and he sounds like
Yeah.
a girlfriend that just got broke up with or something, and so it's kind of annoying.
He's like a more annoying Skylane. I know.
Now, show you Wetsuit.
That's actually a good comparison.
Yeah, I know.
It's very vague.
It's like a backup singer that just didn't make it.
Yeah, very vague comments. You know.
What debate are you going to have?
I'm in the modern day debate tonight at 8.
Ah, okay. Against whom?
I don't know. Something robotics. I don't know.
Something robotic.
Yeah, his name is something robotics. I don't remember. I just said yes. Not like I'm like need to be worried about who it is, you know.
Did you had any? Did you ever debate Mark Reed?
Mark Reed, I think so.
Reed.
I
Yes.
don't remember. The bald dude?
Yeah, the bald dude.
I can't remember. They all blend together. So.
You know what's it? If you want to like pretend to be the best Glober, that you're gonna have to eat more soy. Okay. Because if it's not in your voice, then it's not a good, you know. We got to be able to believe it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll work on it.
I think you should also put some more stuff in your bloodstream.
Oh wow, dude! I can't go that far.
You might actually have to taste someone's penis at some point, but you know.
What's the taste? Loads of them. Think
Good
about it.
You know, just like get a taste for that.
Highlander, I mean, you know, like you don't gotta be mad. That's all I'm trying to say. Like I'm trying to be a friend, you know. Like we can be friends. Bro.
I'd never be friends with scum like you.
You don't want to be
Ever.
friends, I guess.
Love you
That's
too,
a
dude.
no. It's okay. I still love you, man.
You're the lowest of the low.
That's
Yeah.
pretty bad.
As
Like,
your
where would you
father.
where would you compare me to like
I
Stalin?
rate pedos higher than you.
Whoa, that's kind of crazy.
That's how fucking low of
Yeah, that says a
scum
lot
of the
about
earth
you as a
are.
person, honestly.
Mhm.
Yeah. So where would you compare me to like Stalin?
I don't compare you to anyone.
Well, if I'm the lowest of the low, that's a comparison.
If you're the lowest of the low, then there is nobody to compare you to because you are the lowest.
You're saying I'm the lowest, which is in comparison to someone else that's not that low. Wow, you're really crushing, bro. Anyway, we can move on.
Do you
You
actually
didn't want to
know-
answer that Stalin question, obviously.
Do you actually know what the standpoint of modern day debate moderator is? Like the guy who runs the channel. Like what's his standpoint on the whole heliocentric?
He doesn't
debate?
say.
Ah, he doesn't say. Okay.
No, he's a Christian though. But he just doesn't say.
He's flat curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
He knows he can't say because it'll ruin the whole thing, you know.
Right. So he's probably a flat earther, but just not speaking about
Well,
like
I will tell you this.
many.
He thinks that the vast majority of Glovers and their behavior is reprehensible.
Okay.
Yeah. He's like, I don't know what it is. We have like very polarizing subjects on here, and he's like, something about this. The Globers are like the worst, and he's like, the people get so like worked up over this out of all the conversations we talk about.
It's a
You know,
cult.
like are women, and blah blah blah. It's like something about that. He's like, this people get more worked up about this than any subject. He said, I don't
Look
know
at
why,
Highlander,
but
bro.
the Globers are the only group of people of any conversation that think they deserve like an unfair advantage.
Look at Highlander, Austin. I mean, dude, you're a young man starting a family, dude. You've trying to fight for people's rights besides flat Earth, our freedom of speech and all that. Out taking a hit, out talking and just stating your beliefs, what you believe, what you examined, what you've measured, and your conclusions. You've done the measurements, you've done the observations and all this stuff. And this old man is just coming in with nothing but hate, bro. He's in a religion and he doesn't even realize it. He has no reason to hate you, dude. It speaks loads, man, for their freaking integrity, man.
Yeah, I mean they're like kind of anomalies though, like in the grand scheme of the world, you know, like the people that are like anti-flat earthers and like hate flat earthers and stuff like that, like they're not real people, kind of, you know. Like I don't want to be mean or anything, but they're like anomalies. Like, you know, no one ever would be this emotional, this obsessed with something they claim is like stupid for years. Like that's not normal. That's not healthy.
It's the people who can't accept being lied to, man. Who can't accept the fact that they live their life in with shields over their eyes. You know, we were all upset about that shit, Highlander. We all upset that NASA. We thought there was fucking shit up there, and we thought there was probes at the edge of the solar system. All this bull. We all thought that, bro. We were all duped. Not just you. Don't be mad about it.
I'm not mad about it. And I don't hate flat earthers. In fact, I've got a flat earth friend who actually owns the flat earth shop in Inverness in Scotland. Yeah. He sold his businesses so that he could open the first flat earth shop in the UK. Yeah. I played poker with him every Tuesday night for 6-7 years. And when I was in Inverness, I regularly went into the shop and had a conversation with him. I also regularly went in to play chess with him as well, because he's really good at chess.
So the flat earthers dominated you at the intellectual game of chess?
Well, he's studied the game. Him and his son studied the game in far more detail than I do. I'm just I wouldn't even say I was a novice. I'm just a casual player. Yeah. So yeah, I go in and he teaches me things. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a game of chess.
You're not open to him teaching you things about the earth?
What's he going to teach me about the earth?
What do I do that's so much worse than what your friend does?
We talk about chess and we talk about poker. Okay, the first time I went in, I asked him why he believes what he believes, and we had a conversation about why he believes the earth is flat. But I don't hate him because of it. I don't stop being
what do
his
I do
friend
that's so
because
much
of
worse
it.
than
Yeah.
your friend? Like why like ask your friend, does your friend know who I am? Does your friend also hate me? Like I feel like your world is weird. Like I mean, I just don't know why you would be so emotional about it. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like I don't like particularly like you, but like I don't make it like some
So we don't like each other. So what? Who cares?
I'm making a point though. I don't make it like my mission to like tear you down and constantly talk about you and get in the chat talking about how bad you are and stuff like that. Like I don't know. I just think that you should be a little less mad, bro. Like if the earth is not flat, like there's nothing to be mad about it. You would be right. You know, no one's lying to you. The governments love you. They take care of you. Everything you were told is true. You know, we're going
Again, see this is the shit that I'm talking about. Yeah, you're sitting there saying things like "I love the government" and "the government takes care of me" and all the rest of it, and "the government doesn't lie to me" and all that. I've never once said any of that shit. See how much of a dishonest cunt you really are.
Well, you think that federal
You're just
governmental
a
agency is
dishonest
completely
cunt.
telling
I
the
would
truth.
rather you didn't fucking speak to me.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay, well then stop saying my name like you're tough because you're on the internet.
Fuck off. Well, meet me in the street and we'll see how tough I am.
Okay, well, you come on over to the United States where we're more free than over there, and then we'll hang out.
How are you more free over there than I am here?
Wait, Scotland?
How are you
Scotland
more
was much
free?
more.
Explain to me how you are more free over there than I am here.
You had much more totalitarian measures with the whole like pandemic thing than we did.
So you're more free than I am because of the pandemic.
Yeah, the totalitarian
Okay,
orders that your
that
government
really
rolled
makes
out. Yeah.
fucking sense. Yeah.
What are the cannabis laws over there? It's right there.
You also have hate speech laws over there.
We have a thing called the Constitution.
Also
and, it
dubbed
protects our
Land of the
rights.
Free.
Do you
Land of
pay
the
a
free.
television tax?
Nope, never paid a TV license in my life.
You got a license to not pay for that license?
Nope.
I'm just asking you. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Just take it or leave
why
it.
are
Like, try to be a little
why are
nicer to
you
people,
more
man.
free than me? Because you live in America and I live here.
Okay,
why
whatever.
are you
Maybe
more
not.
free than
Whatever.
me?
I don't care. I don't want to argue. I'm just saying. Try to be nicer.
Freedom is a mindset.
Dickhead.
Absolutely. Freedom is a mindset.
Just try to be nicer to people.
I was
bro.
going to
That's
say
all I'm
that.
saying.
This
Don't
is
be
what
so
I mean.
mad.
You just talk fucking shit, and then when you're pulled up on it, you
Oh,
just want
shut
to
the
fucking
fuck
move
up.
on.
Dude, I
You little
specifically
sissy.
answered.
Just
I said
shut
that
up,
your
man. Just shut
your
up.
country had much
We
more
get it.
totalitarian answers to the pandemic. It has hate speech laws. It has probably more strict gun laws, right? I'm just saying that I would prefer to be in the southeast of
right.
America. You can disagree. It's okay, bro.
So
All I'm
you
trying to say
prefer
to
to
you
be
is
in
that
a
you should
place
stop
where
being
a
so mad.
6-year-old can take a
Highlander,
gun
every
to
time
school and kill
we
his
hear you
teacher.
talk, you're
You
mad.
think that's okay?
He's just getting
Do you know-
triggered about everything.
Do
Just
you know
fucking.
why?
Yeah.
Do you know
Excuse
why
me.
our
This
I
is
don't
a-
want to
Do
mute
you know
you,
why
buddy.
our kids are smarter than yours?
Somebody fix it, please.
We
Yeah.
don't
Give me a
The
second.
fucking the pipe's leaking.
Who's that?
Okay. Well, I'm disengaging now. I'm just saying, like, consider not always being so mad. Every time everyone hears you talk, it just sounds like you're really mad and you're like yelling at us and stuff, and it's just kind of a bit much, man. So take it or leave it.
Now, normally I would say, coming from the UK, that is the normal accent, saying Dell, but nah, that guy is emotional, I swear to God. He's got something personal against you. He hates you. There's hate in that voice.
Yeah. I gotta take care of the
I would say it's not necessarily hate against Witsit or Flat Earthers.
Yeah, it is.
But it's just.
Nothing to do
Yeah, I mean,
with
it's still like.
It's a personal thing. I can hear
Yeah,
that.
Highlander.
Very personal.
Just the way you carry out a conversation. Just try to be calm. Like Witsit is setting an example. Like I know he's getting on your nerves, but he's doing it very calmly. Like he's having calm conversation, and he's giving you room to speak. If you just give the same courtesy, maybe people would actually listen to you. I mean, you made a valid point earlier.
I did give him the same courtesy, and then he comes out with shit of, oh, I'm more free in my country than you are in yours. Yeah, what the fuck kind of bullshit is that?
Yeah, don't be emotional about it. Try to be logical and yeah. I mean, I can agree with you or disagree. That's my prerogative. But in a discussion,
Isn't that the same reason they left from your place, because the laws were so tyrannical? As a matter of fact, isn't that why they went to America in the first place?
No, the people that the fucking thing with America were the fucking prisoners from the UK, the same as Australia. They colonised Australia with the prisoners, with the scum that we didn't want. Yeah? That's how America and Australia were colonised. So it's got nothing to do with the
bullshit, Highlander. That is absolute tosh.
I agree. I was going to interrupt. It's
You're
the opposite.
fucking full of shit, Highlander.
common
And yeah,
sense.
they are
The United
free.
States was
They are more
populated with
free. Hello,
Land of the
I'm
Explorers.
still talking. They are more free over there. They have the Second Amendment. They can have guns if they want guns.
And
We can't here.
You can have guns if you want guns here.
You can get a license for a gun.
Yeah, and you can
But
have
the
guns.
hoops you have to jump through to get that license, it's not a given right, Highlander.
And it's not in Asda, Highlander,
Yeah, absolutely.
which is the equivalent to Walmart. Come on.
Yeah, freedom doesn't come with a license. You don't have to license your freedoms. Rights don't come with a license either, by the way.
And also, it's common sense. If people are escaping a certain country, It's because there's a reason they're escaping. Nobody's gonna escape paradise, right? If they left their country to find another country, it's because the law's already tyrannical. They can't stand it.
But according to Highlander, they were criminals.
So because our country wants to
Learn your
make sure
history.
there's no fucking idiots that have guns and end up going to school and shooting every fucker, yeah, that's a bad thing.
We don't need to take it there, though.
There's more
It's
guns
better
than
to be
people
in a
here,
country where
by the way.
half the fucking kids that go to school
Yeah.
and need to wear
Yeah.
fucking
Highlander.
fucking
Highlander.
back. What the
Guns,
fuck?
guns
that's
don't
not the
kill
case.
people. Rappers do.
But was it the gun that killed the kids, or was
I
it
met them.
the demented person behind the gun?
Well, that's what I've just said. Guns don't kill people.
And maybe look into the conditions of those people, of people that are willing to commit those things. Maybe look into why they're doing it, right? Because it has to be something that has to do with society. Because to go and kill people in public, that it sends a message to society. So obviously these people have a problem with society. Maybe let's look into what causes them to do that instead of fucking with the
Or maybe it's your society that causes the problems and then causes 6-year-olds to go in and shoot their fucking school teachers. I mean,
Yeah, that doesn't happen. So, anyways, I guess
does your
your
country have to
definition
be when
of
a fucking 6-year-old can get a gun? 6
6-year-old
years old
can't.
with a gun.
Yep, that's about the age I learned how to shoot a gun, by the way. I've never killed anybody. So, anyways, I guess your definition of freedom is being able to live under a government that tells everybody what they can or can't do. That's your definition of freedom? Because you said it's more free over there. Like what more free?
No, that's
more
not
free
what
to
I
ask
said.
permission
I never
to
said that at
defend
all.
yourself?
I never said that at all.
Oh,
I
really?
never said this country was more free.
I will say I was taught to shoot at 11.
Witsit said that his country was more free than mine. Yeah?
Correct. And you did not agree with that. You said that was a bunch of expletives.
I asked him what made his country more free than mine.
They're a constitutional republic. We're a monarchy. We're ruled by the monarchy. They have the constitution. They are a constitutional republic. They are of the people, by the people, for the people. We and you are a monarchy.
At least on paper, Gleam. On paper, that is true, right? At least on paper, you guys are ruled
On
by
paper,
a monarchy.
yeah.
And yeah,
In theory.
but hold on.
Yeah.
On paper, you guys let me finish.
Had a monarchy for a long time.
Highlander. At least on paper, you guys are ruled by a monarch.
Yeah, we didn't
But
get locked in our houses either.
Yeah,
that's crazy. I feel for y'all on that, bro. That made me mad. Sorry, man.
we supposedly have a constitution, even though secretly we are ruled by the same monarchs, right? But we still maintain the appearance of freedom. We can still talk shit to a certain degree if it doesn't offend any fucking blue hair liberal, right? We can still have guns, right?
Yeah.
If you get a license, supposedly, right? We still have some freedoms. We can still date around and fuck around without being sued by a bitch because we wasted her time. You guys can't even do that. And can literally sue you for dating and wasting their time. That is crazy, bro. You guys
they tried to say here like the beach was closed during all that shit, and they tried to say like the beach is closed, and what did people do? Everybody flocked to the beach, bro. It was like too many people; they couldn't even do nothing. And
that's what we did in
They
Texas.
did it just to make a statement, man. They fucking like didn't hurt nobody, but they fucking just ramsacked the fucking the courthouse and all that shit. They didn't hurt, like I said, they didn't hurt nobody or break structural damage. They did donuts and like trashed the place. They just sent a signal like no, we're not fucking going for that, man.
Yeah,
and,
Florida was not going at all.
In
during
the
the pandemic.
Capitol, Brian, I don't think Republicans did that. I think Republicans went to protest. I think the leftists, the propagandists, they was the one that broke in.
No, he's talking about
I
Florida.
believe, but I don't really
Florida.
get into
Florida
any of
just
that.
didn't listen to anything. Everyone in Florida just kept living their life and kept going to the beach. Somebody once told me the world was steady rolling. Florida was fire during the pandemic because I traveled the whole U.S. and I went there a couple times, and it was hands down the best place in the whole U.S. when it came to the pandemic, except for places like Miami.
By the way, I hear the laws are coming back. I hear that lockdown shit is coming back, guys. So get ready for that shit again. We're gonna go through that shit again.
Well, we're going to put more people on the beach then, right? Because one officer rolled up to us on the 4th of July of all days and tells us that we can't sit down on the beach. So we're like, okay, we'll sit in the water.
Yeah, it's like, dude, they could say whatever. Like they tried to say it, but saying it and it being real is two different things.
Yeah, I went around the whole US and ignored it, right? So like that's why I don't have much empathy for people. Like they're like, "Oh, I had to do it to go to the grocery store." I'm like, "That's crazy." I went to every grocery store in New York City that I wanted to.
Yeah,
Which is one of the worst ones, right? Like I
Like they
went
tried
to
to tell me,
Washington.
they tried to tell me to put on a mask, and but I will say during the thick of it, you know, about half the people would wear a mask just to get in Walmart and shit like that, you know. But it wasn't quite so bad, like in places that. But even then they wouldn't make you. They acted like it was a rule, but they tried handing me a mask. I'm like, no thanks, you know. And then the lady said she tried to say something, and it like it bothered her, and somebody came up to her and said something to her, and she like didn't pursue me, but there was but yeah, it never got real out of hand, man.
My
I
number
think
one move was when I'd walk in, they'd be like, "Sir, you have to have a mask on." I'd be like, "No, thank you."
That's exactly what I said. I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah, like no, they're not asking me. I just say no, thank you. And then when I was in Miami, I went into a Publix in this it's like Cuban. Almost everyone's Cuban there, or whatever. But they were trying to tell me to put on a mask, and I'm like, nah, no, thank you. And she's like, you have to wear a mask. I'm like, hey, you want to get your manager for me? And I went over to talk to the manager, and I'm like, do you know what the law is? And they let me go, man. They just let me go shop. So I mean, it just took a little bit of fortitude. The whole United States. I mean, I'm talking Oregon, California, New York City, you name it, bro. Like you name it. And that's in Washington D.C. I went to the gift shop of the White House. They tried to tell me to wear one. I'm like, that's funny. Do you see this right here? This is the Constitution, like in the gift shop, you know? She's like, oh, whatever. Just do whatever you gotta do. Just hurry up, because they're just not used to people standing up for themselves. So like, I have empathy for women and children, not for men. Men that cucked, you get no empathy from me. Traveled the whole U.S. Me and Chris went everywhere. We didn't just go everywhere. We went everywhere, and we actually spoke out against it while we were in the establishment. We were talking. We were mask smacking people. We were jab smacking people, whatever you want to call it. Right? So it's like, yeah. I mean, there's no excuse. There's no excuse to roll over because the government rolls some stuff out on the news when the government told you that they run the news.
Well, yeah, I mean that depends if it's private or public property. Because if it's private property,
discovered why Highlander hates you,
could just
Witsit. Because you do all those things. You stand up for yourself. You don't roll over and take it. I mean, I'm the same as you. I never wore a mask either.
Yeah, there's no terms of service that says that you can't like speak out against something just because you're in somebody's space.
Yeah, and even in private companies can't refuse service to entire groups of people based on anything. So that's actually not true. That's one of the lies a lot of people said to intimidate people. But I went to many private establishments and I let them know that you actually can't exclude entire groups of people service. So you can't say black people can't shop here. It doesn't matter if it's private or not. You can't say handicapped people can't shop here. You can't do that.
I started to make the only time I put the mask on was I had to get a new phone. I had to go in the Metro, and they made me. They wouldn't even let me in the place. I just grabbed it and then put it on just put it on for a second, and then just pulled it down, dude. I had to get a phone, but if I'd have had time, I'd have probably done, you know. But that was the only place I ever ran into that where I did it just to get my damn phone.
I did have an experience in Florida actually, Brian, where I went to Verizon to get my updated 5G card because they had not given me the right card for my phone. And I went in there and they tried to tell me to wear a mask. I'm like, no, I'm good, bro. I like oxygen tank stuff. And they were trying to kick me out. And they called the cops. And the cops went in, came out. The cop came out and like enforced the order. I'm like, you know this is illegal, right? He's like, it's a private company. I'm like, yeah, private companies cannot exclude service to entire groups of people, bro. You can't be like, if you wear a black shirt, you can't come in here. Well, technically you can't do that, but you can't be like
you can't.
Christians can't come in here. You can't say Christians can't come in here. You can't say black people can't come in here. You can't say handicapped people can't come in here. Okay? So you can't do that. You objectively cannot do that.
Yeah, you can't discriminate.
I don't know about where you live, but here, But here you can do that. You can say company policy is if you don't wear a mask, you don't get in. Yeah.
Well, that's company policy. That only applies to company employees. It doesn't apply to the general public. Yes, Highlander, learn the law.
It's the same as when you go to a nightclub, because I used to work on the doors, and we used to say, no shirt, no shoes, you don't get in. It's as simple as that.
That's a
different.
That's a health thing.
That's a different.
That's actually a health thing. It has nothing to do with
completely different
their health.
analogy.
It has to do with other people's health.
Well, this is also evenly applied, right? So that's the point I'm making. It's evenly applied. So, like, whenever it comes to the mask, there are many different reasons why people may not wear one. And you can't exclude based on religious grounds. You can't exclude. It's called the civil. I mean, I can only talk about America. Like I said, it's much more free than your place, probably. But like, there's actually a law passed specifically prohibiting people, refusing service to people because of anything to do with religion or health. Okay?
Yeah, we've got the
And
same
so
over here.
that's-
Well, actually, I'm speaking specifically to trespassing and in the United States. Trespassing laws when it comes to public versus private property. You can be trespassed off of private property just for the owner asking you to leave. And they don't need a reason.
If their business is open to the public, there are certain things they cannot deny you for. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, private property ain't corporate like what do you call it? Like for purchasing what's monetary? God dang, I can't even think of the name. But it's different with
if you have a business open to the public, you're essentially agreeing to the social contract that you have to give everyone equal service.
That's
right.
correct.
It's public. Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, like if you have a house, you can tell someone they can't come in your house. If you have a business that it's open to the public, it's treated as a public square. You cannot refuse service via discriminatory practices. Which is objective.
Well, I'm not speaking about refusing service. I'm speaking specifically about trespass.
That's what it is. If they say,
but would you agree that you can be
this? That's called refusing service.
No.
Any place that's open to the public,
It's not because
it's open to the public doesn't fall under the private property laws.
Well, they could say, okay, your argument is basically they could give you a reason for the trespass. Now, if that reason falls outside of the social contract of equality, then they've broken the law and you can sue them, right?
and that's the difference between on public property. The only way you can be trespassed off of public property is if you actually break the law. That's the
okay.
difference.
So if you've been warned verbally or in writing not to enter someone's property and you do so anyway, you're trespassing. An exception could be made if you have a solid legal reason to be there.
I think the only places we have trespass here is on the railway lines and military bases. You can't be done for trespassing.
Again, they can't trespass you. You have a solid legal reason to be there. In that scenario, it is that you can't, show discriminatory bias based on entire groups of people based on any type of like religious or medical practice. So it's very simple, man. Like, I mean, the point is that people.
Well, maybe
beefs I had with truthers in this too. The truthers were going around saying they can remove you. It's a private business, and like they're wrong.
Well, actually, wait, say you've been removed off of public property before
unjustly.
Okay, so you think that was a rebuttal or something?
No. I'm saying no. What I'm saying is, in practicality, actually, the law is not the fine line that, like in practicality, cops will fucking trespass you off of public property, and they don't have the.
People are corrupt and uninformed. It's not our fault.
Yeah. Like that's. I'm not arguing that people will break the law.
No,
I'm arguing what the law is.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. And when I mentioned that, it's only in that respect. But I'm saying.
But should I not?
There is a
out there and
difference.
Use my First Amendment because some people.
No. I was one of your supporters, man. I thought you were
right. Like even though I knew that there were going to be cops that come like break the law, I wasn't going to like not do it to prevent confrontation of a 105 IQ cop.
You know what I find sad about America? When I watch a lot of these auditing things, like for example, there's a YouTube channel called Long Island Audit. I watch this guy because he's a very calm guy and makes good audits. I just kind of like when the Americans are, using the Second Amendment to take photographs and videos in public. First Amendment.
First Amendment.
First Amendment, yeah. But it's kind of sad to see how many Americans like literally react so extremely negative towards a man with a phone in his hand and making video. Like it's insane how like
You didn't take my
homosexuals-
permission to film me, okay?
Yeah,
You can't post that.
I personally, man, even if 5 people would film, I don't care. Like, let them film. I'm in public. Like, how is it that people do not realize that they're in public? Like, there's no privacy, if that's even a thing, you know? Like,
because they're ignorant, bro.
I think it's interesting
no,
how
no
we call them
expectation of
Karens.
privacy in public. Yeah.
They're just
I
I think
watched
it's
Long
interesting how we
Island.
call them Karens
What is-
nowadays, right? Back in my day, we would just walk up to them and call
Karens.
them a cunt to their face. Right nowadays, we use protective language so Karen doesn't get her feelings hurt, and even worse. But they're basically calling armed gang members to come escort you off the building because they don't like the fact that you might hold them accountable, even though they got 13 cameras in that building holding you accountable at all times.
Yeah, it's funny because like to expect the general public to be more informed than the police officers at this point is insane. And I know for a fact that 95% of street officers are grossly underinformed, like ignorant
Exactly.
beyond comprehension. So it's like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
unfortunate, but I wasn't gonna like not do it. I mean, I got approached in every state. Let's see. So I was escorted off one place and put in handcuffs. And then I
Mount
was told to leave
Rushmore.
another place, right? Like 2 days later. They were national parks. I probably went 250 places. I was probably approached 50 times. So out of 50 times, I was come and told that I had to leave and I couldn't do what I was doing. And like 90% of the time, 90+% of the time, they ended up getting schooled and leaving, and I continued to do it. So
No, but you're right. I mean, the professionals, i.e., law enforcers, like you said, like 95% of them are not even aware of the law, and these are the people who are enforcing it. So, why would you expect the general public to even have a grasp on that law or laws and rights, right?
yeah, I mean, unless CNN tells them about it. And tells them, literally. But I don't know. My point is just like pretty simple, right? Like knowledge is power, and like okay, say a cop doesn't know what they're doing. They don't. Again, like 95% didn't know. But actually, I don't even remember running across any that did know until I told them. Then they asked their superior, and then they're like, "Oh, he's right." I don't remember one single cop being like, "Yeah, he's right," without being forced to, or me showing the law, or me asking for the superior or supervisor. But my point is, if they go through their job day to day, and they've never ever been called out, they've never been like checked, like they've never been power checked, why would they know? They have no
Yeah.
reason to know. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the real problem, is like it's the lack of informed citizens, quote unquote, which is a stupid word. It's the lack of informed Americans. That's why they don't know, because no one's forced them to know via accountability. Now, I
Right.
guarantee
If it
everyone I ran across knows now.
if it wasn't for people like Austin, if Austin and people like him and me a couple times but I mean, dude, who knows where we'd be, man? If it wasn't for people like us, getting involved and all the people who've seen it and the word spreads and then and then within the legal system it spreads, and I mean, dude, who knows where we'd be right now, man?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that like police departments and so on have to suffer civil lawsuits, and they have to either settle or lose in court and pay egregious amounts of taxpayer dollars. That's teaching people a lesson in of itself, and the awareness and YouTube and all that. I agree 100%.
I'm actually about to launch
earlier,
True Earth Audits, by the way. Like I'm literally about to start
Nice.
a business called True Earth Audits, and try
You're
and
liking that aspect, huh?
well, I think that it's just important. Yeah, I think that those videos are popular. I think they're important, and then for it to have a True Earth undertone is a net positive. And say that the cops come mess with you, then or you go videotape them, they try to mess with you. You force them to give last match, right? Because they're gonna tell you to leave. Like, no, I have the right to stay or leave. And then you just casually talk to them professionally about the earth or whatever. But yeah, I just think that's important, because I witnessed the most corrupt ruling ever in federal court, where I objectively destroyed their argument and I proved like without any shadow of a doubt that their law was unconstitutional. Like, if anyone reads my motion and understands that, they know I am just objectively right, and they just
Did you post
they
that
didn't have to
somewhere?
listen to a jury. That like the judge is like damn, I have to rule in his favor with every one of the government's arguments. So the government U.S. attorney, none of them beat me. None of them could even rebut my arguments. They just tried to hand wave dismiss them, and they got schooled by the judge. But then the judge just ruled against me anyway. So it's like we live in a really corrupt place where it's like we need people fighting against it. Before we know it, there's going to be free speech zones everywhere, and it's over at that point.
I've been wanting to start auditing. I can't find anyone just to record my ass because that's my only thing. If they say that I'm resisting arrest and I've already put my camera down because I'm getting arrested, how am I going to prove that I'm not resisting arrest if they keep all the cameras that they have body cams for?
I'll put a
So I've been trying
GoPro
to find
on
someone. Put a GoPro on what?
on you. You're saying like if they take it, yeah, you might be screwed. You can also make them all. You can always make them give you their body cams.
Yeah, but sometimes it comes up missing or is redacted or they want $350 for it. I would just rather have
Oh,
some.
you're talking about the body cam footage.
Oh no,
You
when
can
you
do
when
a
you don't have to pay
FOIA
for any of it when you
request,
send in when you send in a civil action to the court, they have to give you all their information. But actually, I have to
Yeah,
go.
once it goes to court.
I have to take a
But
shower so I can do the.
yeah, before that, they can give you a hard time getting the footage. Definitely.
They did me pretty much the same way. A couple years ago, I made a Facebook post asking for prayers. Somebody pressed charges on me. Spent 3 days in jail. When I went to court, the judge said 5 times that she did not find guilt in that harassment. Didn't find harassment guilt in that Facebook post. Yet she found me guilty anyway.
Wait, you asked for prayer, and you put in jail for asking for prayers?
Yes.
That's a bit. I mean, I'm not religious, but come on, that is a bit much. Nobody should.
Yeah, Highlander, land of the free, right? No, sorry, go ahead.
That literally happened, and just last year, I come out of the store with some chicken and a drink, get in my truck. The next thing I know, they pretty much pull me out the truck, tackle me, they break my rib, they give me a concussion, and then from that point, they transfer me to another county where I spent 35 days in jail, only to find out that I was just late on child support.
What? Dude. Okay, I'm glad I live in Germany. It's not that bad here so far, I would say. I mean,
Yeah. Anyway,
bad things, but
freedom is directly correlated to how much money you have in the bank or have access to.
That's true.
So this whole like debate
Or
about who has
knowledge.
more freedom or whatever. Well, I mean that only goes so
freedom
far
is an
though.
idea. It's an idea. It's a concept.
Look, what buys you freedom though is money. If you have money, you can pretty much get out of you can get all the freedom you want, pretty much.
Exactly. Look at OG.
Freedom isn't free.
Look at Oprah. She's free.
Man, I remember like a decade ago, Oprah was getting $1 million per rerun.
Per rerun.
Per rerun. She has one of those like really, like those really aggressive blanket contracts, where back in the old days when you'd get like a percentage, she has a massive percentage.
Freedom.
Hey, the tax man loves her.
So justice is like one of those Roman goddesses or something like that. And liberty is the same thing, right? So what are we seeking? Are we seeking justice or liberty? What are we seeking freedom? And it's like really important, like, because this country was set up by Masons, right? So we have to think about it, you know?
I don't know about everybody else, but I'm seeking Yah.
Off the top, man. Off the top.
No, I actually wanted to go early to bed tonight, but now I need to watch the debate because, like, I think Witz's debate are always the best. I gotta admit, very much entertaining.
Is he debating somebody honest this time?
I don't know, but you can see the waves of Witz's debates and the emotions of our typical Globers like Fight the Flat Earth or McToon. They're like dude, they're so hooked on him, unbelievable. Especially Fight the Flat Earth. Have you guys seen that picture he made for 2023 with like a gravestone where it says Witsit? I guess I only saw it.
They're obsessed.
Yes, very much obsessed.
Well, it's for the views, man. Like, Witsit, according to them, is one of the big names of flat Earth, right? So that's how they make a living off of it.
You know, Witsit would just be a big name of flat Earth if other flat earthers would like get out there and like debate. But because it's like whoever you think the top 5 flat earthers are, Witsit's the only one that debates.
I mean, there are a lot of flat earthers who debate. I mean, I debate every day on these Discords. I'm just not debating on YouTube that
Yeah,
much.
but you're not a.
I've debated, man.
Big, yeah, I know we've all debated.
I've been on
right?
modern day debates. I've been on modern day debates 3 times, and not as many times as him, but yeah, I've do it. I spend a lot of time doing it, man. I try to get the word out to me. I go on them places just for the 1 or 2 people out there who are honest with themselves and curious into looking into truth, you know. And a lot of it, people say it's a waste, but trust me, there's always a few people, you know, on the fence, and you present a fair argument, and it you know, makes them look further into it, man.
Yeah, but in the flat Earth arena, when it comes to YouTube,
Now, I'm talking about modern
flat earthers. The top flat Earth channels are Glober channels, like Fight the Flat Earth, McToon.
I've been on there. I've been on
Professor
McToon's. I've been on.
Dave,
Yeah, I never.
all
been
that
on
bullshit. These are the actual, like, when it comes to the topic of flat Earth, these are the dominating videos on YouTube.
Sure.
Only because
they make a living off of
trust the numbers.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying the way it is, the outcome of these algorithms and the censorship. So, and the irony is they make their living off of people like Witsit, using their tactics and so on, and like they can never lose a debate, even if Witsit wins the debate. hypothetically speaking, at the end of the day, they're the winners. They're getting the views, all that.
Well, there's no such thing as bad press except for Flat Earth Society press. You know, as long as our actual arguments being heard, not some
I think
society.
that Flat Earth Society dude's pretty fucking smart, man. If you actually meet him, man. He's just arguing within, kind of like Witchett does, you know. Like, you got to remember, like, he don't necessarily believe all that shit, but he's arguing within their paradigm, like with relativity. When you really break it down, you know, he's arguing that it's the acceleration is not down, it's upward acceleration. I mean, if you really look into his arguments, man, that dude's. I mean, I'm not going to go around promoting him, but I'm just saying I've watched him, I've heard him, and
Who that?
He's smart, dude. The
Who's
leader,
that?
he's that guy who runs the Modern Flat Earth Society. He's like a Asian, kind of like Asian American, maybe. But he's a smart dude, man. He ain't no joke, man.
What's his name?
But he just like I said, he argues within within their paradigm. I don't think he necessarily believes all the horse shit, but he does a lot of his arguments within their paradigm. So a lot of people get a bad rep, you know. I mean, we all talk about the Flat Earth Society, but who's really even seen the dude? Anybody even here seen him?
That's what I'm
What he
asking.
knows?
Who's this Flat Earth Society guy?
Let me try and get his name. Give me a minute.
Flat Earth Society or Modern?
The head of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, I've never talked to him.
He's a younger dude, man. He's a younger dude.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of this dude.
He's not pro-government because I've never heard of him. All I see is they make bad arguments on purpose. It's like pissing in the punch bowl, and they're like, "Why aren't you guys drinking my punch? I'm so excited."
Anyone would like to play a selection navigation game?
I like games.
Oh, this
Sure,
one might not be that fun.
No, well, I'm also into celestial navigation. You know.
Did you make an algorithm yet where we could pick a star and get its GP instead of having to do the figure the GHA and the Aries and all that shit? You know, have you thought about taking the time to just pick a time and a star and get its GP? Why don't they? I mean, it seems like they should have that.
My website does that.
Sweet.
What's the game, Bacon?
Can you DM me a link, Bacon?
Yeah.
Cool.
No, the game isn't ready. I'm just asking that to see if anyone will
I'll play it.
Oh,
I'm still
you got
good.
me excited.
Well, it's more reason for me to keep doing it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be one of your subscribers or whatever, your players. I'll play your game.
All right. That doesn't work for planets, Brian. Only for stars.
No, wait. For what? For planes?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work for planets. Just for the stars.
Yeah, that's cool, man. But are you gonna DM me that link?
I did.
Okay, cool.
Why not planets? Is it because it's point source versus like why not?
They're not necessarily in the regular motion. Like they're not the same. They vary.
Yeah,
right?
their coordinates on the celestial sphere vary, so that would make it harder.
they all, you can figure that it's a big circle around Aries. You know, you have the southern hemisphere, whatever you want to call it. But it's all a calculated cycle around, you know, and they just do it relative to Greenwich. But yeah, the planets, they vary. You could do it, but
it makes sense. I mean, yeah, the planets, but I mean, that would be just harder, just not impossible.
Yeah, not impossible. But I didn't put a lot of effort in my website, just the basics, so I could get celestial navigation done like automatically.
Well, we're gonna need more effort, man.
But I mean, you can get, if you know the right ascension declination of the planet, you can input it there, and then you will work off of that. But it on its own can't figure that out.
Well, just the declination gives you an idea about where you're at. You know, if you look at the stars and you know which ones are in the north and the south, then you got an idea about where you're at. I mean, not really, but kind of, as far as like latitude goes. But here's my thing, Bacon. So how would I make a model? How would I make a map if, follow me here now, if the stars are perspective, whether it's refraction, whether it's perspective, okay, and we have a circle of sight basically, and let's call it refraction for now, and they did refract, like according to an equation similar to mine, to give us 69 miles per degree. But in other words, we know that star is 1 degree away from our zenith, and we know it's 69 miles away. But on a flat plane, how would you make a map like that? It wouldn't work. The best you could do would be an AE map, right? I mean, unless I'm missing something, if it is apparent, let's say if like just it's 4-dimensional, the stars are some kind of 4-dimensional shit, and they just happen to, or perspective, whatever you want to call it. But if it's just optical, but it does obey the 69 miles per degree, how could you make an accurate map? You'd have to map it like Google Maps, you know, basically, without it turning into a sphere when you zoom out. You see what I'm saying? Even if it's optical, it would map out just like Google Earth, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you can't get the 60 nautical miles per degree on flight.
I'm talking about mathematically, yeah. I'm talking about not mathematically on the ground, because it's happening visually in the sky. You see what I'm saying? So no, you wouldn't have a perfect formula for mapping it on the ground, you know. But it would map the same as far as if you went to draw it out, and if you were to put it on a flat piece of paper, it would have to map out similar to the AE map. You just have to adjust the distance to so you see what I'm saying?
Not sure.
The point is whether it's our vision giving us this, or refraction, or the light curving, or the ground curving, whatever it is, it's going to all map the same if we use the stars to map it. If we use the stars to map it, it's going to all map the same no matter what it is curving.
Well, if you got the 60 nautical miles per degree, like you get distances that are not coplanar, right? So
right, you got to get past that. I've already conceded that. I'm saying,
okay,
like,
so
if there
I'm not
was,
sure how to proceed then.
Well, that's just what I'm saying. It would map the same if the stars, even on a flat plane, okay, that's what I'm saying, is the plane wouldn't be, you couldn't map it perfect. You'd have to map it like Google Earth, because that's what it is. If we're going by the stars in the zenith, whether it's the light curving or the ground curving, it would map the same. I'm saying that you wouldn't be able to, you'd have to apply this spherical geometry to it in other words, if that is what's happening, that's how it would map anyway. Even if the Earth is flat and it's the stars doing that and it's apparent, it's still mapped the same for using the stars. It wouldn't work as far as scaling on the map. That's what I'm saying. That you'd have some distances too big in the south that were really just apparent. It's working its way out. It's getting bigger, but it's only apparent. And you'd have to find a way to scale it, is what I'm saying. I think that's what the Swiss ephemeris did, I think.
I mean, I'm sorry, Brian, but I'm having a hard time understanding your point. But
Hey, Bacon.
just before,
Hold on, Bacon. Can you
give
hear
me
me?
a second. I just had to ask the mods to do something because Zenik is muted for what, an hour, 2 hours now? Can we get him
Poor
unmuted?
Sonic, dude.
I
No,
mean,
see, the
I
thing is about
understand if you want to mute him so the conversation can flow, but it was quite a long time ago, wasn't it?
I get to
Yeah,
talk.
but the thing
They
about
unmute
it
him.
is, it's like
Hey, that's
the time limit the time limits that are given are put in place so that they can be paid out in full. That's the whole point. I think we're going to leave it as it lies for now.
Yeah, but that's my whole point, is whether it's the ground bending or the light bending, if we use the stars to map out longitude and latitude, it's going to map the same way. It's not going to matter which one it is, whether it's apparent or whether it's the ground curving, light curving. It's going to map.
The distances would have to be different, right? So
Right, and the distances, right? The distances on the map, on the ground, would have to follow the rule of the 60 miles per degree, because that's what it is in reality. It wouldn't scale that way on paper. So I think the best you'd be able to do would be an AE map. I'm starting to come up to that conclusion, and you kind of see what I'm saying, right?
Maybe. If you're not rejecting if you still want the 60 nautical miles to hold, I don't think that. No, I don't think you can have the 60 nautical miles per degree. Like, even if it's optical.
No, there's no way you could. Right. That's what I'm saying. On paper, on a map, it wouldn't be accurate. You'd have to have bold letter, bold print saying that the distances represent. If we're using the stars and the sun and the moon and all that shit, whatever, to map it, then the best we could do is an AE map and have to have a disclaimer that it's 60 nautical miles per degree. But it wouldn't scale out like toward the edge. It wouldn't necessarily be that big in reality, but for just by putting it on paper, that's how it. Like trying to draw a globe on paper, basically.
So I want everybody to be able to speak here, but I'm pretty sure that Zanuck got muted after being warned, hey, don't do this thing, because we really need the ballers to step it up a little bit, right? You guys got to quit using tactics and just stick to the arguments. And if all you got is tactics, then don't make an argument.
Yeah, I don't know which mod did that, but I'm not going to override another mod with. I mean, I trust their judgment. I trust that the actions were taken that needed to be taken.
Yeah, but that's quite some time ago, and I don't know who was, so I'm not even sure if the person's still here.
I mean, if Gio wants to handle that personally, it's his server, dude. That's fine. But I wouldn't try to have mods be undoing other mods stuff because that's just going to be frustrating for.
I mean, I was here also. It appeared to be a temporary mute. It wasn't something that was supposed to hold.
Oh, I thought somebody said it was like a 2-hour mute, and they were trying to.
Oh,
ask.
really?
That's what I thought because I know
don't
that
remember
on this.
that at all. But that's
I might have misheard what they said.
I might have not heard it all. So
because aren't the timeout periods? It's like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 an hour, 2 hours a week or something like that. I don't. Yeah.
Well, I mean, arguably the Highlander guy was way more obnoxious than Danik was. So I don't know what kind of like equality is going around on this server, but seems like 10 people like troll the chat, but then Zanuck trolls chat and he gets muted instead. So, which I'm fine with. I don't think anyone should be trolling the chat, but you know, it just seems like we only mute like 1 or 2 people instead of the 10 that are doing it.
Yeah, I like Zanuck. I like that he's here. I will say he's the person that has my thumb hovering over the mute button the most because of the over talking thing.
Yeah.
It's pretty intense. So that's why I maybe just leave it where it lies. But
he's a habitual liar with a bad memory, bro. Like he's getting older. Probably we're all getting older, but he's getting older, and I think his memory's failing him. And I think even if there's some truth to the shit he says, he just gets caught too much, man, with just little lie after little lie after little lie. I think he's one of the. I mean, I've known the type my whole life, but I'm not saying he's dumb or nothing like that. But he goes overboard with tying in his own life to everything. Like he's a pilot. Whatever he's talking about, that's what he is. He's just. I ain't gonna go on and on and on. But I think he's just got a. I think he's a habitual liar myself. But Zanuck, if you're listening, you know I've already told you that to your face, and I backed it up with videos. So to me, he'd be ace if he would just be honest.
He does kind of play both sides of the rope, doesn't he? One minute he'll say something, the next minute he'll be like, I never said that. That seems to be what catches him the most.
Like I said, I keep going back to the first example, but I've made videos of other examples. But I mean, just the prime example when I first had it out with him, like we're arguing about does water compress at depth, and I brought Walter Lewin up as an example and all this shit, and he's bringing up other shit. You know, okay, that's fine, but then he has to take it overboard and say, "Man, dude, I've seen the video where." And then he goes overboard and says, "We've all seen that video, man." Like he just joins, like just tries to bandwagon the argument and takes it overboard by saying that everybody's seen the video where the jar cracks when it gets up to the surface. Like,
I also don't want this to turn into just like let's all shit talk Zanuck while he's fucking muted. Like I'm really not trying to back it up. So like if we want to continue this conversation, I actually will unmute Zanuck so that he can at least defend himself.
Yeah,
as a man should be able to do.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
sure.
we can just talk about something else.
Well, I just wanted to back it up and not just say it. I wanted to give an example. So we've already been through this 100 million times.
I challenged Zanuck personally to a game of gladiators.
Wasn't he a gladiator?
Or the fucking Olympics or cliff jumping or fucking, dude, you name it. Or a gallium, fucking pouring gallium in fucking locks. Shit. He's so predictable, bro. I'm like, dude, yeah. If I keep talking about him, then I'm doing you favors. They got to let you in if I keep talking about you.
Is that the game we're playing now? All right, shit. Well, I actually can't unmute him right this moment. I'm going about 80 on the freeway.
All right, I'll back off then. I'll wait.
So don't put me in a dangerous position, please.
You got it. You got it. What time does Austin said he had a debate at 8:00?
Oh, is he doing the rounds again?
No, I was just wondering. I thought that's what he said earlier. I wonder if it already started.
Honestly, you know what I think would be the best move for Flat Earth is just like everybody that is down with the cause or whatever you want to say it. They need to just fill a quota of like social media posts about it until, because here's the thing, like the government won't acknowledge anything that it can't control, and like they will never be able to control this.
Wait,
And
didn't we already get enough signatures for the White House or something to address it? Isn't it like 100,000 votes? They have to address it like publicly.
Huh? I never heard about that.
Yeah, Obama came up with that bullshit. Made it look like he was for the people. Let's put these votes out there, and then we have to address it publicly. Pretty sure it was Obama, but I don't know.
Yeah, here's the thing. I just think as soon as like Flat Earth is already, they're just gonna like the mainstream NPC narrative pushers. They're gonna just trash it. But
Already
like one
dead.
thing, yeah, it's already been done. But the moment they start doing they start doing it hard enough where like the middle schoolers and the elementary kids start noticing, they're like, all these lame ass adults are like ragging on Flat Earth all the time. Like, I'm just going to be a flat earther to be rebellious. And then they start looking into it. I think that's when the snowball effect truly is realized behind the movement. It's got to be from the kids.
Yeah, it's already
got to get into it.
It's already lost its knee jerk with the kids nowadays. It's already lost a knee jerk reaction. That's no longer a thing with kids.
Hey, Platypus, I've been asking all the ballers today if they could tell me about their flat Earth model, and it doesn't seem like anybody. They always want me to tell them about my globe, but do you have any information about the flat Earth, dude? That's like testable, repeatable, demonstratable.
Are you
Anything?
Are you looking for an actual flat Earth model?
Yeah, something, dude.
I'll post a couple of. I'll post 2 of them in live chat one.
Right on.
I mean, I think that whatever the Masons believe about the cosmology is probably true because they protect it, with their secret bullshit. But it's basically, we live on like a CD, right? There's like a hole in the middle. Inside of that hole is the black sun. The black sun shines through the hole, which is the North Pole. And that's what creates the light and the shadows on the moon. It's what creates the northern lights, the aurora borealis. And then you have the sun and the moon moving over the disk, the CD, whatever. Then I'll just throw this in there just to piss off the Globers. I think that around the disk containing everything is an oblate bubble. We're in a big bubble. Yeah, that's what I think. But it's not like I can't.
To that bubble?
I have about as much evidence for the bubble as they do for the globe.
I posted that. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I posted that first one. If you want to see another one, just let me know. But I posted the first one in Lab Text 1.
Live text 1. Let me look at it. That's interesting you say that because all of like the globe proof, we have like proof from like NASA and stuff. Shit, man, I'm eating right now. Okay,
why don't you finish up?
Yeah, I know. I just because I'm gonna have to because this food
Yeah,
is
they were having problems. They were having problems modeling it, and then they applied the refraction computers and the shit that like they show us with the Earth curve and 7. That's bullshit. They do real life refraction. The models they have, the computer models they have a refraction, and the shit fell right into place. And they put terabytes of data into this shit. And if you want to take it further, just look at more videos on the channel. They got all the planets
well, real
pretty
quick,
cool, man. You got to watch it. I don't want to butcher it.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that video, but real quick, we always get that NASA was lying to us, right? So then whatever they give us is fake. But there is like a independent rocket photos, like that GoPro. I mean, I don't know how independent that GoPro is. I don't know if it's was sponsored by some government agency, but it does show a rocket in space, twirling and hurling and coming to a stop, you know. But you know, maybe perhaps they don't have enough controls on that rocket to fly in space. But whatever it is, there is a separate area out there, and you know, it seems like it did pass some dome.
Yeah, dude. No, it stopped spinning because the yo-yo mechanism. I looked into that, and it's legit. But here's the thing. That's a real. That's a real. That's a real.
So
no,
so
the dome.
I
If
kind of
there's
wanted
a
to get
dome,
that point across.
yeah, that's a
Right?
good point. But if there is a dome, I think if it were 60 miles up, that would be like you wouldn't even be able to measure that scale wise. But or it'd be like the skin of an apple. No, it'd be not even the skin of an apple. But here's the thing: if it was this one guy, I'll post another video where he's been making models and using sun angles with plexiglass domes, laying them over on their side and filling them with water to create refraction. He's having success, and he come up with like I think 3,800 miles, 38 and some change for the dome or whatever, or the sun. Anyway, I'll post that. But here's the thing: that's a real rocket. That rocket goes up, you know, it goes up just as high as they can get it. It broke a record, and then they broke another record. And I think the highest one got up to like 72.5 miles or 73 miles. And that's just the record right now. And that's real. And you see it doesn't just trickle off the fucking launch pad. That bitch goes. It's a fucking rocket, and it fucking it's faster than a bullet, bro. And it fucking, and to me, that's real. And that's what we can do in real life. Them other ones, man, I'm here where they pass by. And to me, it just don't look like they're gaining altitude, man. They go up the coast, and the last one, Artemis, fucking just disappeared. Like I'll post a short video. I'm filming it. It gets I'm about 100, and I think it turns out I'm like about 120 miles north, or maybe 150. No, that ain't that far, but it's a little over 100. And so it's getting like level with me, heading north and northwestish, which is the same way Florida is angled there, and it just disappears. And I was like thinking that it got lost behind clouds or something, but there's a star fucking behind it. Where I was looking at my video, and I'm like, how can I see this fucking star, but not Artemis? You know, it didn't make sense. It kind of threw the whole cloud thing out, and I'm like, what the fuck? I leave it as maybe it was just like a real focused cloud, like a cloud deck in the exact wrong spot, like maybe a arc second away from the star or something, if I wanted to explain it rationally. But to me, it's just, I don't know, man. And then I went to film the SpaceX rocket. It was higher than Artemis, way higher than Artemis. Like it was probably like maybe 15 or 18 miles up, bro. And it fucking, but I was pointing my camera at it, and I had to angle my camera to film the motherfucker. I'm like, this is weird. And I wound up posting the footage that my wife got next to me with her iPhone. It was better than the P1000 footage I could get. I was having trouble even focusing in. I was having to aim to the side, like it was weird shit, dude. But it wasn't gaining altitude either. It was just higher by the time it got to us. It lit up the sky a lot cooler. It was like a light, like a blue. Y'all probably all seen it. But Artemis was lower. It just looked like it was lower, and it just vanished, man. I don't know what the fuck happened to it. Clouds, I'll write it off as clouds. But clouds that didn't block stars, but blocked Artemis. The launch before that, bro, they said that one launched or something, and I didn't see nothing, bro. I went to my spot where I could, and I'm like, what launch? What are they even talking about? I don't see shit. But that was like a couple months before Artemis, before the reschedules. I think it was it might have been SpaceX, it might have been NASA, I forgot, but I didn't see nothing. It was daytime, but still I could see the cloud, this smoke clouds and all that shit.
Well, just wait, dude. They're sending Steve Aoki to the moon next year, dude. It's coming to you, coming live. And I suspect that there's going to be a horrible accident with the rocket, and they're going to say that manned spaceflight is too dangerous, and they're just going to do it with drones. Because if they can't figure out how to trick everybody into being like, yeah, we can't do it, we can't send people up there. We could, but it's too dangerous. If they can't get people to buy that, like, they're going to have to fucking put their money where their mouth is and put people on the moon again, or nobody's going to believe their shit anymore.
They could send me to Antarctica, man. If they pitched in, sent me to fucking Antarctica and one of them bases, whatever, I could do whatever they needed done while there. You know, there's a lot of things I could do to contribute, but still, they send me there at the right time where I could see a 24-hour circling sun, and I'd have a hard time explaining that. But I think I should have seen that. I could go to the live footage right now, and it doesn't show that. But they've claimed they've had them. I've found holes in the ones that I've scrutinized, and I'm wondering, you know, to me, if they fake one, why would they have to fake it at all? If it's real, there should be plenty of them, and I don't have faith in any of them I've seen. But if I seen it with my own two eyes, then I would rethink my position. But I think it's horseshit. I think, you know, I think they'd already done all this shit. If they could just do north-south navigation, it should be common, bro. We go over the North Pole all the fucking time, right beside it.
Well, dude, the North Pole, I'm pretty sure the North Pole is like a fucking opening. I don't think there's...
Yeah, I meant beside it, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, from West South America to East Australia, it would be right beside the South Pole. That'd be good enough for me, but there's a reason they're not doing this shit, dude. And I don't see how they could claim weather. Like, they fly above the damn fucking weather, and it's cold as fuck up there no matter what. I mean, their problem ain't cold, it's heat. They're always having to do the shit so they don't get too hot, and I don't buy their excuses, man. But if they really wanted to debunk it, if they could, then they just have a set of normal people, okay, at who in South America, and then a set of normal people, flat earthers, maybe a few recognizable ones. It wouldn't cost that much, and then just from Australia and South America, they communicate. They leave at the same time and go to their respected Antarctica bases that are the closest. So South America hits like whatever's close to them, and then over and then they hit like McMurdo or Ross over from Australia, and they call out when they landed and shit. And then they do whatever, refuel, and it should just be about a 4 or 5 hour trip from one to the other, and they should be able to fly it where they are close enough where they cross paths. You know, they cross paths, and they could see the other plane out the window. They should cross paths within 3 hours, and and then after they land at each other's bases, then within about 6 hours, I'll give them. And then they go to Australia, and the other ones go to South America. Something like that. If they could do that, they'd already done that. That's just a couple plane flights. It ain't shit. They act like they don't care about this shit, but they obviously do. I don't think it's that close. I don't think the bases are that close. I don't think it's a lot further than they claim, in my opinion. But I would have to rethink everything. But if, like I said, once again, if they could do this, I feel like they already would have, because it's just a couple plane flights. Nothing even incredible, like an incredibly long distance. It's just a couple hop, skip, and jumps, man. It wouldn't break any bank. It's practical, and multiple people could be involved. It wouldn't cost any extra. And then, so if it took a lot longer to get from any of them positions, then there'd be problems. And I think that's reality. If they could do this shit, they already would have. It's not a genius plan. It's just common sense. I believe they'd already done this shit. Common sense. Like, if they wanted to shut this shit down they spend so many hours, man, and they watch the bigger flat
Okay,
earthers
Brian,
and shit.
can I ask you a real honest question? Because it seems like you're just monologuing. And
I'm just feeling dead air, bro. My bad.
I know, but if I could get in, that way I can stop you without you just going on forever and me waiting for my turn. But
No, I was waiting on somebody to jump in. I was just fucking talking. Good.
All right, so like for the answer that, or for the question that I'm going to give you, I don't expect an answer like that either. Like a quick, concise one would do. Honest, and concise. I'd appreciate it if you could do that. But like I don't know if you notice, but every time we come in here, we're arguing about the globe, but we never argue what the flat Earth is. Do you notice that?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I
Brian,
do notice that. I do notice that, man. But we throw ideas around though. When there's no ballers in here to argue with, though. But that's not very often. I will admit that. Yeah.
Well, it's. I mean, ideas aren't like. I mean, because you can argue what about the globe. I mean,
well, we've had some interesting conversations, bro.
No, I know, but my God, dude, there's no proof for the flat Earth, dude. Like,
Right, but no, the flat Earth. Like, what do you mean? There's no proof? I mean, just go take a fucking auto level and go down the coast, bro. It measures flat. I don't care what anybody says. It measures flat. If you try to do long distances in one shot, you're going to get multiple effects. You're going to get a drop in a lot of time, but then sometimes you'll get shit up above. You're not going to get anything consistent. Just use the tools the way they're meant to be used, and you won't get curvature, bro. You won't measure curvature.
Dude,
I like the proof reversal all the time, man. The claim is that the Earth is a globe, brother. Where's the curvature, bro?
Like, look, here we go, dude. Like, leave the globe alone, dude. Like,
leave the globe alone.
Like
that is the claim.
That wants to be left alone, dude. Like, can't you just bring forth your own? Like, you don't.
Bro, I thought you was gonna go watch that. You wanted a model. I gave you a model, and you're not even watching the motherfucker. So, do you really want to hear about the flat Earth, bro? You asked for a model. I went out of my way to go get it for you, and you're still asking for like evidence or models or whatever. I mean, go watch this shit, and then let's talk about it. It's only like a 20-minute video. I guarantee you, even if you're not convinced, you'll be intrigued, if nothing else.
Okay, for now, I have time to chat, so that's why I'm kind of.
It's just hot air. If you're asking us for proof, I just supplied it.
No, but like reputable scientists or somebody that's established something. There's none of that for the flat Earth, dude.
Bro,
like, you got a preponderance of evidence. You got mountains of evidence for the globe Earth.
Bro, I do level. That's what I do for a living, bro. I don't need a scientist to tell me how to use my instruments that I use not every day, but every week. I've done, some long jobs, but I do level for a living, bro. I've been using auto level since I was for 30 years now, bro. I grew up doing this shit, and I fucking heard about the shit, went down the fucking coast and shit, and looking back at the projects I did that were longer, like miles of fucking curbing and shit, and did a seawall, which wasn't as long as the curbing and all that, but still I know what we call it when it drops down, and we call it slope. That's how we drain our water, bro. I know how to measure level, bro. I've never even heard curvature come into any of these fucking things because it doesn't exist. If it was 8 inches a mile squared, I would know that. I would know that by now.
I didn't ask you about curvature, dude. So but like I said, you can't help yourself, dude.
What are you talking, bro? You asked for
real quick. I want to just. This is not enjoyable to listen to or to be a part of. So
come on, man.
Let's just change. No, I think I remember you. Did you change your name? Did your name used to be like Good White Light or something like that?
Yeah, that's him. He creates tons of accounts. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just chill out, or someone's gonna have to deal with you, bud. Like, you know what you're doing. Just stop.
What am I doing?
No, I'm
I'm
not.
literally telling you guys.
All right.
Okay,
Well, I
what
told you
am
to
I
stop.
doing, bro? Like, I'm asking you guys questions about the flat Earth, and then you come back to me at what the globe is.
No, I just told you how I measured it flat, and you whizzed right past it, bro. Like I
So
never
Brian,
even
have
said
you
anything.
heard? Have you looked into like? Because I know you do a lot of like measuring up top, but have you looked into like any of the technology they have to create like undersea bases and shit like that, and like mapping the seafloor? Are you?
No, I've never.
No.
I've looked. I mean, I've looked into it a little bit, but I've never personally like seen it in real life. But I've looked at some of the sonar shit, and I've looked into it briefly, to be honest.
Yeah,
Not
because I was
much.
just thinking like it's really hard. We can't observe where we are from the outside, obviously. But I feel like if anybody knows a little bit more about the actual shape of the place that we're in, it would be the people who have all the undersea maps, as well as the above ground maps. You know, like topographical maps and stuff.
Good point.
Yeah, and like these people, they're all into that occult, as above, so below shit. And if I'm to believe that that's kind of how they operate, well, they've always got us staring. I'm sorry. Oh my fucking god! I just found my dog. Oh my god! What?
Congratulations, bro. Congratulations.
I gotta pull over.
Yes, you do. You found your dog? That's a trip. He's sitting here talking on this fucking and sees his dog that he's obviously fucking been looking for.
Well, we don't know if it's alive still. He just saw it.
Oh shit! You mean like it might have been dead?
Well, he was driving, and so it was near a road when he saw it, so we don't know. But it could. They run on roads too, so let's hope it's alive.
Yeah, no shit.
So, Brian, are you aware that Rakia said that using a different or an auto level wouldn't differentiate between a flat and a curved Earth, and you can't use that to determine that?
Yeah, but I thought we've already had the conversation that the differential level and wouldn't be the same as point to point, because that's how I've always done it. It's point to point.
Fucking shit, my bad. That was a false alarm. That was not my dog.
You thought, was it dead? Whatever it was.
No, it was with this homeless guy, and it's been like 6 months. I'm just yeah.
You check shelters? Dog shelters? I mean,
I told y'all about my dog. They what they do to dogs around here. You better hope you ain't in Jacksonville, Florida, because if the shelter gets them, they cut their nuts off immediately. They denutted my fucking dog and charge me.
That's fucked, bro. No, it's you ever have somebody like pass away and you miss them a lot, and then like everybody with fucking brown hair just is like their twin or some shit? I think that's what just happened to me. Yeah.
Or ex-girlfriends or
My
old
fucking eyes
family.
were playing tricks on me. Yeah. But yeah, I was talking about that as above, so below shit. They want us all focused on fucking outer space and robots on Mars and shit. And then meanwhile, they've got trillions of dollars that have gone missing. You've got government whistleblowers that have come forward, like since the 50s, talking about deep undersea bases, deep underground military bases. I don't know. But the thing is, whenever you look into this shit, they want to tell you, "Oh, it's aliens." Well, because the extraterrestrials that from Roswell, and it's like totally fucking misleading. Like anybody that's trying to fucking take this shit seriously is gonna see that and just roll their eyes and cringe. But I've been like trying to sift through all the bullshit and kind of figure out what's the deal here.
Yeah, I've seen them machines they got, and it's just incredibly fucking massive, dude. Like, and they have these machines now that, like, it's funny because the head of the one looks like the Walmart logo and shit, but it's so big, dude. Its diameter is like, God, dude, it looks like God, I don't even want to sound like I'm lying, but it looked like it's like 40 or 50 foot, bro. It's like massive, dude. and it supposedly like melts the they've got the technology now that it melts the wall around the where it bores, like it uses some kind of laser shit or something. I don't know, but it digs and it like vaporizes the shit instead of them having to haul it out, and it like crystallize it or like melts it into like a wall, like a round wall wherever it tunnels. And so this thing, I forgot how far they said it could do a day, but it you know, who cares if it could only do like a half mile a day or whatever. That's, dude, you're talking in a couple years. You've got and who's to say they only have one of these things? And bro, I seen them. One more thing, real quick. Them dredgers, like they were made for mineral extraction, all that stuff. They look like big stump grinders, but they're like a couple 100-foot fucking diameter fucking wheels on them bitches, like just cutting what looks like cliffs away, dude. The machines are incredible, dude. They dump trucks with wheels like 10 foot tall. It's insane, dude. The equipment they have, man.
It does seem like we've known how to move lots of earth and go like deep underground for a long time. Like the first underwater tunnel was the Thames or whatever. There's like a tunnel under the Thames, and that was built in 1825. You know, you just Wikipedia. I mean, it didn't finish till 43 or whatever, but I mean, that's still pretty fucking impressive. If I'm supposed to believe everybody was moving around on horse and carriage, like they just fucking built a steam engine.
I don't believe that, bro. Like the Dark Ages where they didn't have fucking any literature or any records or anything. They probably had fucking computers because, dude, way before that, they had writings and history and shit. And then all of a sudden it just goes away. No, they fucking probably were progressing just like we would expect and probably had computers and shit. There's no need for paper records and shit, man. And what's going to be the first thing to go, man? Metal. Like metal doesn't last for shit. You'd think like we'd find some cool shit like the only thing old structures are like the Roman concrete shit where they don't even need the steel reinforcement, man. But the steel would you have to use a certain kind of steel around here if you're building within like 10 miles of the ocean, which I don't know why they go that far out, but you have to use a special coated steel because it just perforates the concrete basically. And
I used to do metal work by the beach. I know. I did a lot of welding and like a lot of polishing and stuff. That shit is insane.
Yeah, so you know that'd be the first thing to go is metal structures like bridges, shit like that. It'd be the first thing to go. That shit would rust, and in a couple 100 years there'd be no traces of any kind of metal. But we know they've been using it forever. You know, there are exceptions, but like for the most part, when by the time Earth hits something, dude, it's consumed, dude. I thought that plastic, like they made it sound like it lasted 100,000 years, bro. I put some I was saving the lids, and I was gonna see about like recycling and this plastic and shit, and to make some like boards and shit and plywood type of shit out of it. And I just set them off in the back corner of my yard and everything. And in just a couple years, I forgot about it, and I never did do it. I did keep the lids to do shit with that, but these fucking like milk cartons and Gatorade bottles and all that, dude, they're fucking already. Like the ones that were grown up over, they were like flaking and shit, dude. Like this plastic don't last for shit, dude. That shit breaks down. There might be certain kinds, but just for the most part, the shit we use, that shit don't last no fucking all this time. When Earth hits something, bro, it's gone in no time, man. Within years.
Yeah, unless it's a fossil, of course, which we can pretty accurately date. No, I'm just fucking around. I was just watching some shit about fossils.
I thought you were serious then.
No. I can't stand it when somebody tries to talk to me about the fucking fossil records and tell me these monkey bones are like a human bone and all that. It's like
gold,
so
silver, dude.
Where are the chimpanzee fossils? Where are the gorilla fossils? Huh?
They didn't even know we had gorillas until like 1940 something.
Yeah, exactly.
See? Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
What's up, Jin? Good to hear from you, bud.
Good to hear you too, buddy. Happy New Year to you and your family, of course. All the best.
Oh, arigato.
But now, all I'm saying is that, when you're talking about the heat, that sun heats that plastic up, that when you touch it, it just shatters like glass, doesn't it? Plastic, when left out in the open. Have you ever experienced that?
Yeah, it doesn't withstand the weather like they make it sound like it's so detrimental to the fucking environment. Dude, that shit flaked away like it was nothing, bro.
Yeah, it just shatters like glass because it gets heated and heated and heated, and you've only got to look at it and it starts to crack. So no, plastic doesn't last, and I know that from having plastic on motorbikes and stuff. Okay, if you leave your motorcycle out in the sun, let the sun hit it every year in, year out, and that's being maintained, the plastic degrades. But when you cover the fucker now, you cover that thing, and you're using it, but you're covering it, and you're not letting the sun hit it. I can show you a picture of my motorbike taken at the time. It was probably like 14 years old, and the rubber hoses which feed the coolant into the radiator, those rubber hoses look like they were only put on the other day. Brand new looking still, because I never parked it in the sunlight ever for the 16 years I had it. Never ever parked it in the sunlight, ever. Always parked it in the shade, or if there's no shade, I cover the bike up.
But especially around the beaches, like here at the beach, like they have to make their paint jobs. They fade way quicker. They have to you like put wax on their shit a lot more often if they want to maintain it, because the salt air, it fucking
deteriorates. Yeah.
My buddy has like 100 acres of. My buddy's got 100 acres of woods, and sometime in like the 20s. Somebody parked an old Model T Ford and just left it there, and the woods have, grown. You got 100-year-old trees now, or almost 100-year-old trees now around it, growing over it. And I would say probably in another 25 years, completely unrecognizable. Pretty much nothing would be left. Like some of the thickest metal parts are completely rusted away and just disintegrated. And that's less than 100 years,
Yeah.
So absolutely, there's technology.
The only problem with that, though.
Yeah.
It's toxic, isn't it? It's toxic. It's breaking down, but it's leaving behind a toxic residue that the earth will still have to clean up, and it will probably clean that up over a few years. A few hundred years.
Well, sure. No, I just the point I was saying.
It's minerals. It's just minerals.
It's probably more likely that there was advanced technology in the past, and we just don't know about it because it disappeared for maybe 100 years, and all of it that was left just rusted away, wasn't preserved.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and I would go as far as to say that this behavior of hiding history and, like you said, making things disappear under our noses is setting us back. For example, we could have been using hemp as a fuel base like Henry Ford did, because he did it about 100 years ago. But they went into electric for a while, and then they went back to this horrible crude oil carcinogenic fuels. So I feel that we've been set back. Humanity has been set back there. We don't have to be using crude oil as a fuel. No need. You know that? There is no need for us to be using oil from the ground, under the ground. We can be using plant-based fuels. Better than electric. You know what I mean? Ethanol and biodiesel. These fuels.
Absolutely. I mean, dude, think about the scam. You could go buy a fucking gallon of milk for $5, and you can, we could all focus on making as much milk, as many cows as we want, so that we could keep that price at $5. A gallon of gas, which is about $5 where I am right now. But the gasoline is supposed to be a finite resource that takes millions of years, and dinosaurs underneath the ground, making that oil, but for $5 a gallon. Yeah, it's it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. I mean, you can drink ethanol. You could drink it and still put it in the car and run your vehicle, and you can drink it. It's how safe the thing is. And then
I'll be right back.
biodiesel itself is clean. It's all clean, yeah. So that's what annoys me, you see, when you're trying to tell people this stuff and they're just not aware. You know, even the motorists, if the motorists would just unite together, you can bring down these barons. It's a cleaner fuel. You know, they're talking about, when they're in their summits, talking about global warming. Well, if they were real, you'd stop carcinogenic oil. You'd stop it. You'd move to cleaner oils. You wouldn't be pushing this fuel thing. But they're pushing electric, and I don't want an electric car because that's not environmentally friendly either. It's not. The last thing I want is an electric car today. Thanks. Never will. I do like the engine, combustion engine. I like it because it's like it's alive, you know, rather than a cold motor the size of a melon generating a lot of power. Okay, but it's still charging up, and you're still relying on a fossil fuel. The only way that could be really clean would be the batteries are non-toxic. That's going to be impossible, it looks like. And every part of the car has been made from recyclable hemp material based, so that it can biodegrade. If you were to leave it out there to rot, the body wouldn't be like leaving a toxic residue. It's going to biodegrade back into earth. Maybe the rubber as well and everything. It's got to be that kind of a car. Then I might consider it. Do you know what I mean? But other than that, no thanks. It's not environmentally friendly. Biodiesel, bioethanol vehicles are cleaner and better right now. And we can be using that right now. So we've been set back anyway. That's what I feel. And then there's the hempcrete. That's concrete, but made from hemp. Hempcrete, which has been proven that in the cold, your house is insulated. It keeps you warm. And then in the summer, it keeps you cool. And it doesn't biodegrade. You know, they use, hemp with lime, water, and they mix this thing up and it makes a nice block, very, very light blocks, bricks, if you will, and you can build your house with this thing. And if you look on, I don't know if you've ever looked it up. If you look on YouTube, in the Safari online at hemp-made houses and hemp-made cars, you'd be surprised what's out there right now. It just blow your mind. All the different house designs made from hemp. So yeah, you know, we're not living anywhere near the best we can at all. We're a gazillion miles away from living the best life at the moment. And it's achievable right now. We can be doing this. The powers that be are controlling everything. And this is why we are not cohesive together, working together. Some of us we know how to maintain, and that's okay. We try and pass it on to our children and to the people we know. That's the best we can do for now. But it's going to require big education force on that one. But that won't happen until what I wish to happen, and that's that revolution where minds are waking up. We're bringing the military into order, asking them to drop their weapons. That's the only way we're going to get peace. Because when you look at what's going on, it's not the people of countries that are against other countries. It's the leaders who meet up in the Bilderberg meetings that create the wars that you then go and die in, that we pay for. And then you get given a flag. He died with his boots on, taking it to them up on the hill. You know, that kind of shitty story they bring to you when the person's dead. You know? All right, that's what we want. We need to get that military machine stopped. Then peace can ensue. Then all these good ideas that you're discussing will come to fruition. No doubt about it. No doubt. Prices of things will go right down because it's all natural now. But, you know, I digress. I shall yield the rest of my time. Anyone want to take off where I left off? Go ahead, please. It could be that I'm maybe not being heard here.
I'm back now. Just step out.
Oh, well done, yeah. That's okay, yeah. I just thought I'd leave you to take off from where I left off.
No, we heard you.
Oh, brilliant, yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I wish to happen anyway, you know. I do feel it's achievable. I think once the military itself knows that it's a machine that is being used to corral humanity, and whilst they're doing that, they're inadvertently propping up the elites and the corporate elites at the same time. Once the military soldier realised that, I don't mean the generals and the colonels, and the brigadiers and that lot, because they're well into it, and because their lives are hardly ever in danger. But the cannon fodder brigade, the ones that actually do die in the battles, once they realise the error of their position, even though it's noble that you want to protect your country, that's a noble thing. I'll shake your hand and pat you on the back and say thank you for trying to protect the country against enemies so that I can be happy. Oh, that is commendable. But when you're being told to fight in illegal wars and you don't check the orders and you end up blowing up children out of their fucking diapers and clothing so that some countries can drink shitty fucking Budweiser and eat a toxic hot dog and call that good living, well, then you're in a fucking deficit there, boy. You'll get my fist and a rifle butt down your throat because you've got to wake up. You're committing war crimes and you're not checking. Just because you're a soldier doesn't stop you from checking the orders and making sure that the orders you are given are legit, legal, and proper, and there is apparent danger from said enemy. Because that is your human given right. Just because you're in the army doesn't stop you from doing that. Or the Navy, or the Air Force. You know, you've got to check everything. And that's what's going wrong. That soldiers are not really looking. They're just brainwashed into thinking, yeah, let's go get them, you know. Well, really? No, it's not. Yes. And we know that the Ukraine war is illegal. Sorry, fake. Wrong word there. It's a fake war because Ukraine and Russia are signatories in the Antarctica. The Antarctic Treaty, they're there. So if you've got a business going on down in Antarctica, right, I say down, I use that word very loosely, but over in Antarctica, wherever they fucking are, then why the hell would you be fighting on the continent? Doesn't make any sense at all.
I can tell you why. Like, I unfortunately know people who went to Ukraine to fight for the Ukraine side. And it's not because they give a fuck about Ukraine or Russia. It's more like they're looking for either a fight, and that just happens to be the hottest battleground right now, or they have friends or family who are like involved and they're obligated to participate.
Yeah, whilst I can believe a portion of what you said and agree with it, there is the thing that's known as the Bilderberg Group, and that's where they decided to have that, or such a meeting like the Bilderberg Group, some kind of secret summit where they met up, because it's very odd that you're all battling against a pandemic, and then as soon as the pandemic's gone, the war begins. And you notice it's Russia and Ukraine, because everybody's fed up with the Americas and the Afghanistan and Iraq war, so it's Russia's turn. So I think it was planned. I don't believe that the Ukrainians and the Russian citizens, taxpayers, hate each other. I don't believe that at all. I think that's been stoked and shit stirred up by the by the powers that shouldn't be secretly. Their military machines have to be seen fighting, otherwise it's a waste of having your soldiers and your weapons. Why have you got all these soldiers? You can't justify the money. So you've got to have a war. That's why America can't stop fighting. That's why it's a plan. And remember,
we're sending them billions of dollars because it's a big fucking money laundering scheme.
Yeah, there you go. Definitely that. So that's what I think's going on. And then the poor citizen and taxpayers are roped into that because they're thinking they've got democracy and they're thinking they're free, but they're not. You don't have democracy. You've got dictatorship masquerading as democracy, and we're all under tyranny across the flat earth, all of us. Tyranny, and we're at war with our governments, especially when they want to give you things you don't need in your arm, you know? Yes, or up your bum or whatever it is. You don't need it, but they're making it, you got to have it, kind of nonsense. So you know it's wrong. It's definitely 1984. Definitely.
Well, yeah, it is, but at the same time, like, you don't have like a chip in your hand that tells you whether or not you've been jabbed. Like, you don't have a jab passport. And that's, I'll be real, for like a few months there, I thought it was really going to be pushed and people were really going to accept it. But it's over. It's over. We won. You know, I didn't get stuck. I hope most of you guys didn't get stuck. I hope all of you didn't get stuck. But we don't have the totalitarian implementations that we all feared. would
Well,
come
it's
from
still
that
there,
event,
though, isn't
which
it?
is good. That's
It's still
it's good.
lingering, though. It's still lingering because you've
Yeah.
got XBB 1.5, which is causing a ruckus in the US and also starting to cause a ruckus in China. Then you've got countries shutting the door in China. So they're still stoking it. It's still, they don't want to extinguish it, do they? They don't want to extinguish it. They're keeping that fires burning. Okay,
Right.
it's still there. Hasn't gone away yet. Don't be too quick to run and celebrate just yet. Yeah. Although you never got it, I never got it. Yes, we can celebrate that, and we're never going to get it, but it hasn't gone away yet. The powers that be really know how much control they've got, but they realise that we, the flat earthers, they're calling us anti-vaxxers, so they know we have the potential to spread that truth. So keep your eye on the ball. Don't take it off just yet. We're not out of the woods yet.
According to my German health minister, I should be dead since 1 year already.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
No, remember
he said everyone who is not gonna be having the thing until March last year is going to die. Yeah.
I mean,
True story.
absurdity beyond belief. And then,
Hey, do you remember this one guy that literally said that the Earth is like, he talked about the vaccine and COVID, and then he said the Earth is also not flat or something?
I remember he
Guys,
said
please stop
this.
saying all the V and C
sorry,
words.
Yeah,
so
okay. Well,
I
I'm
forgot
not
about
saying
the
that
live stream.
anyway. I'm not saying that.
But YouTube also changed, by the way. I'm not saying I'm going to continue. I just forget that this is also a live stream. I'm sorry about that. But YouTube also changed their policy about all these things, right? They can't literally ban a channel for talking about this anymore. They need to look it up. They changed a lot of things because, they needed to. Because what we're saying
because
was
they
not
could
alive.
legally be sued. They could
Yeah.
legally be sued because they are stifling. They already are stifling free speech here. But what that guy said was, we're going to flatten the curve because the Earth is not flat. That's what he said. Do you remember that? That guy you were talking about. He was talking in a meeting. Okay, we're going to flatten the curve because the Earth is not flat. Is what he said.
Oh,
Do you remember that?
right.
Yeah.
Now
That's
I know
what he
again.
said. Yeah. And I
Absolutely
thought,
insane.
they know exactly who we are. They know that. They know we had the potential to break that truth and let it go, awaken everybody from the fact that the Earth isn't a spinning ball hurtling through the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour. You know what I mean? They know that. They panicked. That's why they did that. That's why they said that. They were sending a message to the flat earthers. We know you. We know you know we know. And we're coming for you. But you're not going to get me.
I'm just sorry for the globers, They're so easy to fool. They just buy everything from the government.
Yeah, well,
Many pass away because of this. That's the sad thing. Like literally, I'm not like just saying this for real. It's sad that because of a lack of knowledge, people pass away because they blindly trust in something that you should not blindly trust in.
Absolutely, yes. I don't feel sorry for them. I don't have that feeling at the moment, especially if you're trying to tell them. Now, if they generally didn't know and they didn't do any research, then they've only got themselves to blame, really, at the end of the day, because like you said, they're blindingly trusting, and trusting is a good quality. It's the human disposition. So I understand your position of feeling sorry for them because they innocently don't know yet. And you can feel sorry for those and you can forgive those. But then the ones you're educating or you're trying to pass on the message and they're insulting you for your efforts, and then they go on to take it and fall foul, I don't feel sorry for them. I don't feel sorry for them at all. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I feel sorry because there's nothing else I can feel, about them, because I am actually sorry for them because you need to understand, it is something possible that you can be deceived and that you can have a lack of knowledge, which most of these people watching TV, watching Netflix, believing all the narratives, being for the current thing, being against the current thing, whatever they're gonna be programmed with. We can just be happy that you could be also part of this because of the mercy. I think the mercy of the Most High you have granted to in many ways not be deceived about certain things. And I always think about this. Why do I have the privilege, to be healthy, to not be perverted genetically, having the knowledge that I have, and the relationship that I have with the creator and so forth, right? So that's why I'm sorry for these people, because there is a reason why also these people exist, even if it's
I mean, they blindly follow the narrative because they truly believe that what the narrative is the truth. This is the way of life. But people like me and you and others on the server here have questioned the reason you're alive. Why? What is the purpose of my life? What is this meaning? You're looking for something, the truth, something that has meaning, because you don't know how you came. Okay. And then, so I decided for myself at 19 to try and live a life where I don't have to go to the doctors. That's been my one thing that I can say that I'm glad that I did, because 42 years not being sick has taught me a lot, because during that period, many people have died, famous and people I don't know, who have fallen foul to the allopathic system. So I've seen it happen in front of my very eyes. They've got these cancers and stuff, which could have been cured naturally, but no, they've gone the allopathic route and they've ended up dead. That's it, because the treatment killed them. Yeah. So
good that you that you looked behind the curtain, right? Pharmakia by far, even with around truthers, is still something many people have not digged into. Many truthers, I think, also. I mean, truthers. What is truthers? Many people who seek truth actually tend to overlook, pharmakia, because it's a very important topic.
Oh, it really is. It really is. I had a rude awakening in 2006 to find out that the so-called jabs have never been proven to work, and there is no scientific data that proves that any of those jabs actually work. There is no data, and I said it again. There is no data. Okay, and that's coming from the experts themselves, from the horses' mouths. And that shocked me, because up until that point, 2006, I thought they were working. I thought these things were real. Yeah, but they've never worked.
You know why? Do you know why? Because you have people running around being anti-flat earthers and claiming that the earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball flying from ever-expanding vacuum of space.
Yeah, they're right.
Yeah,
that doctrination works very well. Yes, exactly.
There's actually a video I've seen where I don't know if it's legit or not, but it was about PEX that would hinder you from becoming kind of spiritual, anything. It would just make you very what is it called? Very
when you're spiritual,
spiritually numb.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. I
feel like many people are literally, because of all the heavy metals with fluoride and all the toxic stuff they consume most of the time, their brain is not capable of connecting dots. Like what I've seen in many conversations with Globers is some of them are not able to listen to sentences that are longer than 20 or 30 seconds. They can't put dots together. Like you're trying to make a point, but you need to kind of describe it more, and they cling out. They're just not capable of following you.
I totally agree with you there. I've come across those kind of people recently on a server called PLM recently, and it's the English contingent mostly. These youngsters, they're the young ones. They're like in their 20s, and then some of them are in their 30s. They're younger than me, because I'm in my 60s. Okay, I'm 61. So they're younger than me. And when you try to, like you say, give them a small snippets of coherent sentences so that you can help them join it, they're still not getting it. And then, what I say to them? You've been dumbed down by your education, because what I'm trying to tell you isn't difficult to grasp. Remember, they taught you about the globe when you were probably 7, 8, or 9 years old at school. Okay, that's when they taught you. But what you're not able to go back to your school days. You don't even know what your school looks like. You probably don't remember the name of your teachers, the friends you had, your classroom, who was the headmaster or headmistress. Go back to your elementary school and show me what evidence they showed you about the globe. You're going to see that there was no evidence. It was what they just told you what it was. They never showed you any tangible physical evidence that you could go out into nature and say, there's the curvature. Because when you look at your life now, you're going to see that you've never seen the curvature of the earth at all. When you in actuality go back now. But they're not able to do that, you see. They're not able to reverse their life because they've been living one direction only, going forward. And they've erased their past. Accidentally, they're doing that, you see. But I've never done that. I've always gone back to my past and go forward. I find that therapeutic to go down what we call memory lane. It's good. That's how you know you've lived. You've got to go back and look at your achievements and your failures and then come forward with that stuff so you can help people. So that's what I said to them. You need to go back. You're not able to do that, so you're not able to understand what I'm telling you. But I can tell you your situation sitting right here in Japan. I can tell you the integrity of your situation, and that is you've never seen the curvature, you've never gone out there to measure it, you've never felt the spin, and NASA tells us they don't have any photographs. You didn't know that bit, but nobody did until I was told. The fact is you're carrying a belief at the moment, so don't say I'm wrong. Yeah, don't say I'm wrong. I've gone out to check. I've actually checked it, and remember, it was 53 years that I didn't check, right? Because I was lazy. I let the experts, because I trusted the experts, but I've now found out that those experts are experts liars. I'm more of an expert than they are. I have more integrity than they have. That's what I'm telling you. I can question. You could line up all those professors and all those scientists, and the first thing I want to say to them is that everything you've said through your life has been a presumption regarding Earth. Everything is theoretical. There is nothing you can say that you can confirm with the things that are in the night skies that are fact for 100%. You can't. You haven't been there. So don't lie to me. Your telescopes are not enough. You physically need to go there to actually confirm what you've postulated here in your theories and theoretical jargon. Right? And that's what I would say to them first and foremost. That'd be the first thing I'd say to them. And if they lie there, then you know they're being disingenuous right off the bat. See? So we know they're liars. That's the integrity of the situation for those people that we know. We feel sorry for them, yes. Unfortunately, like you said, we're trying to help them along and they're not able to coherently understand the short sentences you give them so they can join the dots. But eventually, I've worn them down in the PLM. I've worn them down, and now a good 10 to 15 of them have become flat earthers. Okay? In the last 3 months. Okay? Last 3 months. I've got like 15 or more, probably 20, because they've been slagging me off and everything else, and now they've come round. Because they realize that Jin isn't going away, and everything he says is connected to flat earth. Yeah. So if they're talking about the government, it's again connected to the flat earth. If they're talking about health, it's to flat earth. Talking about wars, it's all connected. You need to get into the flat earth thing, because then once that wakes you up, then you will understand all the other deceptions. We will never ever be able to go to space. That day will never come. God, who's looking down at us, is laughing at our pea shooter rockets that are going up and ending up in the seas, laughing. Look, they're trying to get out. Look at them. They're trying to escape. It's a joke. If I was God, I'd be laughing and also disappointed because they're lying. But anyway, I yield the rest of my time. Sorry. I'm passing on the mic. Carry on.
Yeah, Jin, I appreciate the convo, but I also highly recommend you to watch it. I'm now going to go watch the stream, the debate with it, because that opponent, it just looks very interesting, you know.
Where are you? Where are you going to go and watch that? Cosmology?
No, on YouTube. I'm gonna tag you. I mean, we can watch it together and just comment to it, you know, while we're watching it.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah. So who is he debating with?
I don't know the guy.
Is it Effie?
It's called Delcos.
Oh, I don't know the name.
I don't either.
Did you put a link in the live
Yeah,
stream? Have you?
I tagged you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ah, yes, I can see that now. I think. Oh yeah, flat Earth debate. Okay, I'm clicking on it now. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Still loading, but it's coming. Things are happening. All the mice are working their magic.
Did anyone else find it weird earlier when Bacon said there wouldn't be the biggest effect of the gravity effects when you were antipode to a solar eclipse and then the solar eclipse was right above you?
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but that's weird. Yes, it would be.
Like on the globe, that's when it should be. That's when it should have. That's when you should see the biggest effect.
How's the flat Earth today?
Oh, it's fantastic. Absolutely marvelous.
What do you say, Jen? How's your day?
Oh, thank you very much. It's been very good. How's yours?
Tiring, but good.
Yeah. Mine's been a good
Busy.
one. Today I took my globe and my flat Earth map out to the playground where I live, okay? And I got the kids. What it was, right? During the Christmas holiday or the New Year holiday, a rizzle, raccoon, a raccoon doll was blown from somewhere and it landed near a tree near where I lived. And I picked it up. I thought, some little kids lost this. So today I thought, let me try and reunite the kids with this. But at the same time, I'm going to introduce the flat Earth to the kids in the playground. Right? So I walked up to them with my globe and my flat Earth. I put it down. And then I said, whose doll is this? Do you know who this is? And one of the little girls said, I saw a dog fighting with this thing a few days ago, she said. I said, do you know where the dog lives? She says, no, I don't know. I said, okay, so you don't know who this is? Okay, fine. Right now, my name is Jin Sensei. You know where I live. You've seen me, haven't you? Yeah. My children go to your school too, didn't they? Yeah. They've gone on to, they're bigger than these kids, but they know my children. Right. So then I asked them straight out, what shape is the Earth? And they all said, yeah, Q-Dai, you know. And I said, yeah, how do you know this? Then they went quiet. You know? So I had to help them. I said, did you get it in the school? Did they teach you? Oh, yeah. Kyukasho. You know the story, the school textbook. I said, okay, let me show you on my smartphone. Is that the picture you saw? He said, yeah. And I said to all of them, that image is not real. Then I took a picture of them, ka-snap. I said, now, is this a real picture? Okay, this picture here, though, that's computer. That's the kind of day I had, basically. So I slowly but surely walked them through the fact that they were believing in a globe that they hadn't actually seen for real. Loads of questions they were asking, you know. Why don't they show us the real picture? I said, because we can't go to space to do that, you know. They've asked me to come back today. So I'm sure they're going to go and speak to their dad or mom. And then they're going to come back and meet me in the park later on today about 4 o'clock.
I'm surprised they won't arrest you.
Why would they I'm in the park, public place. How can they do that?
For corrupting children.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not really. I'm doing what the schools are not doing, aren't they? We've got the globe on the go, and we've got the flat Earth map on the table.
This is not good.
Yeah. Then I asked
This is
them,
not good, Jid. You shouldn't do that.
Right, this is fantastic. So I asked them. I said, which
Even if you're right, Jen. Even if you're right, Jen, you shouldn't do that.
No one tells me that what to do on this earth. No one. I'm not governed by anybody.
Obviously, you're going to do what you're going to do. I mean, I'm not your boss.
It's not wrong at all. Remember, they're teaching them the dissection of the globe right now. They're learning that at school. That's wrong, isn't it? So what they're doing is wrong. Obviously, what I'm doing is correct because I'm teaching them the truth.
I wish to not be associated with this conversation anymore.
Say that? Okay, never mind. Well, they're doing. You're kidding. This is wrong for them because they're learning about their environment properly. They're being taught to check their environment properly and not to believe in what they're being told at school without good evidence. And they learned that there was no evidence for what they're teaching at school, hence all the questions now. And I love it. They want more because they realize kind of now that something's wrong. The next, maybe today, I'm going to ask them to draw a picture of the seaside like I did at school. Okay, draw a picture. And maybe I might give a prize for the best picture of the seaside. That's fallacy from incredulity. Mhm. Yeah. He's a liar. I mean, we don't. You're just lying. Oh, really? I mean, you haven't confirmed that the things are up there. This man's speaking like he's up there already. I mean, you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe for it to have an orbit. That's what I'm saying. It's a full affirming the consequence fallacy there. Begging the question fallacy, man. You don't know because you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe yet. What's the word there? Consensus. An appeal to consensus is not going to prove your case. Again, I don't know that. That's just something you're saying. We don't know that. I don't know what they're getting, and that's irrelevant at this point. Again, we don't know what we're tracking. Bullshit. Who knows what you're tracking, by the way, sir? Again, this guy's got no proof, no evidence. It's all from incredulity, assumptions, presumptions, all the way here. No actual tangible evidence. Yeah, because it's not real. It's not. You're just being ridiculous. That's retarded. No, that's retarded. Curvature. That's why they got a curvature formula. Again, that's a begging the question fallacy that no one's been to the moon. You're not paying attention. Why don't you pay attention, Del? You're a deaf fucker. Remove the headphones. Deaf cunt. Yeah, there you go, Del. He's lucky I'm not debating this cunt. Just begging the question fallacy. No man has been to the moon. So you're just asking for questions there. And the only way you'd know that reflector was up there, mate, is if you go up there and touch the reflector and actually take a picture of it. Until then, you can't say it's up there. So no man has been up there. So how would you know it was up there? It's a begging the question fallacy right off the bat. Sorry, affirming consequence fallacy. That's all you're doing. Guy's just lying to the back of his teeth. Just rubbish. I don't know anything about that stuff. It's not difficult to understand. Well, that's bullshit. He's the world's #1 astrophysicist. You're a liar. Come on, Wisfit, get into it, man. You're letting the man run ragged here. Yeah. Yes, I know. Yeah, I know what a pinhole camera is. I made one at school. No, we won't. No, we won't. You're talking out your ass. No, we're not using no pinhole camera. A lot of shit this geezer's talking. Again, it's a begging the question. No one's been up there. It's impossible. Come on, you're letting this man get away with too much. He's talking too much. Come on, Wisfit, get in. Bullshit. Begging the question fallacy. Did we didn't. Where are they? What a load of rubbish. Absolute crap this is. Again, you're forming the consequence fallacy. You haven't proven that the globe is being proven. Where's the curvature for this thing? Show us it here on Earth. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the man is not showing. He's saying it, but there's no evidence. Don't give a damn. That's an appeal to consensus here. That's not what we're asking about. Consensus, what everybody else thinks. Can you actually prove the situation for yourself? You know.
We got no body. We got no DNA. We got a word globe, but we got no body.
That's right. That's right. We got a nice one, Denmark. Happy New Year to you and your family. All the best for 2023. May it be another successful year for you, where you have good health and good prosperity. Okay, sir?
Thank you, Jen. I can use a little bit of that.
Welcome. You're welcome.
And the same to you, too.
Thank you very much, sir. Well received. Thank you. But I'm listening to Whisper and this guy called Dell, and Dell is just affirming consequence fallacies, appeal to authority fallacies, appeal to consensus fallacies, begging the question fallacies. Nothing's actually coming out that is in the way of proof. Whisper, on the other hand, biting his tongue, attacking strategically certain points. And the guy says, I don't care about that. I don't know about that, So he's looking bad. Dell's looking bad. Whisper is looking a little bit exasperated. The moderators had to step in 1 or 2 times to control Dell, who's over hyper and not allowing Whisper to speak. But it's going well, I would have to say. Me on the other hand, I would be like Tyson on the guy. Verbally, he would be assaulted. I think you'd be hearing the whistle being blown and everything else, But I'd be attacking him with all his fallacies and that, and proving that he's just using words. Just using words, but not actually anything tangible.
Who is it? Dell, the Flat Earth Dell guy, or who?
No, not Dell from the Imaginary Club. This is another American guy
by
the name of Dell, and Whisper's debating him. And there's a moderator there. It's currently
okay.
on now.
Okay, a different guy. I got you.
Yeah. And the guy called Dell is looking really, really bad. It's embarrassing, his situation, really. But he's doing a good job of trying to patch it over to the listeners. We got this company that's setting satellites up there, these satellite boxes and shit. I would have shot that down. I mean, I was just begging the question right there and then. Have you been up there to see that they're up there? Then you're just carrying a belief, because it goes against natural law, ladies and gentlemen. Hasn't been proven that objects float in space. We can't demonstrate that down here on Earth. Never been done. So now he's bringing up gravity now. Now he's bringing up gravity.
I hope he's talking about horizontal diagonal gravity and not just fucking some imaginary down gravity that doesn't exist on a ball.
Right. Now he's saying we've got so much technology, you would know if the Earth is fucking flat or not, he's saying now. Dell. There is a link in the chat to this debate. If you scroll up, you'll see it. Okay, it's not that far away. You should be able to see it in the chat. I didn't send it. What's his name sent it? I've forgotten his name now. But you'll see it there. I think he tagged me with it. But you'll see the debate there. No, you see, he's talking now. He's talking about the downward electric force that's pulling things downwards, and then Wisfit's kind of agreeing, but not agreeing, and I don't agree with that. I don't think there's an electric force pulling things down. I don't think that at all. No. I'm never going to think that at all. There's no proof of that. You can't prove it. So no is the word there. Things just drop to the ground because there's no support underneath. Nothing to support it. So it has to drop. Okay? There isn't something pulling it to the ground.
Nothing to resist. It has to have a resistance.
Right. It has to have something underneath it to support it. If there's nothing there, it's going to drop down to the ground. Now, each object has its inertial mass. So at which rate it will actually accelerate to terminal velocity. Lighter things are slower, heavier things are faster. Nothing falls at the same rate unless they're exactly the same weight with the same shape, and you let it go at the same time, they're going to fall at the same rate all the way down. But if they're different objects, they're not. They're not at all. They're going to fall at different rates in a vacuum as well as here on Earth. So I'm sorry. So in space, let's say, if we could go there, but in a vacuum chamber, the same thing applies. The heavier object will always hit the ground first. So, and it's got nothing to do with any electromagnetic force pulling the fucking thing down. That hasn't been proven. Has it? Has it been proven?
No, because paper airplanes don't do the same thing either. I can throw 2 magic paper airplanes and one can dive bomb to the ground and then one will keep gliding the other way.
Absolutely. That's what I said. I said I take a piece of paper, a sheet of A4 paper, I let it go and you see it gliding down to the ground. Then I take that same paper up, same weight, crunch it, let go, and drop to the floor immediately. So what's happening there? What happened? Why did gravity change? What happened there? You see what I mean, yeah? So no, gravity is bullshit. We know that. And now we've got dark matter now, we're talking about. Another fallacy there from the heliocentrists. Yeah, there is a link to this debate. It's in the chat there, in the live stream chat. It's only a few if you just scroll up, you'll see it. Literally see it. Not far. It's on the YouTube. The debate is on YouTube. You'll see it. You'll recognize the YouTube link and it will say Flat Earth debate, blah, blah. That's the link. Theory of relativity, not only was it wrong, it was a lie. The theory of relativity from Einstein is an actual lie. Not only is it wrong, it is a lie, a barefaced lie. That's what it is. I can. I say nah. When I hear something that's wrong, you will hear me say nah. Don't be silly here. I'll say it very loud. I'm not ashamed to say nah. Fucking fools. Not only will I say nah, I'll say shut your fucking mouth, you lying bastard. That's what I'll say. Come. Yes, dark matter is not a real thing. You haven't confirmed it. The only way you can confirm dark matter is to go there and get into that dark matter. No one's done that yet. Just a hypothesis, crazy theory. There is no universe. Hasn't been proven. Do you believe in the universe? I shouldn't use the word. Do you think there's a universe out there that we can go to? I do, yeah. How does a truck work? Very easy. No. See? Do you understand how it goes? He doesn't understand how it goes. He hasn't got a clue. Doesn't even know how a car works, look. You don't even know how the technology works. Fuck. Doesn't even know how a suspension works. Doesn't know what suspension, damping, rebound settings mean. Knows nothing of this. damping, rebound setting, compression. Doesn't know any of that stuff with the suspension. Okay, the debate's about to end. No, I wouldn't have a beer with this guy. Wouldn't have a beer, wouldn't buy him out. I'd piss all over his face and then shit in his mouth and then walk on his head and move on. I won't be buying him no fucking beers. Never have a beer with the guy because I'll end up beating him up in the bar and then using him as a mop to clean the bar up. What I'd do, and then throw him in the bin. And then throw him in the fucking dust cart. Yeah, that's all he's fit for. It's just a lone bastard. I'll never have a beer with his scum. Take his hands and bend them backwards so he knows what pain feels like, and then kick him in the chest. And said, you know what that feels like now? Now it's the upper ball now. Have you got that proof? Did I break the other arm? Have a beer with the geezer. Honestly. Fucking comedian. He's definitely a pretender clown, is what what's his name? Effie would say. Effie, yeah, not Effie. Yeah, quantum eraser. Huey. Huey. See what I mean? And nothing. The guys are nothing. Don't know. We're contesting the lack of curvature for the globe. It's what we're contesting here. So things that are orbiting a globe that you haven't proved don't exist at this point. It's a fallacy, it's a fantasy. Let's get with the reality. Next. Oh, good thing I'm not debating this, guys. Be very noisy. I know nothing of that. To show us the curvature. Next.